Chapter 2371. While Yang Kai was flying towards the island, his mind was immersed in the jade slip given to him by Ling Yin-chin, looking for the method to arrange the spirit purifying array. Although he hadn't come into contact with the Tao of spirit arrays, the records in this jade slip were extremely detailed and easy to understand. What's more, with the array base and array flags, it shouldn't be difficult to arrange it. Yang Kai arrived at the short 500-kilometer journey in a dozen breaths, and this was when he deliberately slowed down to study the jade slip. Otherwise, with his divine technique of space, he could have arrived in 3 breaths of time. Looking ahead, there was indeed a veritable island in front of him. It was only about 1,000 meters in radius, and not a single blade of grass grew on it. It looked like it was formed by reefs. The sky was clear and cloudless, and the sea was also quiet. Yang Kai hurriedly landed and began to arrange the spirit array according to the records in the jade slip. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, he finally finished setting it up. A faint layer of light suddenly enveloped the entire island, purifying the world energy, but the world energy also weakened by several levels. It seemed that even a high-grade spirit purifying array couldn't allow all the world energy to rush in. Based on this, even a top-grade spirit purifying array wouldn't be very effective. Time was of the essence, so he only checked the spirit array a little. After confirming that it was fine, he waved his hand and released Zhang Ruoxi from the small sealed world. "Sir, I've caused you trouble again." Zhang Ruoxi's expression was difficult, and her aura was restless like boiling water. As soon as she appeared, she apologized to Yang Kai with a face full of guilt. She obviously knew about Yang Kai's current situation. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Don't think too much. Calm your mind. Breaking through is more important. I'll protect you from the side and eliminate all distracting thoughts." Zhang Ruoxi gently nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and formed a seal with her hands, silently comprehending. After a while, the aura floating around her body became more and more fierce, and the Saint Qi in her body also became more and more violent. The world energy around her. It was as if it had been given life, and it rushed into her body. However, due to the hindrance of the spirit purifying array, the surrounding world energy was obviously insufficient to meet the requirements for her breakthrough, leaving Zhang Ruoxi in a dilemma. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not hesitate to take out a large number of source crystals from his space ring. With a shake of his qi, the source crystals were reduced to dust and turned into rich world energy that filled the small island. With the help of these source crystals, the bitter expression on Zhang Ruoxi's face finally eased a lot. Yang Kai continuously took out source crystals and shattered them. In just a short while, the world energy on the island was so dense that it turned into a mist, obscuring the entire island. Even though Yang Kai was 10 meters away from Zhang Ruoxi, he couldn't see her figure clearly. When Yang Kai felt that it was about time, he stopped. As for Zhang Ruoxi, ever since her bloodline power awakened, she had become much stronger. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Her aptitude was indescribably good, and every time she cultivated, it was as if she was swallowing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's world energy. It was for this reason that her cultivation could improve so quickly. Back then, the patriarch of the Zhang family, Zhang Gaoxian, obtained a Tao source fruit from the 5-colored treasure pagoda, but he was seriously injured by someone. Before he died, he asked Yang Kai to go to the Zhang family in exchange for the Tao source fruit and made Yang Kai promise to leave a Tao source pill for the descendants of the Zhang family. Yang Kai went, but at that time, Zhang Ruoxi was only a saint king. In just a few years, she had broken through to the Tao source realm. That Tao source pill was prepared for Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai still kept it, but it seemed that he didn't need it at all. Over the past few years, the young and inexperienced little girl had grown into a slender and elegant young woman. For a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel emotional. The whistling sound kept coming, and Zhang Ruoxi seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, constantly swallowing the world energy on the island. After a while, the rich world energy became thin again. Yang Kai had to take out more source crystals and shatter them. After 3 times, Yang Kai estimated that he had consumed at least 10 million source crystals. Zhang Ruoxi suddenly snorted softly, and then an indescribable aura suddenly rippled out. She's about to break through. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to stay in place anymore. He rushed out of the island at a moderate distance and paid close attention to Zhang Ruoxi's movements. This position ensured that he wouldn't interfere with Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, and also ensured that he could rescue her in time if something happened to her. At this stage, Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough was going smoothly because of the 10 million source crystals he had, but Yang Kai knew that the real difficulty had yet to come. For Zhang Ruoxi, the most difficult hurdle right now was the world energy baptism. The world energy here was full of infinite disruption power. If she absorbed it into her body, who knew what would happen? But if she didn't absorb it, she wouldn't be able to break through. This was a dilemma. Hong long long, a buzzing sound came from the sky, and the originally cloudless sky suddenly changed. The entire sky was pitch black, and above the small island, a huge inky cloud suddenly formed. It slowly rotated and converged into a vortex. Within the inky cloud, lightning flashed and thunder roared, revealing the might of the heavenly Tao. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel nervous and looked up at the sky. At the same time, on the deck of a ship 500 kilometers away, a group of cultivators stood there and pointed in the direction of the island. In their opinion, this heavenly manifestation was obviously caused by Yang Kai, but they didn't know who it was. In Ling Yinqin's room, she leaned against the window and looked into the distance. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes as she muttered to herself, "He actually caused a heavenly manifestation?" Causing a heavenly manifestation meant that he would be baptized by world energy, and there really was a glimmer of hope for a successful breakthrough. Ling Yinqin suddenly felt that she seemed to have underestimated Yang Kai a little. Previously, she had said that Yang Kai's chances of breaking through were very low, but now it seemed that he really did have some confidence. However, what puzzled Ling Yinqin was that the power of this heavenly manifestation was a little off, because it obviously felt a little smaller. Although Ling Yinqin had never seen a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm, it obviously shouldn't be this small. In another room, Lu Xianyun was also looking out the window with a worried and nervous expression, but she didn't dare to rush over to take a look. She could only put her hands together and kneel on the ground, praying devoutly to the heavens. At the same time, 10,000 kilometers away, on the sea, there was also a ship sailing slowly. Although it was 10,000 kilometers away, the people on the ship still noticed the heavenly manifestation. A moment later, the ship suddenly changed its direction and sailed in the direction of the small island. It was obvious that it was here to investigate. Above the island, dark clouds were as thick as mountains, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Suddenly, a heavenly manifestation blasted towards the island from the sky. Looking at its trajectory, it seemed to be about to fall on Zhang Ruoxi's head. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he resisted the urge to help. Hong long, there was a loud noise as the heavenly manifestation blasted directly into the island. The spirit purifying array that Yang Kai had set up on the island suddenly collapsed, and the array flags hidden around it were damaged. At the same time, the light that shrouded the island disappeared. This high-grade spirit purifying array was destroyed just like that. Before the heavenly manifestation could fall on Zhang Ruoxi's head, her delicate body shook, and a huge phantom suddenly appeared behind her. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at it. It wasn't the first time he had seen this phantom. Back in the Four Seasons realm, it had appeared when Zhang Ruoxi broke through to a great realm, but Yang Kai never knew what this phantom was. He only guessed that it had a lot to do with Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline power. Now, looking at it again, the phantom was even more solid than the last time. What made Yang Kai feel strange was that he couldn't see it clearly. He only knew that this phantom was a huge woman, 20 to 30 meters tall, even bigger than Xiao Xiao after his transformation. She held a giant sword in both hands, her head reached the sky, and her feet touched the ground, giving off a strong visual impact. Although she was huge, this woman was definitely not ugly. She was like a stunning beauty that had been magnified countless times. No matter which part of her body it was, she was perfect and flawless. She was like Zhang Ruoxi's guardian, suddenly appearing behind Zhang Ruoxi. She was valiant and heroic, as if even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses, she would still be able to stop them. When the heavenly manifestation blasted down and fell into her body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not causing the slightest ripple. In the next moment, the phantom raised her head, stared at the sky, opened her mouth, and gently inhaled. The power gathered in the sky was directly sucked into her mouth, and in just 3 breaths, the dark sky became clear again, and the sea returned to its calm state. Even though he had seen it once, Yang Kai was still shocked and speechless for a long time. When a cultivator broke through to a great realm, it was common sense to be baptized by heavenly manifestation. No one could avoid it. If one could withstand it, they could peek into the mysteries of the next realm. If not, they would either die or be crippled. Yang Kai had been like this for so many years. But compared to Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, Yang Kai felt that his breakthrough was simply too weak. It was on a completely different level. Just as his thoughts were running wild, the huge phantom flashed into Zhang Ruoxi's body. In the next moment, the aura of the Tao source realm spread out from Zhang Ruoxi's body. Her bones creaked as the power in her body surged fiercely. Yang Kai was secretly anxious. He didn't know if there was a problem with the phantom swallowing the heavenly manifestation. After all, the world energy in this world was full of infinite disruption force. When the phantom swallowed the power of the heaven-devouring great emperor, it must have also swallowed the disruption force. He carefully observed Zhang Ruoxi's reaction and secretly decided to bring her into the sealed world bead if there was anything wrong. But no matter how he looked, Zhang Ruoxi didn't show any expression of discomfort. Instead, she had a happy expression, as if she was happy about her breakthrough. She was still sitting there, forming seals with her hands. This made Yang Kai confused. He couldn't understand the situation. Chapter 2372. 500 kilometers away, Ling Yin sighed inwardly. Did he really fail? The heavenly manifestation suddenly disappeared, which was obviously a sign of a failed breakthrough. She didn't know whether Yang Kai was alive or dead. She secretly felt sorry for Yang Kai. Although she wasn't familiar with Yang Kai, seeing a cultivator's path to Tao seeking come to an end made her feel sad. Inside the room, Lu Xianyun, who was kneeling on the ground and praying devoutly, suddenly collapsed to the ground, her pretty face pale and bloodless. After a long while, she gritted her teeth, stood up, and rushed outside. Whether Yang Kai was alive or dead, she had to find him. If he was alive, she wanted to see him, and if he was dead, she wanted to see his corpse. She felt that if it weren't for her, Yang Kai wouldn't have suffered such misfortune. With his aptitude, he would definitely be able to laugh proudly in the star boundary in the future and become an overlord. Lu Xianyun had just rushed to the deck when she suddenly saw a huge ship approaching. This ship was much larger and grander than the ship Ling Yin and the others were on, and it braved the wind and waves without the slightest sign of life. Lu Xianyun didn't know when it had approached, but by the time she noticed it, the two ships were already very close to each other. She looked up and saw that the deck of the opposite ship was filled with cultivators under the leadership of a purple-robed man. They were all glaring at the ship below, clearly harboring malicious intentions. Only then did Ling Yin and the others realize what was happening. They ran out of their cabins one after another, and when they saw the sail symbol on the opposite ship, their faces sank. Lu Xianyun was worried about Yang Kai's life and death, so she didn't have the leisure to pay attention to these things. She leaped up and was about to fly out. But the face of the purple-robed man on the opposite ship sank. He waved his hand, and without moving, a palm print swept over. On the island, Yang Kai waited until Zhang Ruoxi opened her eyes before slowly flying over and landing in front of her. He hurriedly asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" "Discomfort?" Zhang Ruoxi wore a blank look and shook her head, "No." Then, Her face lit up with joy and she said innocently, "Sir, I broke through to the Tao Source realm." A few years ago, she had never thought that she would one day be able to break through to the Tao Source realm and stand at such a high level. After all, the strongest member of the Zhang family back then was only a third-order origin king. Her family had not produced a Tao Source realm cultivator for many years, but since Yang Kai took her away from the Zhang family, her cultivation had risen steadily. He had grown at an inconceivable speed. In just a few years, he had achieved a feat that the ancestors of the Zhang family had never been able to achieve. Such a level of cultivation was enough to establish a firm foothold in Maplewood City. Zhang Ruoxi was extremely grateful to Yang Kai. She knew that if Yang Kai had not provided her with such a good and stable cultivation environment, she would not have been able to do such a thing. She also knew that if Yang Kai had not unearthed her cultivation talent, she would not have been able to do such a thing. Even if she cultivated for the rest of her life, she could forget about prying into the mysteries of the Tao Source realm. But now, she was only 17 years old, but she was already a Tao Source realm master. She still had a lot of good years ahead of her. She might even have the opportunity to reach the Emperor realm and pry into the secrets of the great emperors. Zhang Ruoxi's heart throbbed. "Give me your hand." Yang Kai came to her side. Although he did not notice anything unusual about Zhang Ruoxi, he was still a little worried and wanted to examine her carefully. Zhang Ruoxi blushed slightly and stretched out her white lotus-like hand. Yang Kai put his finger on it. He pushed a trace of source qi into her body and examined her carefully. After a short while, Yang Kai's body shook as he looked at Zhang Ruoxi in surprise and whispered, How is this possible?" "What's wrong, sir? Is there something wrong with Ruoxi?" Zhang Ruoxi was startled when she saw his ugly expression and suddenly became anxious. No. Yang Kai hurriedly shook his head, fearing that he would frighten her, but his brow furrowed more and more. His face was full of surprise, as if he had seen something extremely incomprehensible. Zhang Ruoxi did not move at all. She could only feel Yang Kai's source qi flowing around her body. Although Yang Kai did not touch any of her private parts, this feeling still made Zhang Ruoxi blush and she quickly lowered her head to her chest. But she also knew that Yang Kai was checking the situation in her body and did not have any bad intentions. After a short while, Yang Kai withdrew his finger and looked at Zhang Ruoxi strangely. "Sir, what's wrong with me?" Zhang Ruoxi asked in a low voice. "You're very good," Yang Kai replied, "so good that it's hard to believe." Yang Kai thought that Zhang Ruoxi would definitely be affected by the disruption force here after breaking through to the Tao Source realm in this damned place. He was prepared to take this girl to the small sealed world to heal, but now, after checking, Yang Kai found that there was no trace of disruption force in her body. The infinite disruption force that filled this world seemed to have completely evaporated after entering her body. That was not all. Although it was hard to believe, it was not enough to make Yang Kai lose his composure. The most important thing was that Yang Kai found that the power in Zhang Ruoxi's body was actually rich source qi, not saint qi. After a cultivator broke through to the Tao Source realm, their power would begin to gradually transform from saint qi into source qi. It took Yang Kai nearly a year to complete the transformation, and this was under the premise of taking a large number of source condensing pills. For example, although Qiyu, Guizhu, Gutsang and the others were now in the first-order Tao Source realm, the power in their bodies had not been completely transformed, and this was also the case for Lu Xianyun. Transforming source qi was an extremely long process. Any cultivator who had just broken through to the Tao Source realm would need at least 3 to 5 years to complete this transformation, and this was for a cultivator with good aptitude. For those with slightly worse aptitude, it was possible to take 8 to 10 years. Only by transforming all the power in one's body into source qi would one's foundation in the Tao Source realm be completely stabilized, and there would be hope for one to break through to the second-order Tao Source realm. Yang Kai watched Zhang Ruoxi break through on this island with his own eyes, but in such a short time, Zhang Ruoxi had already completed what would take an ordinary person several years to complete. There was no trace of Saint Qi in her body. What filled her tender body was pure and vigorous source Qi. In other words, Zhang Ruoxi had completed the complete transformation of her source Qi the moment she broke through. Yang Kai really couldn't figure out how such a strange thing could happen. Fortunately, this wasn't the only strange thing that had happened to Zhang Ruoxi. After thinking about it, Yang Kai could only attribute it to her bloodline. After all, Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was really extraordinary and seemed to be hiding a great secret. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to take it lightly. He let Zhang Ruoxi continue to carefully examine her body's condition on this island. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he took her back into the sealed world bead and instructed Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi to explain the mysteries of the Tao source realm to her and assist her in her future cultivation. The island was still the same, but the high-grade spirit purifying array arranged on this island was damaged. After Yang Kai collected the set of array base and array flags, a bitter look appeared on his face. He still didn't know how to explain it to Ling Yinqin when he returned. This high-grade spirit purifying array seemed to be an extremely precious thing to her. Yang Kai didn't know if Ling Yinqin would be angry at him for ruining it. Yang Kai checked the array base and array flags and found that they were seriously damaged. His expression became even more bitter. With a sigh, he put away these things and turned around to return. After a while, a strange look appeared on his face as he stared at the two ships anchored in the sea, his brow furrowing slightly. Of these two ships, one of them was naturally Ling Yinqin's, while the other was even larger than the other one he had never seen before. It was obvious that it had come here when he was helping Zhang Ruoxi break through. In the vast sea, the chances of these two ships running into each other were extremely low. The reason this large ship came here was probably because of the heavenly manifestation brought about by Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough. That was because the bow of the ship was pointing in the direction of the small island that he had come from. The large ship was 2 to 3 times larger than Ling Yinqin's ship, so when the two ships were placed side by side, they looked like a grandfather and grandson. Before Yang Kai could get close, he heard a commotion coming from the other side, causing his expression to sink. His figure flickered and he landed directly on the deck. Looking up, he saw Ling Yinqin and a dozen or so other crew members standing on the deck facing off against another group of people under her leadership. Ling Yinqin and the others looked angry, but the other side looked relaxed and indifferent, as if they didn't put Ling Yinqin and the others in their eyes at all. Meanwhile, Lu Xianyun was being guarded by the crew members behind her. Yang Kai saw that there was a red handprint on Lu Xianyun's pretty face, as if she had been slapped hard. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth that hadn't dried up yet. Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy. He didn't know what happened on this ship, nor did he know who the other group of people were, but it was obvious that Lu Xianyun was beaten up by these people who had just arrived. His sudden appearance obviously alarmed the two groups of people who were confronting each other. Lu Xianyun was the first to turn her head, and when she saw Yang Kai, she immediately forgot about her situation and shouted in a trembling voice, "Brother!" Her beautiful eyes constantly swept over Yang Kai, fearing that she would discover something that would worry her. After confirming that Yang Kai was safe and sound, without missing an arm or a leg, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. "You're actually fine?" Ling Yinqin also had a surprised expression on her face. Just now, Yang Kai must have caused a heavenly manifestation. Even though she was 500 kilometers away, she could still see it clearly. However, that heavenly manifestation only lasted for 5 breaths before it suddenly disappeared, which meant that Yang Kai's breakthrough had failed. How could a person from the third order Tao source realm fail to break through to the Emperor realm without suffering a backlash? Once he suffered a backlash from the heavenly manifestation, if he was lucky, his cultivation would be crippled, and if he was unlucky, he would die. However, Yang Kai really came back unscathed. Ling Yinqin examined Yang Kai several times before confirming that what she saw was real. Suddenly, her expression changed slightly, as if she had thought of something. Chapter 2373. This young man named Yang Kai must have severed his cultivation at a critical moment, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to be safe and sound. Severing one's cultivation was tantamount to severing one's own path of martial Tao. Thinking of this, Ling Yin-chin couldn't help but sigh. Looking at his complexion, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries, otherwise, he wouldn't have looked so bad. This person was really unlucky. He had only been in the solitary void-sealed world for a few days before encountering such a disaster. If he had been 2 months later, he might have been able to break through to the Emperor realm in the outside world. Brother Yang, did you fail to break through? Jiao Yi asked bluntly with his mouth wide open. He didn't think too much about it. He only asked because he saw that Yang Kai had returned so quickly without any signs of improvement in his cultivation. But as soon as he spoke, Ling Yin-chin quietly kicked him. Jiao Yi immediately knew that he had said something wrong and quickly shut his mouth. If there was no one else here, it would be understandable for him to ask out of concern for Yang Kai, but there were others here, so his question would undoubtedly let them know that Yang Kai's current state was very bad. I failed. Yang Kai replied calmly, without the slightest hint of annoyance. Breakthrough? The purple-robed man opposite him raised his brow when he heard this, as if he had realized something. He looked at Yang Kai and asked, "So, the commotion just now was caused by your breakthrough? Who are you?" Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Ling Yin-chin hurriedly sent a message. He's the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion, Yang Yaoshi. Profound Cloud Pavilion's influence on Clear Sky Island is not small, and the Pavilion Master's cultivation is in the Emperor realm. Don't speak. I'll take care of this matter. From her tone, it seemed that she was very afraid of this Profound Cloud Pavilion. Yang Kai had chatted with Jiao Yi a lot before and knew that there were many forces on Clear Sky Island. If one wanted to survive in this damned place, the cultivator had to stick together, so after a long time, various forces of various sizes would naturally emerge. Ling Yin-chin and the others were actually part of this group, but they weren't famous. In the entire Clear Sky Island, there were as many as 3 to 5 in the Emperor realm. These were the strongest forces under the control of the Emperor realm, and no one dared to casually provoke them. The Profound Cloud Pavilion was one of them. Yang Kai also did not expect that above this vast sea, he would actually still be able to run into the Profound Cloud Pavilion's ship. Ling Yin-chin had sent him a message, undoubtedly because she was afraid that Yang Kai was a newcomer. It was out of goodwill that he had offended the other party. At the same time, a man beside Yang Yaoshi suddenly leaned over and whispered something to Yang Yaoshi. Yang Yaoshi's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked at Yang Kai with a meaningful expression, and said with a smile, "Kid. You're just like that woman. Are they all new here? Why does he look so unfamiliar?" When Ling Yin-chin heard this, her heart couldn't help sinking. The dozen or so crew members on this ship were all fixed, so the man beside Yang Yaoshi obviously recognized them, so when he saw Yang Kai's unfamiliar face, he realized that these two should be newcomers. A new cultivator would generally carry a certain amount of source crystals, so this was tantamount to 2 fat sheep for a cultivator in the solitary void-sealed world. Even someone like Jiao Yi had been tempted, let alone someone from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Ling Yin-chin quickly said, "Brother Yang, these two are my crew members, they're not newcomers." "Brother Yang, you must be mistaken, right?" Yang Yaoshui's face sank and he snorted, "Cheap servant, is Brother Yang someone you can call me?" Although his cultivation was only in the 3rd order Tao source realm, not much different from Ling Yin-chin, he was the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion and had a master from the Emperor realm behind him. His status was not something a wild fox zen like Ling Yin-chin could compare to. Hearing Ling Yin-chin call him that, Yang Yaoshui immediately became annoyed. Ling Yin-chin's face turned ugly, but the situation was beyond her, so she had no choice but to lower her head and apologize. "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, this mistress misspoke. Please don't take offense." She had lived in the solitary void-sealed world for several decades and knew what kind of people she couldn't provoke, so even if she was angry, She could only swallow her anger and ask for a moment of peace. Jiao Yi and the other crew members secretly clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Humph. Yang Yaoshui glanced sideways at Ling Yinqin and said, "This is the only time. If you do it again, I won't let you off." "Many thanks, Vice Pavilion Master Yang," Ling Yinqin said through gritted teeth. "As for these two..." Yang Yaoshui pointed at Lu Xianyun and Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Do you think this king can't tell if they're newcomers or not? People who live in this damned place all year round will more or less have some sea qi on them, but they don't, so it's obvious that they've only been here for a short time. Ling Yinqin, how dare you deceive this king?" Ling Yinqin's pretty face changed slightly, knowing that she couldn't deny it now. She glanced at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun worriedly, thinking about how to get them out of this situation, but she also knew that there wasn't much hope, so her heart was filled with guilt. She originally thought that Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun would be panicking and fearful after being targeted by Yang Yaoshui, but when she looked around, the two of them were standing together with indifferent expressions and were whispering something to each other. It seemed like Yang Kai was asking Lu Xianyun who had left the mark on her face, but Lu Xianyun kept shaking her head and refused to say anything, making Yang Kai feel extremely helpless. "Hand over these two people and give me half of your harvest from this trip, and this king will make an exception and let you go." Yang Yaoshui pointed at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said arrogantly, "Half of our harvest?" Jiao Yi had a fiery temper, so when he heard this, he immediately exploded and stomped his foot. "Why don't you just rob us?" Yang Yaoshui's face sank and he glanced at Jiao Yi and snorted, "Ling Yinqin, are these people taught by you? Do you know the consequences of offending this king?" Ling Yinqin immediately glared at Jiao Yi and shouted, "Don't cause trouble." Since his big sister had spoken, even if Jiao Yi was dissatisfied, he didn't dare to say anything more, but his expression was extremely ugly. His suppressed anger almost ignited him, and the others also had similar expressions. They had painstakingly set out to sea, risking their lives, and finally returned with a full load, but they didn't expect to be blocked by Yang Yaoshui here and be robbed of half of their harvest. Half of their harvest was not small, and it was equivalent to the result of their previous 1-2 battle. Who would be willing to hand it over? Ling Yinqin cupped her fists and said, "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, since those two are on my ship, they are my crew, so this mistress will definitely ensure their safety. How about this? Our harvest this time is not small, so I can give it all to you, but the premise is that you don't make trouble for them. Are you bargaining with me?" Yang Yaoshui narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them as his whole body exuded an icy chill. Ling Yinqin raised her head and said, "We harvested 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral this time, as well as the corpse of an ice-fire profound armored dolphin. Vice Pavilion Master Yang can consider whether it is worth it or not." "What?" Yang Yaoshui was shocked and cried out, 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral and the corpse of an ice-fire profound armored dolphin? Even if he was the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion, he had never seen such a large amount of wealth in one go. Just the 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral alone was incredible, not to mention the corpse of a 12th-order monster beast. A 12th-order monster beast was equivalent to the Emperor realm, and its monster core was priceless. In the solitary void-sealed world, many spirit pills were refined from the monster cores of sea beasts, and this 12th-order monster beast's monster core was enough to refine an emperor-grade spirit pill. Its usefulness to Yang Yaoshui was simply immeasurable. He was immediately moved. However, Yang Yaoshui still said in a deep voice, "Ling Yinqin, you dare to tease this king? The ice-fire profound armored dolphin was a 12th-order monster beast. How could you have killed it with your strength?" Ling Yinqin said, "It's already dead, and that piece of gray feather coral was originally guarded by it. We just went there to mine and collect it." Yang Yaoshui immediately believed her, because in this solitary void sea, there were often some cultivator who encountered opportunities and fortuitous encounters that allowed them to obtain many good things without any effort. He laughed, "You're quite lucky. Not bad, not bad. With so many things, it's enough to buy your lives." Ling Yinchin quickly said, "So, Vice Pavilion Master Yang agrees?" Yang Yaoshui nodded. "Naturally, why wouldn't I agree to such a good thing? This king won't take them away, but in addition to the conditions you just stated, these two must also hand over their space rings." He wanted to take Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun away mainly for the source crystals in their space rings. As long as he could get the space rings, why would he care whether Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun lived or died? Ling Yinchin frowned. This mistress is unable to decide for them. Saying so, she turned to look at Yang Kai with a helpless expression. This was the limit of what she could do, so the rest was up to Yang Kai to see if he was tactful or not. Yang Kai snorted, "Shameless to such an extent, you can be considered unconventional." Previously, when Ling Yinchin and Yang Yaoshui were negotiating, Jiao Yi and the others did not interrupt even though they were angry. Even when Ling Yinchin said that she was willing to hand over all their gains in exchange for his and Lu Xianyun's safety, none of the crew objected. This made Yang Kai understand how high Ling Yinchin's prestige was among this group of people because he and Lu Xianyun had nothing to do with them. They had only paid for the tickets and rooms to be with them temporarily. With such a relationship, who would be willing to pay such a high price to protect them? Ling Yinchin did so because Yang Kai was on her ship, so he was one of the people on her ship. She had to protect the people on her ship. This was a woman of great principle. Her subordinates also trusted her, so no matter what decision she made, they would only obey. He naturally saw the meaning in Ling Yinchin's eyes, and although she did not say it clearly, she was undoubtedly trying to persuade him to pay up to avoid disaster. Ling Yinchin thought that Yang Kai had failed to break through and cut off his cultivation, so his momentum was weak, but how could she have known that he did not put these people in his eyes at all? So, when she heard him speak so arrogantly, Ling Yinchin's expression changed drastically and she hurriedly said, "Yang Kai, bear with it for a while and you'll find peace, but take a step back and you'll see the world." Yang Kai snorted, "Big sister Ling, the path of a cultivator is to forge ahead and face it head-on. Blindly retreating and enduring is not a good habit. Some people, if you take a step back, they will shit and piss on your head." Chapter 2374. Ling Yinchin was dumbfounded because many years ago, there was a man who told her the same thing. Even after so many years, that man's smile and demeanor were still engraved in her heart. At this moment, that figure gradually overlapped with the one in front of her named Yang Kai, causing her to fall into a daze. "Well said, but it's meaningless." Yang Yaoshui sneered, "This king wants to see how you're going to advance in front of me and face me head-on. You were the one who hit my junior sister?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "That's right." Yang Yaoshui looked at Yang Kai contemptuously, daring to be presumptuous in front of this king. A slap is already a light punishment. He was still threatening, but halfway through his sentence, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, his vision blurred as Yang Kai suddenly appeared half a meter in front of him, raised his hand, and sent a slap flying towards him. Yang Yaoshui shuddered and instinctively leaned to the side, trying to avoid this blow. But Yang Kai's speed was simply beyond his imagination, and by the time he moved, the slap had already landed on his face. *Pa*, Yang Yaoshui was sent flying, his body tumbling in mid-air as he spat out a few teeth and a mouthful of blood before landing heavily on the ground. Silence, the entire deck was dead silent. Jiao Yi and the others were all dumbfounded as they watched this unbelievable scene, the soles of their feet almost cramping. Ling Yinchin was also shocked, her heart palpitating. Although she hadn't had much contact with Yang Kai, from her impression, Yang Kai wasn't a hot-tempered person. On the contrary, he was quite polite. But what she didn't expect was that Yang Kai would directly attack Yang Yaoshui, and this move was a slap to his face. What should she do now? She had hoped that she could spend money to avoid this disaster, but now it seemed that this was just wishful thinking on her part. That's not right. Yang Kai failed to break through and severed his own cultivation. His aura should be very weak and his strength should have dropped significantly. Yang Yao Shui was a cultivator of the third-order Dao source realm. Even if he was ambushed, how could he not dodge his attack? But when Yang Kai attacked just now, there was no sign of his aura weakening or his strength dropping. The source energy fluctuations from that palm were clearly the power of the third-order Dao source realm. What was wrong with him? Ling Yin was a little confused. The group of people from Profound Cloud Pavilion was also stunned. In this solitary void sea, and even on Clear Sky Island, they had always been the ones to show off and act arrogantly. Who would have thought that one day they would be slapped in the face? Furthermore, the person who was beaten up was actually their own vice pavilion master. These people's minds buzzed for a moment, and they almost went silly. You actually dare to hit me? Yang Yao Shi crawled up from the ground, his entire face completely distorted. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai and shouted, "Do you know who this king is? How dare you hit me?" Yang Kai snorted, "You dare to be presumptuous in front of this young master? A slap is already a light punishment. If you dare to keep talking, I'll take your dog life." Yang Yao Shi was stunned. Then, he laughed in anger. He shouted hysterically, "Kill them! Kill them! I want all the men on this ship to die. I want all the women on this ship to suffer a fate worse than death." He was really provoked by Yang Kai and went completely berserk, his face full of resentment. Ling Yin's face changed drastically when she heard this and hurriedly shouted, "Vice Pavilion Master Yang, please show mercy." There were only a dozen or so crew members on her ship, and only half of them were Dao Source Realm cultivators. The remaining half were Origin Kings, but there were at least 30 people from Profound Cloud Pavilion. There were more than 20 Dao Source Realm cultivators. No matter how one looked at it, such a huge force was not something they could win against. If they really fought, they would definitely die without a grave. As the big sister, she naturally had to think for the crew. Yang Yao Shi said fiercely, "It's too late to say anything now. Ling Yin, this king will personally deal with you, strip you naked, and hang you on Clear Sky City's gates." His anger towards Yang Kai made him hate Ling Yin as well. As a female cultivator, being stripped naked and hung on the city gates for everyone to watch was definitely a great insult. Ling Yin's heart sank to the bottom when she heard this. Dong dong dong. Many of the cultivators from Profound Cloud Pavilion had already rushed over, each with a ferocious look on their faces. Obviously, they had no intention of letting Ling Yin and the others live. Seeing this, Ling Yin also knew that there was no turning back, so she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Fight!" Jiao Yi and the others' faces turned cold as they pushed their source chi and summoned their artifacts. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he suddenly returned to Jiao Yi and the others, facing the incoming storm head-on. "Brother, be careful." Lu Xianyun also took out her artifact and called out in a low voice, "Take care of yourself." As Kai Yang spoke, he flicked his wrist and a large long sword appeared in his hand, which he gripped tightly. "Chop off his limbs and cripple his cultivation. I want him to know the consequences of offending this king." Yang Yao Shui's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Yang Kai and shouted at his subordinates. He was truly furious. No one had ever dared to disobey his orders, let alone slap his face in front of so many people. Yang Kai was the first to do so, so his hatred for Yang Kai was so deep that even the water of the solitary void sea couldn't wash it away. If he didn't torture him, how could he dispel this resentment in his heart? Yang Kai was indifferent. Facing the dozens of cultivators pouncing on him like wolves and tigers, he simply swung his sword slightly. In an instant, sword light flashed and sword chi filled the sky. Million sword chi, chasing moon swallows the wolf. Myriad swords swept out, and sword chi shot forward like a waterfall, breaking through the sky with an imposing momentum. Hong hong hong. Before the Profound Cloud Pavilion cultivator at the front could figure out what was going on, he was shocked to find that his defensive artifacts and protective source chi had been easily destroyed. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his body and lost consciousness. Walala, on the deck, the smell of blood filled the air. The 7 or 8 cultivators at the front fell like cut straws, blood and internal organs flowing all over the floor. The cultivators at the back also suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground, howling miserably. When the other Profound Cloud Pavilion cultivators saw this turn of events, all of them stopped in their tracks in shock and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, their eyes overflowing with fear. Emperor Aura. Emperor Artifact? Yang Yaoshi, who was covering half of his face with his hand and waiting for a good show to begin, suddenly cried out in alarm. His eyes were like locusts biting onto Yang Kai's myriad sword, an extremely greedy look flashing across his face. As soon as Yang Kai attacked, he felt the aura of myriad sword. This was an emperor artifact, a genuine emperor artifact. If he could obtain it, he might be able to use the power of an emperor artifact to comprehend the mysteries of the emperor realm. Where did this little brat come from? How does he have an emperor artifact? Ling Yiqin and the others were also dumbfounded. They originally thought that they would not be able to escape this time and were prepared to drag a few people down with them before they died. They were mentally prepared to fight to the death, but before the enemy could reach them, more than a dozen of them had already fallen. And all this was caused by a single attack from Yang Kai. What's going on? Ling Yiqin was also confused by the sea breeze. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Yang Kai's back, thinking, didn't he fail to break through and sever his own cultivation? How can he still display such powerful strength? Was that attack just now the power of an emperor artifact? Yes, it was definitely the power of an emperor artifact. Otherwise, with Yang Kai's current situation, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a feat. She had long heard that emperor artifacts were extremely powerful, and now it seems that it was true. However, Yang Kai must have put a lot of burden on his body to use an emperor artifact, so it was very likely that he would not be able to make a second attack. What are you waiting for? He just failed to break through and doesn't have much strength left. After one attack, he'll be an arrow at the end of its flight. What are you waiting for? Yang Yaoshi was obviously thinking the same thing as Ling Yiqin. Seeing that his cultivator subordinates were scared out of their wits, he immediately shouted in disappointment, urging them to hurry up and make a move. Hearing him say this, the Profound Cloud Pavilion cultivator who had stopped in their tracks seemed to wake up from a dream. Their previous timidity and fear were swept away and replaced with ruthless looks. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly and flicked his hands, sending out 2 huge moon blades. Like 2 pitch-black wheels, they directly crashed into the crowd on the other side. In the next moment, screams and cries of alarm resounded through the sky. Wherever the moon blades passed, they destroyed everything in their path. No cultivator could resist them at all. With the slightest touch, they were cut in half and died on the spot. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you chose to throw yourself into it. Today, no one can leave. Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his hands, sending out one moon blade after another. On the deck, the Profound Cloud Pavilion cultivator instantly cried for their parents. A group of trash with only First-Order Dao Source Realm and Origin King Realm cultivation. With Yang Kai's current means, he really didn't need to put them in his eyes. In just 3 breaths of time, only 5 or 6 cultivators from Profound Cloud Pavilion were left alive. The rest were all lying on the deck, lifeless. Run! No one knew who shouted, but that person leaped up and flew towards the sea. They were completely frightened by Yang Kai's bloody methods, so how could they dare to continue fighting here? When the others saw this, they naturally lost the will to continue fighting and fled one after another. Ling Yiqin's face changed and she shouted in a low voice, Group 221, chase after them. Don't let them escape. This battle happened too quickly, so fast that she didn't even have time to react before it was over. But seeing the remaining people flee, how could she just sit back and watch? Once these people escaped and news of this reached Clear Sky Island, the pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion would definitely not let this matter rest. He was a master from the Emperor realm. Once he wanted to find trouble with them, no one could stop him. Jiao Yi and the others received the order and naturally hurriedly chased after them. On the deck, the sea breeze whistled and the stench of blood filled the air. It was nauseating and the scene on the deck was like a ghost town. It was a ghastly sight. Yang Yaoshi's entire body was trembling and his face was deathly pale as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. In his heart, he couldn't understand how this little brat could still have such powerful combat strength after failing to break through. More than 30 of his subordinates couldn't even last 10 breaths of time in front of him before almost all of them died. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. Chapter 2375. Looking at the cold and resolute face of Yang Kai, Yang Yaoshi felt a chill run down his spine, vaguely feeling that he had provoked an extremely powerful person and was filled with regret. Even if he managed to escape this time, he wouldn't be able to explain this huge loss to the pavilion master and would have to bear the pavilion master's wrath. Do you think I should stab you to death or stab you to death? A wicked smile bloomed on Yang Kai's face. Yang Yaoshi trembled all over as he said in horror, "You can't kill me. I'm the Vice Pavilion Master of Profound Cloud Pavilion. I'm Lord Mi Tianqing's subordinate. If you kill me, he absolutely won't let you off." Mi Tianqing? Yang Kai said coldly, "That First Order Emperor realm guy?" "Yes, Pavilion Master is very good to me." Yang Yaoshi quickly said, thinking that Yang Kai knew Mi Tianqing's name. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai showed a disdainful expression and curled his lips. "A First Order Emperor realm master is nothing. It's not like this young master hasn't killed one before." When Yang Yaoshi heard this, his first reaction was that this guy was bragging. How could a First Order Emperor realm master be so easy to kill? Moreover, these words came from the mouth of a Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. No matter how one looked at it, it sounded ridiculous. But he didn't dare to refute and could only say, "Let me go and I can give you a lot of benefits. If you kill me, you won't be able to move an inch on Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "You still dare to threaten me when you're about to die? I'm just telling the truth. What's more, it won't be easy for you to kill me with your current ability. Why fight until both sides are injured? Wouldn't it be better for us to sit down and talk?" Yang Kai sneered, "Talk should be based on the basis that both sides are equal. I can take your life with a snap of my fingers. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Don't underestimate this king. Even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. You think too highly of yourself." Yang Kai snorted, and the myriad sword in his hand slashed down at him. Yang Yaoshi went pale with fright. He'd never imagined that even after he'd tried so hard to persuade them, the other party would still attack him. For a moment, he was both angry and anxious in his heart, and he didn't hesitate any longer to directly withdraw a secret treasure to block in front of him. Whoosh, a crisp sound rang out. Yang Yaoshi was horrified to find that his artifact had actually shattered into pieces, unable to provide any form of protection at all. It disintegrated the moment his opponent's sword slashed down. The power of the Emperor artifact directly cut into his body and split him in half. Was he even human? Even until his death, Yang Yaoshi could not believe that he, a Third Order Dao Source realm, had been destroyed so easily. If he had known that the difference in strength between them was so great, how could he have continued to stay here? Perhaps he would have tried to escape. At the very least, there was still hope for survival. The deck soon became empty. Other than the corpses all over the ground, only Yang Kai was left. Even Lu Xianyun had followed Jiao Yi and the others to chase after the enemy. Yang Kai reached out and sucked the dead cultivator's space rings over. After inspecting them a little, he threw them on the ground in disgust. These cultivators should have lived in the solitary void-sealed world for a long time. There were a lot of things in their rings. But there was not a single one of them that had any real value. With Yang Kai's current wealth, he really didn't care about them. Yang Yaoshi's artifact was originally quite good, but after it was split apart by the myriad sword, it had lost its value. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to these people's space rings, and instead cast his gaze on the huge ship. This ship was driven by Yang Yaoshi and the others. In the solitary void-sealed world, this kind of large artifact used to go out to sea seemed to be very common. Yang Kai thought that he might need to go out to sea in the future, so he leapt up and flew to the opposite ship. He walked into the cabin, found the control center, and began refining it. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ling Yin-chin and the others returned from different directions. None of the dozen or so crew members were missing, and except for a few who were injured, everyone else was basically unharmed. Once everyone gathered and reported the situation to each other, Ling Yin-chin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. None of the profound cloud pavilion cultivator escaped. They were all hunted down and killed, so there was no need to worry about news of this place spreading to Clear Sky Island. Danger had happened on the solitary void sea, so it was normal for Yang Yaoshi and the others to go missing. Profound Cloud Pavilion might not suspect Ling Yin-chin and the others, and even if they did, there would be no proof, so she didn't have to worry about anything. After calming down, Ling Yin-chin felt like she had just walked through the gates of hell. She ordered the crew to clean up the deck and push the corpses into the sea. Releasing her divine sense, she found that Yang Kai was refining the Profound Cloud Pavilion's ship, but she didn't disturb him. Instead, she pulled Lu Xianyun aside and asked in a low voice, "What happened to that brother of yours?" If not for Yang Kai, they probably wouldn't have encountered such a thing, but at the same time, if not for Yang Kai, they definitely wouldn't have been able to harvest anything, and all their gains would have been stolen by Yang Yaoshi. Therefore, Ling Yin-chin was very grateful to Yang Kai, but what puzzled her was how Yang Kai could display such terrifying combat strength. More than 30 people on the Profound Cloud Pavilion's ship were almost wiped out by him alone. Only an Emperor Realm Master can do such an incredible thing, right? If such a powerful force was unfavorable to them, who on this ship could resist? Ling Yin-chin felt even more fortunate that she had stopped the greedy actions of Jiao Yi and the others that day, otherwise, she and the others wouldn't even know how they died. Although she didn't understand what she was asking, Lu Xianyun knew what she meant. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Brother is not an ordinary person. A few days ago, we were chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but we still managed to escape. It was all thanks to Brother's efforts." "You survived being chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master?" Ling Yin-chin was shocked. She had never experienced how strong a third-order Emperor Realm Master was, but she knew that it was absolutely impossible for a third-order Dao Source Realm Master to survive being chased. However, Yang Kai did it, which meant that he wasn't an ordinary third-order Dao Source Realm Master. Brother is very powerful. He even injured that third-order Emperor Realm Master. Lu Xianyun didn't seem to notice Ling Yin-chin's shock and added, "Injured." Ling Yin-chin was completely confused. She felt like her brain wasn't enough to process all of this. Everything she heard was completely beyond her comprehension. It was a sneak attack, and that third-order Emperor Realm Master seemed to have been injured before. Despite Lu Xianyun's explanation, Ling Yin-chin's mind was still buzzing. She didn't listen at all and just stared in the direction of the ship in a daze for a long time. "Big sister, they have a lot of good things. That Yang Yaoshi actually has more than 200,000 source crystals on him. We've struck it rich this time." Jiao Yi walked over with a happy face and handed the space ring in his hand to Ling Yin-chin. Only then did Ling Yin-chin come back to her senses and say, "Divide the things among yourselves, but throw away all the artifacts and unique things. You're not allowed to bring them back to Clear Sky Island. If they brought back artifacts and unique things, they might be exposed and the people of Profound Cloud Pavilion would be able to track them down, so Ling Yin-chin wouldn't allow such a thing to happen." Although Jiao Yi felt that it was a pity, he also knew that Big Sister was right. He immediately nodded and left, preparing to share the spoils with his brothers. The deck had been cleaned up, and all the corpses had been thrown into the sea. The blood had also been washed away. However, Yang Kai hadn't come out yet, so Ling Yin-chin could only continue to wait. About a day later, the ship on the other side suddenly buzzed and the entire hull began to tremble. In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of light, the huge ship suddenly disappeared, replaced by Yang Kai, who appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this moment, he seemed to have consumed a lot of his strength and his face was a little pale. However, he was holding an exquisite ship that had been shrunk countless times in the palm of his hand. It was obviously the one from Profound Cloud Pavilion. So fast. Even though Ling Yin-chin already had some understanding of Yang Kai's strength, she still couldn't help but be surprised. It only took Yang Kai a day to refine the ship's barrier. If someone else told her this, she wouldn't believe it at all, but the truth was right in front of her. How strong is this person? Ling Yin-chin had already overestimated Yang Kai as much as possible, but she found that she still underestimated him. Even if someone from the Emperor realm came here, it was impossible for him to refine the ship in just a day, right? She thought that she and the others would have to wait here for a month or two. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai had already put the ship into his space ring and his figure flickered, arriving on the deck. The dozen or so crew members looked at him in awe. Jiao Yi opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. With the strength Yang Kai showed yesterday, Jiao Yi no longer had the confidence to call Yang Kai a brother. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for everyone," Yang Kai said apologetically. He knew that the reason why the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion came here and found Ling Yin-chin and the others was most likely because of the commotion caused by Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough. Otherwise, how could they coincidentally run into each other in this vast sea? So, the cause of this matter was still him. Hearing what he said, the crew waved their hands and shook their heads. What a joke! The people from Profound Cloud Pavilion were slaughtered by Yang Kai in the blink of an eye, which showed how terrifying Yang Kai's strength was. They naturally didn't dare to take his polite words seriously. Observing their expressions, Yang Kai knew that these people were very afraid of him. "Brother Yang, we should be the ones thanking you. You saved us from a disaster," Ling Yin-chin said. Yang Kai had a very good impression of this woman. Previously, she was willing to hand over all her gains on this trip in exchange for his and Lu Xianyun's safety. Yang Kai saw it all, but it was a pity that Yang Yaoshi was too greedy and didn't know what to do. He just had to throw his life away. "Big Sister Ling is too serious. It's still my fault," Yang Kai said embarrassedly. He didn't know how to explain what happened before to Ling Yin-chin, and it wasn't easy to explain, so he could only vaguely say it. "How are you doing now?" Ling Yin-chin asked with a frown. Yang Kai had failed to break through earlier, severed his cultivation, fought a big battle, and even spent his energy refining the ship. In her opinion, he was simply courting death. "You should rest." Chapter 2376. Big Sister Ling, I have to apologize to you. Yang Kai scratched his head and awkwardly took out the high-grade spirit purifying array's array base. "I broke this thing." Ling Yin-chin took a look and found that her spirit purifying array was seriously damaged and could no longer be used. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with a hint of sadness, reminiscence, and regret. "If it's broken, then it's broken." Ling Yin-chin forced a smile and comforted, "It's just a high-grade spirit purifying array, don't worry about it." Yang Kai asked, "How many source crystals is this thing worth?" "I'll give it to you." Ling Yin-chin waved her hand, "No need. It's a pity that it wasn't able to help you." Saying so, she took out 2 wooden tokens and handed them to Yang Kai. "What are these?" Yang Kai asked doubtfully. "These are Clear Sky Island's identity tokens. You'll need them to enter Clear Sky City." Yang Kai reached out and took them. He immediately reacted and raised his eyebrows. "Did you take these from those people from Profound Cloud Pavilion? Will there be any problems with using these to enter the city?" "There won't be any problems. These 2 are just low-grade identity tokens and don't have any information recorded on them." If it's a high-grade identity token, it'll be different. Others won't be able to impersonate them, Ling Yin-chin explained. Thank you very much. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was originally worried about how he and Lu Xianyun would be able to sneak into Clear Sky City safely, but he didn't expect these people from Profound Cloud Pavilion to take the initiative to give them identity tokens. This was truly timely help. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back and rest first. Brother Yang, help yourselves, Ling Yin-chin said. Then, she turned and walked into the cabin. Lu Xianyun came over. She whispered to Yang Kai, brother, that high-grade spirit purifying array was left behind by big sister Ling's partner. It's very important to her. She had heard this information from Jiao Yi, but when she saw the change in Ling Yin-chin's expression just now, she knew that Jiao Yi was telling the truth. This high-grade spirit purifying array was indeed very important to Ling Yin-chin, as it contained her longing for someone. Only then did Yang Kai realize how much he had damaged. He hurriedly said in a loud voice, Miss Ling, I will definitely find someone to repair your spirit purifying array. The spirit purifying array was only damaged and not destroyed. Yang Kai originally wanted to compensate Ling Yin-chin with some source crystals, or by a set of similar spirit purifying arrays when they reached Clear Sky Island, but now that he knew the significance of this spirit purifying array to Ling Yin-chin, it didn't seem appropriate to compensate her or by a set of similar spirit purifying arrays. The best way was to find someone to repair the array flag and array base. When Ling Yin-chin heard this, her footsteps paused slightly. However, he didn't turn around. He just waved his hand lightly. His back seemed extremely bleak as he walked further and further away. Brother Yang, do you too want to take a rest as well? Jiao Yi walked over with a flattering smile, his attitude no longer as casual as before. Instead, he was a little more careful. We're about to set sail. It'll take us less than a month to reach Heavenspan Island. Old Jiao will call you when we arrive. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Brother Jiao. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards the room with Lu Xianyun. After a while, the ship set sail again. Inside the room, Lu Xianyun wanted to ask about Yang Kai's current situation several times, but she swallowed the words back down every time. Yang Kai's failure to break through to the Emperor realm should have been a big blow to him, so Lu Xianyun felt that if she asked again, he would definitely be saddened even more. She didn't know how to comfort Yang Kai and sighed in her heart. She felt that the heavens were really unfair to allow Yang Kai to find an opportunity to break through in this damned place. The speed of the ship wasn't slow. Occasionally, they would encounter attacks from sea beasts, but the cultivator on board was able to deal with them properly. It could be seen that Ling Yin-chin's subordinates, no matter how high their cultivation was, were all extremely experienced cultivators and had great experience in dealing with sea beasts. The entire journey was more daunting than dangerous. About 20 days later, Yang Kai suddenly heard a commotion on the deck. He listened carefully and learned from the joyous conversations of the crew that they were about to reach Clear Sky Island. Because the cultivator on Clear Sky Island had to search for cultivation resources at sea, every trip out to sea was accompanied by great risks. Often, 10 to 20 people would go out, but less than half would return. But this time, Ling Yin-chin's ship was very different. No matter how many people went out, they would all return. Not only that, but they also had a great harvest, so the crew was naturally overjoyed. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the ship slowed down and soon came to a complete stop. Hearing a burst of noise, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that the ship had arrived at the edge of a huge island and was docked at a place similar to a pier. Before Ling Yin-chin and the others arrived, there were already several ships waiting to dock, and from time to time, a cultivator would fly out of those ships and land on the ground. As soon as these cultivators landed, many people would gather around them, as if every cultivator that returned from the sea was in high demand. Yang Kai saw a cultivator that returned from the sea exchange a few words with another person before quickly leaving with that person. Brother Yang, we've arrived at Clear Sky Island. Ling Yin-chin's voice came from outside the door. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at each other and quickly stood up. When they arrived on the deck, Jiao Yi and the others were already waiting impatiently. When they saw Yang Kai, they all nodded at him in awe. These people are selling their harvest from the sea? Yang Kai walked to Jiao Yi's side and pointed at the cultivator that was talking. Jiao Yi nodded and said, yes. Basically, there will be some harvest from a trip to the sea. There are people waiting at the docks, and when they see those that return from the sea, they will take the initiative to buy it. If the price is agreed upon, it's very cost-effective to sell it, saving us the trouble of going to the city to find a buyer. Many shops in the city have people waiting here, and every time someone returns, they will surround them like madmen. The competition is fierce. After listening to Jiao Yi's explanation, Yang Kai knew that his guess was right. He had thought so when he saw this scene before. Let's go. Jiao Yi called out, and the crew used their movement skills to fly to the shore. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun followed closely behind, but Ling Yinqin stayed behind. She formed a seal with her hands and prepared to put away the ship. As soon as the crew came ashore, many merchants immediately came up to them and surrounded them, offering good prices to buy their harvest from this trip. Jiao Yi and the others were undoubtedly very familiar with this, so they all pretended to be profound and put on airs as they whispered to the merchants. It didn't take long for someone to agree on a price and go to the side to prepare for the transaction. Jiao Yi and the others had gained a lot from this trip to the sea. Not to mention the more than 100,000 gray feather corals and the corpse of a 12th order monster beast, the spoils that Yang Kai collected after killing the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion were many times more than what they usually got. The harvest was too big to be sold all at once, so the dozen or so crew members split up and prepared to convert a part of the harvest into useful cultivation materials for themselves, such as source crystals and spirit pills. They would find an opportunity to sell the rest later. Otherwise, if they took out so many good things at once, they would definitely be inviting trouble. Source crystals were hard currency, whether it was in the outside world or in the solitary void sealed world. There was another kind of thing popular here, and that was spirit pills. Any spirit pill that was slightly useful could be converted into source crystals and used as a bargaining chip. While Yang Kai was looking around curiously, a middle-aged beauty suddenly appeared in front of him. This middle-aged beauty wore a long green dress, and her figure was enchanting and voluptuous. Her breasts were bulging, and her clothes were almost torn apart. She was extremely eye-catching, and her cultivation was not low, at least in the second-order Dao source realm. However, although she looked enchanting, her demeanor was extremely dignified and beautiful. It was unknown whether she had been too slow just now or disdained to compete with others, but she hadn't been able to connect with the crew members who had just returned from the sea. Seeing Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun standing there with no one paying any attention, she took the initiative to approach them. Pursing her lips, she cupped her fists and said, "Little brother, this way please." "Madam, do you need something?" Yang Kai looked her up and down. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "This mistress is Deacon Fan Xian of Ice Heart Pavilion." Ice Heart Pavilion? Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help but take a closer look at this beautiful woman named Fan Xian. Fan Xian asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Little brother doesn't know about Ice Heart Pavilion?" She found it very strange. Although Ice Heart Pavilion wasn't big on Clear Sky Island, it was definitely famous. As long as one lived on Clear Sky Island, it was impossible not to know about Ice Heart Pavilion. However, Yang Kai's reaction just now seemed to be very surprised, as if this was the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion. Yang Kai said calmly, "Of course I have heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but I didn't expect that Ice Heart Pavilion would buy things here." Of course, this was nonsense. It was indeed the first time he had heard of Ice Heart Pavilion, but Yang Kai also knew that his performance just now had aroused the beautiful woman's suspicion, so his words would undoubtedly dispel her doubts. Sure enough, the beautiful woman smiled bitterly and said, "Business is not easy, and there is competition everywhere. This mistress was forced to do this." She changed the topic and went straight to the point. "I wonder if little brother has any harvest from this trip to sea? If so, can you take it out and let me have a look? This mistress will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Their goods are with me. If there's anything you need to discuss, come find me. Ling Yin-chin walked over step by step from a distance and finally helped Yang Kai out of his predicament. He didn't have any goods on hand. If he had known that the situation at the docks was like this, he would have definitely left something in his space ring after killing those people from Profound Cloud Pavilion. Fan Xian heard this and looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not knowing why he put the goods in Ling Yin-chin's hands. After all, the dozen or so people who came off the ship just now all brought something with them. Yang Kai spread his hands and smiled. I tend to get carried away when I see a beautiful woman. Big sister was afraid that I would suffer a loss, so she gave me full authority. Now it seems that it was a wise decision. Fan Xian covered her mouth and laughed. Little brother is really interesting. Chapter 2377. Fan Xian of Ice Heart Pavilion soon got together with Ling Yin-chin and secretly communicated with each other through divine sense. After a while, Ling Yin-chin looked up at Yang Kai and said, Junior sister Fan's price is very reasonable, so I'm going to sell it. What do you think? She was obviously just putting on a show for Fan Xian to see. Moreover, her cultivation was a minor realm higher than Fan Xian's, so it didn't matter if she called her junior sister. Fan Xian immediately looked at Yang Kai expectantly. She had been here for most of the day but hadn't gained anything. Now, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. As long as Yang Kai nodded, she would receive a lot of things, so she was naturally looking forward to it. Yang Kai smiled and said, then let's sell it. Fan Xian immediately smiled, many thanks to senior sister and little brother. Don't worry, our Ice Heart Pavilion has always been fair and honest when it comes to business. We definitely won't lower the price. Ling Yin-chin said lightly, I've heard of Ice Heart Pavilion's name a long time ago, otherwise, I wouldn't have sold it to you. As they spoke, the two quickly exchanged the goods. Yang Kai quietly took a look and found that in addition to some source crystals, Fan Xian also gave Ling Yin-chin some spirit pills. After receiving the goods, Fan Xian was very happy and her attitude became more enthusiastic. Little brother, if you have anything else to sell in the future, don't forget this mistress. The price is negotiable. Yang Kai nodded, no problem. Let's go, Ling Yin-chin called out and led Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun forward. After walking out of the noisy dock, the three of them stopped. They stood in place and waited for the others to arrive. About an incense stick worth of time later, the dozen or so crew members had all returned, and all of them were beaming with joy. Obviously, their harvest was not small. What they had just sold was only a small part of the harvest from this trip. There was still a lot more that they hadn't taken out yet. The 100,000 pieces of gray feather coral were too large and would have to be sold in batches, so it was obviously not suitable for them to be traded at the dock. Ling Yin-chin planned to wait until they returned to Clear Sky City before making a decision. Just the harvest from this trip alone was enough for them to not have to worry about food and water for the next 3 years, and they could even move to a better place to live. After walking for a short while, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city gate was also huge, like the open mouth of a beast, waiting to devour its prey. The top of the city gate was engraved with 3 large words, Heaven Connect City. At the city gate, with the cultivator's protection, passers-by had to pay a low-grade origin crystal or something of equivalent value before they could enter. Seeing this, Kai Yang frowned. Source crystals were extremely precious in this solitary void-sealed world. He thought that as long as he had an identity token, he would be able to enter and exit this place at will, but he didn't expect that he still had to pay source crystals. This low-rank source crystal was nothing to him. However, for those poor cultivator who had lived here for a long time, it was tantamount to a considerable fortune. There weren't many people in front of the city gate. Other than the cultivator who had just returned from the dock and was lining up to enter the city, no one had left the city. It was obvious that the cultivator in Clear Sky City was unwilling to spend a single source crystal to enter and exit the city at will. They would only do so when they needed to go out to sea or when they had to leave the city. Ling Yinchen's group of a dozen or so people easily entered the city after paying a dozen or so source crystals and verifying everyone's identity tokens. Yang Kai was originally a little worried that his identity as a newcomer would be exposed. But seeing how simple things were, he knew that he was overthinking things. After entering the city, it was a lively scene. There were many cultivator shops in the city, and there were many shops on both sides of the street. There was an endless stream of cultivator shops. However, he soon noticed something different. Many cultivator were sitting cross-legged on both sides of the street, staring blankly ahead with blank expressions. There were many of these cultivator, and regardless of their cultivation, their auras were extremely weak, as if they hadn't cultivated for a long time. They just sat there, motionless. Not only that, there were also many people dressed as beggars on the street, constantly begging and bowing, but with little to show for it. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't expect that the seemingly bustling Clear Sky City would be so bleak on the inside. These are all pitiful people. Ling Yinchen sighed. Without cultivation resources, their cultivation is declining day by day, and they don't have the ability to go out to sea to find things. Other than begging, they can only wait for death. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai understood why the streets were like this. Just entering the city and seeing this, who knew how many people were waiting for death in Clear Sky City? Is there really no way to leave this place? Yang Kai asked. Ling Yinchen shook her head. I've never heard of anyone successfully leaving this place. While the two were talking, an angry shout suddenly came from not far away. Little thief, how dare you steal from me? The shout was followed by a commotion in the crowd not far away, with occasional sounds of fighting. Yang Kai released his divine sense and immediately found out what was happening. It seemed that a cultivator had been robbed, and the cultivator who was robbed had a first-order Tao Source Realm cultivation, while the person who robbed him was only a second-order Origin King. Not only was his cultivation much weaker than the other party, but his aura was so weak that he might not even be able to display the power of a first-order Origin King. This kind of suicidal behavior was absolutely impossible outside, but it seemed to be normal in Clear Sky City. With 2 bangs, the robber was killed on the spot and his space ring was taken back. The cultivator from the first-order Tao Source Realm was about to say something, but suddenly, countless people with blank expressions swarmed over from both sides of the street. These people's originally empty eyes were now red as they stared at the cultivator's space ring and fought over it. Even if the owner of the space ring was from the first-order Tao Source Realm, 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. Although he killed several people, no one retreated and was soon overwhelmed by the crowd. Asterisk schwa schwa, asterisk just as these people were fighting fiercely, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky. These 2 people were full of imposing auras. They were dressed in black robes, and their faces were full of ridicule as they watched the fight in front of them. However, they had no intention of stopping it. They are from Clear Sky City's law enforcement team, Jiao Yi explained softly to Yang Kai. They don't care? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Since they were from the law enforcement team, they naturally had to maintain the peace of the city, so why were they doing nothing when a fight was happening right in front of them? Jiao Yi sneered, you'll know when you see. Asterisk peng peng asterisk, 2 more robbers were sent flying by the owner of the ring, but this person seemed to be a little exhausted. Although his situation was better than those who were waiting for death or begging, his cultivation had dropped drastically after coming to Clear Sky Island. He couldn't exert the strength of a Tao Source Realm cultivator at all. At this moment, he was covered in wounds and exhausted. When he raised his head, he happened to see the 2 law enforcers in black robes. He hurriedly shouted, Your Excellencies, help me. These people are lawless. They actually robbed in broad daylight. Please uphold justice. The 2 law enforcers didn't move after hearing this and just watched coldly. The owner of the ring shouted again, Master, please help. This one is willing to give you half of the things in the space ring as a reward. One of the law enforcers heard this and sneered, only half. The owner of the ring gritted his teeth and said with a bitter face, I'll give it all to you, master. He knew that if he didn't get help soon, he would really be killed by these lawless people. Compared to his own life, what else was worth? The two law enforcers walked forward lazily, and the one who spoke earlier snorted, since you're so sensible, we'll help you. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them attacked together. They were extremely ruthless, and as their energy surged, they directly blasted the robbers away. There were countless casualties in the air, and the air was instantly filled with a strong smell of blood. As soon as the two of them attacked, the surrounding cultivator instantly fell silent. The robbers who were lucky enough to survive immediately scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay any longer. Only the cultivator who had been robbed was left on the ground, lying there with blood all over his body. He looked extremely miserable. The law enforcers walked over, stretched out their hands, and sucked the space ring into their palms. After checking it with their divine sense, they frowned and said in disdain, poor bastard. That's all you have. After saying that, they even spat at the cultivator in disdain and swaggered away. This person can only wait for death in the future, Jiao Yi sighed. The cultivator who had been robbed probably didn't have much to begin with, and now that he had lost his space ring, unless he could find a fleet to follow them out to sea as soon as possible, he would definitely end up like the robbers, sitting here and waiting for death. It's so chaotic here, Yang Kai's face darkened. Ling Yin-chin said, when you're at the end of your rope, you can do anything. These people were also forced into a corner. Yang Kai was silent, knowing that Ling Yin-chin had a point. Those robbers were already waiting for death, so what else in this world could they be afraid of? However, what made Yang Kai feel a little incredulous was that the law enforcers of Clear Sky City were also so dirty. To put it nicely, what happened just now was hitting someone while they were down, forcing them to repay their kindness, but to put it bluntly, it was robbery. From the looks of it, Clear Sky City was a place without law, and it was hard for Ling Yin-chin and the others to live here for so long. This is the outer city district, so it's relatively chaotic. The inner city district is safer, so this kind of thing won't happen, Ling Yin-chin explained. Then, are you living in the outer city or the inner city? Yang Kai asked. Jiao Yi replied, the outer city, but we can move to the inner city in a few days. Their harvest this time was not small, enough to rent a good cave house in the inner city. Although the inner city's expenses were generally more expensive, it was safer, so some of the costs were still worth it. Ling Yin-chin said, Brother Yang, you've just arrived, so it's best to rent a cave house to live in first and slowly familiarize yourself with this place. I was planning to do the same. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know how long he would have to stay on Clear Sky Island, so he had to find a place to stay. Chapter 2378. This should be the place to rent a secluded home, right? Yang Kai stood in front of a large hall at the junction of the outer city and inner city, looking up before calling out to Lu Xianyun and walking in. The reason he was able to find this place so quickly was naturally thanks to Ling Yin-chin and the others' guidance. Originally, Jiao Yi wanted to accompany him personally, but Yang Kai politely declined. Jiao Yi and the others had been out at sea for so long, so they definitely had their own matters to attend to. Moreover, it was just renting a secluded home, so it wasn't anything troublesome. Yang Kai believed that he could handle it himself. Before parting, Jiao Yi gave Yang Kai a communication bead and told him to call if he needed help. There were not many cultivators coming and going in this hall, but there were also quite a few of them. When Yang Kai arrived, there were already a few people waiting in front of him. They all seemed to be here to rent secluded homes. He stood to the side and watched silently for a while, quickly understanding the procedures. Half an hour later, when it was his turn, he walked up directly, threw a bag of source crystals on the table, and said to the cultivator in charge, I want to rent a medium-sized secluded home for a year. Outer city or inner city? The cultivator glanced up at Yang Kai and asked lightly. Yang Kai coldly snorted, if it was an outer city secluded home, would I give you so many source crystals? Do you think I'm an idiot? The person in charge was not angry and just grinned. He picked up the bag of source crystals and weighed it in his hand before putting it away. He pointed to the sand table beside him and said, choose for yourself. This sand table looked like a model of the entire Clear Sky City, except that it was countless times smaller. But every building was lifelike. There were two large areas of territory that were secluded homes. One of them was in the outer city and was relatively cheap, while the other was in the inner city and was relatively more expensive to rent. Most of the secluded homes had small flags outside, indicating that the secluded home had been rented out. Only a few secluded homes were still empty. Yang Kai was just looking for a place to stay, so he did not have many requirements for the quality of the spirit purifying array or the amount of world energy in the secluded home. So, he just glanced at the sand table and pointed to a secluded home, this one. The person in charge glanced over and tossed a token towards Yang Kai, not even bothering to raise his head as he said, this is a restriction token, keep it for yourself. You are not allowed to sublet it or replace the spirit purifying array at will. If you are found to have done so, you will be killed without mercy. Yang Kai caught the token. After a brief inspection, he put it away and left with Lu Xianyun. Another half an hour later, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun arrived in front of the secluded home. The secluded home in the inner city was located in a mountain range on the island. Many secluded homes of various sizes were built on this mountain range, and the overall environment was quite good. The world energy of the solitary void sealed world. The world energy here was extremely rich. However, this world energy was mixed with infinite disruption force, so a cultivator could not absorb it at will. They could only absorb it after arranging a spirit purifying array. Depending on the quality of the spirit purifying array, the efficiency of a cultivator's cultivation varied greatly. But generally speaking, even with the highest grade spirit purifying array, a cultivator could only barely keep their cultivation from weakening while cultivating in this damned place. They could not improve at all. The medium-sized secluded home Yang Kai rented was naturally equipped with an intermediate-grade spirit purifying array. He and Lu Xianyun entered the secluded home to investigate. They found that the secluded home was fairly large, with 3 rooms, one for alchemy, one for artifact refining, and even a living room. Compared to the secluded home Yang Kai rented in Maplewood City, this was undoubtedly much better, but the price was about the same. Source crystals were extremely precious in the solitary void sealed world, so the same price represented a different value. Source crystals of the same level were naturally more valuable in the solitary void sealed world. Junior sister, find a room for yourself, Yang Kai said to Lu Xianyun. What about you? Lu Xianyun asked. I'm going to familiarize myself with the environment and find that artifact refining grandmaster to repair Ling Yinchin's spirit purifying array. Lu Xianyun said, brother, you must be careful. I know. If you have nothing else to do, you can strengthen the various barriers in the secluded home. We may have to stay here for quite a while. Come back early, Lu Xianyun said softly. Lu Xianyun whispered softly, blushing after saying this because she suddenly felt that she and Yang Kai were like a married couple living together. Before the husband left home, the wife would be worried about him, and wouldn't she be in the role of the wife? Thinking of this, her cheeks immediately became hot, but when she raised her head again, Kai Yang had already disappeared. After making several turns on the streets of Clear Sky City and asking for directions several times, Yang Kai finally arrived in front of a small alley. He turned his head and looked around with a strange expression on his face, muttering to himself, he didn't walk, did he? Would that artifact refining grandmaster live here? When he separated from Jiao Yi and the others earlier, Jiao Yi gave him a communication bead and secretly sent him a message, telling Yang Kai that if he really wanted to repair Ling Yinchin's high-grade spirit purifying array, he should go to the inner city to find Grandmaster Sangda. On the entire Clear Sky Island, Grandmaster Sangda was the best artifact refiner. It was said that he had already faintly touched upon the mysteries of being an emperor artifact refiner. At least 80% of the high-grade spirit purifying arrays on Clear Sky Island were refined by Grandmaster Sangda. Since this person could refine a high-grade spirit purifying array, it shouldn't be a problem for him to repair it. Jiao Yi also knew the importance of the high-grade spirit purifying array to Ling Yinqin, so he secretly gave Yang Kai some pointers. He also hoped that the spirit purifying array could be repaired. Yang Kai wasn't familiar with Clear Sky City, but Grandmaster Sangda's reputation was great, so he just asked a few people on the way here before coming here. It was just that he couldn't believe that a guy who was about to become an emperor artifact refiner would actually live in a corner like this. But then he remembered that some masters had strange temperaments and always acted unexpectedly, so he wasn't surprised. He walked straight to the end of the alley and came to a large door. The door was open, and Yang Kai glanced inside and found a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was empty and spotless. There was a guy dressed like a boy sweeping the floor outside with a broom. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Little brother, please." The boy seemed to be deaf and didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai at all. He only cared about sweeping the floor as if there was a stunning beauty lying there. Yang Kai coughed dryly and asked, "Excuse me, is this the place where Grandmaster Sangda cultivates?" Only then did the boy raise his head and say impatiently, "Since you've already found this place, what's the point of asking?" Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that he had found the right place and hurriedly said, "Is Grandmaster free right now? I have something I need Grandmaster's help to repair. I don't know." "Who are you? Don't you know the rules?" "Rules? What rules?" Yang Kai looked confused. The boy looked Yang Kai up and down and sneered, "You didn't even inquire about the rules before coming here. You're really interesting. You want to see Grandmaster like this? Maybe in your next life." Yang Kai humbly asked for guidance. "Please give me a few pointers, little brother." The boy raised his head and looked at the sky, holding the broom in his hand as he stood there, twirling it between his fingers. This boy wanted something good. As soon as Yang Kai saw this boy's posture, he knew that he had done this kind of thing many times before. No wonder people said that the king of hell was easy to meet but the little demons were difficult to deal with. This boy was an out-and-out little demon. Yang Kai suppressed the displeasure in his heart, took out a cloth bag from his space ring, and handed it to the other party, asking, "Can you speak now?" The boy weighed the cloth bag in his hand before smiling with satisfaction and pointing condescendingly at Yang Kai. "Grandmaster's time is precious. How could he have so much free time to bother with you people? However, Grandmaster is a kind and benevolent man. Seeing that you are trapped on Clear Sky Island and that life is not easy, he deliberately squeezed out some time to help you refine artifacts." Yang Kai curled his lips fiercely when he heard this. This boy spoke as if he wasn't trapped on Clear Sky Island. How shameless. "You'll remember." The boy's face was solemn as he quickly said, "Every month, Grandmaster will only open his door 3 times, and he will have 3 chances to help you refine artifacts. If you want to ask Grandmaster for help, it will depend on your own luck. Of course, in addition to these 3 times, Grandmaster will occasionally make an exception and open his door when he is in a good mood. Every time he opens his door, he will only refine artifacts for the first 10 people. If you are late, you won't get a chance. 3 chances, and 10 people each time." Yang Kai frowned, thinking that this Grandmaster Sangdo was quite arrogant, setting so many strange rules. However, Yang Kai understood why there was no one here today. Obviously, it was not time to open the door yet, or perhaps it had already been opened. "You're worth teaching, that's how it is." The boy smiled and nodded. "How old are you, little boy? How dare you talk to master like this?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he reached out and knocked the boy. The boy's head shrank back, but he did not dodge. His cultivation was not high, only at the origin returning realm, so how could he avoid Yang Kai's blow? You dare hit me?" The boy took a few steps back, covering his head with his hands as he screamed. His eyes were red, and he looked very angry. "Hitting you is already going easy on you. If you dare to be so disrespectful again, I'll really beat you up. The boy seemed to be frightened. He worked for Grandmaster Sangda, and everyone who came here was polite to him, not daring to offend him in the slightest. This was the first time he had met someone who dared to teach him a lesson. Frightened, he turned his head and glanced at the courtyard, as if expecting Grandmaster Sangda to stand up for him, but there was no movement from inside. What are you looking at? At such a young age, you already know how to intimidate others. What will you do when you grow up? I'm asking you a question, answer honestly. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The boy looked unhappy, but he did not say anything. How many times has Grandmaster opened the door this month? Yang Kai asked. Twice. The boy snorted. When will the next time be? How would I know? Grandmaster opens the door at random. He will refine artifacts for you whenever he is in a good mood. Just you wait. Chapter 2379. You want to find a Grandmaster to refine an artifact, but you won't have the chance today. The boy snorted, but you're lucky to have met this boy. If you don't mind, you might as well take out the materials and I'll refine it for you. You're also an artifact refiner? Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. The boy raised his head and puffed out his chest, flicking his hair in a carefree and unrestrained manner as he said proudly, "What's so difficult about artifact refining? This boy is talented and has been under the Grandmaster's tutelage for so long, so it's definitely not a problem for me to help you, but as for the reward..." Kai Yang's mouth twitched, and without looking back, he left. This boy was just an origin returning realm cultivator, so even if he was an artifact refiner, how good could he be? He was looking for Grandmaster Sangda to repair the high-grade spirit purifying array, and repairing it was even more difficult than refining it. He was sure this boy didn't have the ability to do so. Don't go. Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, this boy is a saint-grade artifact refiner. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another one. Don't regret it. The boy stomped his feet behind him, as if he was deeply humiliated by Yang Kai. For the next few days, Yang Kai went to Grandmaster Sangda's place every day. According to the boy, Grandmaster Sangda had already opened the door twice this month, so there was only one last chance left. However, he didn't know the exact time, so Yang Kai could only try his luck. Unfortunately, after a few days, Yang Kai still had no results. However, after walking around the streets these days, Yang Kai had gained a better understanding of the situation in Clear Sky City and the local customs here. There were only a few days left this month, so Yang Kai was afraid that he would miss the opening time of the Grandmaster if he was late. Or if he wasn't able to squeeze into the top 10 spots. So, instead of running around, he went directly to the Grandmaster's residence and squatted down. He thought that he had arrived early enough and would definitely occupy a good spot, but when he really arrived, Yang Kai realized that he was wrong. In front of Grandmaster Sangda's residence, there were already many cultivators waiting in line. Kai Yang stared blankly. However, after thinking about it carefully, he knew that these people must have the same thoughts as him. He felt that there was not much time left in this month, but the master still had one last chance to open the door, so he came here in advance to wait. He counted carefully and found that there were 9 people in total. In other words, including himself, there were 10 people in total. At that moment, he didn't say anything and silently went to stand at the end of the line. That boy seemed to be a little crazy in front of people. After seeing so many people, he tried his best to promote himself, bragging about his abilities, hoping that the cultivator would give him the materials and let him refine the equipment. However, the cultivator who lived here obviously knew the ability of this boy. When a bucket of water was not full, half a bucket of water would sway. Everyone remained silent in the face of the boy's endless chatter. No matter what he said, she didn't pay any attention to him. The boy seemed a little annoyed. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "If you have time to blabber here, why don't you go look for materials and practice? You look like you've been with the master for a long time. Didn't the master teach you to take things one step at a time and to avoid biting off more than you can chew? The boy muttered, you don't have to talk so much. Stand there obediently. However, after being lectured by Yang Kai, he was too embarrassed to continue pestering the cultivator. He turned around and went into the house, closing the door. Out of sight, out of mind. The cultivator who came here had to wait for Grandmaster Sangda to open the door. Those who requested to refine equipment were not familiar with each other, so no one chatted. Those who were bored waiting directly sat down cross-legged and meditated. No one dared to be presumptuous in front of the master's door, so naturally, they were not afraid of being found trouble with others. As time passed, more and more people came here. However, when these cultivator who came later saw that there were already 10 people waiting here, most of them shook their heads in disappointment and turned to leave. They knew Grandmaster Sangda's rules and naturally understood that it was useless to stay and wait, so they could only wait for the next opportunity. However, some people were already prepared. They took out source crystals and wanted to buy spots from the 10 people, including Yang Kai, but very few succeeded. Only 2 people readily made deals. These people who wanted to buy spots with source crystals naturally came to him, but how could Yang Kai lack source crystals? Naturally, he shook his head and refused. After waiting for 2 days, the door in front suddenly opened and the boy walked out with his head held high. He pretended to cough dryly and said in a clear voice, the 3rd refining of this month will now begin. Friends in the top 10, please follow me in. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this and stood up one after another. After waiting for so long, the master finally opened the door for the 3rd time. These people felt that it was worth it because Grandmaster Sangda rarely failed when refining equipment. Although the fee was a little expensive, he was indeed very skilled. As long as he made a request, the master would be able to satisfy it. Ha ha ha, it's better to come at the right time than early. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out, followed by a figure shooting out from behind, rushing into the crowd in an extremely overbearing manner, squeezing into a spot. The powerful aura stirred up a gust of wind, causing everyone to frown slightly, showing displeasure on their faces. However, after checking the cultivation of the person who had come, this displeasure turned into fear. Because this person was a master from the 3rd order Tao source realm. Among the 10 people waiting here, except for Yang Kai, who was a 3rd order Tao source realm cultivator, there was only one woman who was a 3rd order Tao source realm cultivator. The others were all 1st or 2nd order Tao source realm cultivators, so they naturally did not dare to offend him. This person was dressed in a purple robe and was extremely conspicuous. He had an imposing appearance, but there was a strong sense of superiority in his eyes, as if no one in this world could enter his eyes. After he arrogantly landed and occupied a spot, Yang Kai, who was originally at the end of the line, inexplicably became the 11th person. Grandmaster Sangda only opened the door for 10 people at a time. Now that he was standing at the 11th place, didn't that mean that he was not even qualified to enter and had waited for several days in vain? Yang Kai was unhappy and looked at the boy. Little boy, are you not going to do anything about this? What? I didn't see anything. The boy raised his head, his eyes rolling to the top of his head. A few days ago, Yang Kai knocked him on the head, so he obviously still held a grudge. Seeing Yang Kai's last spot being squeezed out, he was secretly happy, so how could he help Yang Kai? Yang Kai's face darkened. Are you blind? Didn't you see this person cutting the line? The boy angrily retorted, my eyes are fine. You're the one who's blind. Yang Kai sneered, how can you be so overbearing in front of the Grandmaster's door? Is there any reason to speak of? Reason? The cultivator who had occupied the spot sneered, this king is the reason here. You want to reason with me? Then I'll reason with you. You said that I cut the line, but who saw it? Whoever saw it can stand up and tell me loudly. I, Yu Leping, will immediately give up this spot. While speaking, he turned his head and looked around. The other 9 people were silent, not saying a word. They seemed to be extremely afraid of this guy called Yu Leping. I saw it. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yu Leping coldly snorted, "Don't deliberately look for trouble since you came late. If you dare to slander this king like this again, do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyes? You can try." Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. This guy called Yu Leping was simply too shameless. He had clearly come late and cut the line, but now he was a thief crying thief. Yang Kai had never seen such a thick-skinned person. "Brat, you're courting death." Yu Leping obviously had a fiery temper. He didn't think that Yang Kai would dare to chatter with him about this matter. In his anger, he took a step and directly turned his hand into a claw, grabbing at Yang Kai. Before the attack arrived, a strong gust of wind blew against Yang Kai's face. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he really wanted to gouge out Yang Kai's eyes. He didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. A few of the weaker cultivators were pushed by his aura. Their expressions changed greatly, and they fell back one after another. Yang Kai stood in place and didn't move. Instead, he coldly looked at the boy and said, "You don't care about fighting in front of the Grand Master's door?" The boy snorted, "You solve your own problems." "Good to hear you say that." Yang Kai coldly snorted and raised his eyes to look at Yu Leping. Yu Leping, who was originally aggressive, suddenly had a very bad feeling when he was stared at by Yang Kai like this. His whole body emitted a cold aura, but then he remembered that he was from the third-order Dao Source realm. On Clear Sky Island, besides a few Master Realm cultivators who could make him feel fear, who else could be his opponent? So, after a slight hesitation, his moves became even more ruthless. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw a punch forward. Majestic source chi suddenly erupted like a dormant volcano. The power was so strong that everyone was shocked. Yu Leping's big hand grabbed Yang Kai's fist, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to crush Yang Kai's hand, he was shocked to find that a tsunami-like force was rushing towards him. This force was so strong that even with his third-order Dao Source realm cultivation, he was unable to resist it. The source chi protecting his body was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, quickly melting away, and he was forced to retreat. The force followed his palm and rushed all the way to his arm. Wherever it passed, his clothes exploded, his flesh and blood splattered, and his muscles and bones were separated. The aggressive Yu Leping seemed to have been hit by a mountain. He was sent flying like lightning, directly crashing into the corner of the wall. A large mouthful of blood spurted out. Yu Leping's arrogant aura suddenly withered, and his face turned pale. "My hand!" In the next moment, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Looking over, the arm he had used to hit Yang Kai had been broken inch by inch, and blood was dripping from it. White bones protruded from his flesh and blood, making for a shocking sight. The boy was instantly stunned, and the other 9 people were also shocked. They all looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of horror. Before Yang Kai made a move, he looked harmless, and even wanted the boy to uphold justice for him. But now that he had made a move, he was actually so cruel and ruthless. With just a single punch, he had crippled the third-order Dao Source realm's Yu Leping's arm. This guy, could he be a master from the Emperor realm who had hidden his cultivation and was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and the boy was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 2380. You actually dared to cripple my arm. Even now, Yu Leping still couldn't accept the fact that his arm was crippled. He glared at Yang Kai with resentment and shouted with all his might. His face was almost completely distorted by the pain. "Get lost!" Yang Kai shouted sternly. A mere third-order Dao Source realm cultivator dared to be so arrogant in front of him. It was simply ridiculous. He had been in a bad mood these past few days because he had landed in Clear Sky Island. Now that someone had hit the muzzle of his gun, he naturally took the opportunity to vent. Yu Leping seemed to finally realize that Yang Kai wasn't a pushover. He glared at him viciously, covered his injured arm, and ran away dejectedly. In front of the master's door, there was still silence. The other 10 people were emitting cold air and their faces were pale. Hasn't the master already opened the door? How long do we have to wait? Yang Kai saw the boy standing there like a fool and immediately urged him. Come with me, come with me. The boy shrank his neck. He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly led the way. Judging from Yang Kai's hot temper and ruthlessness just now, the boy estimated that if he wasn't Master Sangda's disciple, this guy would probably have attacked him. After all, when this person was being squeezed out of his seat, he didn't say a word for him. Not long after, a group of people entered the inner hall under the guidance of the boy. The boy pointed to a side door and said, "Go in one by one. The master is inside. You all know the rules, so make yourself at home." After he finished speaking, he quickly ran away, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. After he left, the first cultivator in line looked at Yang Kai cautiously. He found that Yang Kai had already found a seat and sat down. Only then did he know that the other party had no intention of snatching his first seat. He couldn't help but feel relieved and quickly walked through the side door to find the master. The other 8 people who came to find Master Sangda also found a place to sit down, but they were more or less afraid of Yang Kai, so they were relatively far away from his seat. It seemed that Yang Kai dominated the area while the others crowded together. Yang Kai didn't care at all. He closed his eyes and rested. That Yu Liping's background is somewhat unusual. Brother, you have to be careful. A gentle voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. It sounded like a reminder. Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced around. Then, he fixed his gaze on the young woman who was dressed elegantly. Among the 10 people who came here to seek artifact refining from the Grandmaster, only 2 were from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm. Other than Yang Kai and this young woman, the others were all 1st or 2nd Order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although this young woman was dressed ordinarily, it was difficult to conceal her heavenly fragrance. Previously, Yang Kai had also glanced at her, but he did not pay much attention to her. He did not expect her to send him a sound transmission at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the young woman just nodded slightly and then shifted her gaze away. In this inner hall, Yang Kai and her cultivation were the highest. His divine will was also the strongest. So, she didn't have to worry about being discovered by others. However, she was acting so sneakily because she didn't want to cause trouble for him. Many thanks for this junior sister's reminder. I will remember it, Yang Kai replied. Seeing that his expression seemed to be a little disapproving, the young woman said again, Brother, you must not be careless. That Yu Liping is from the City Lord's mansion. Relying on the protection of the City Lord's master, he has always been domineering and arrogant in Clear Sky City. He never puts others in his eyes. You made him suffer such a big loss this time. He will definitely not let it go. If he wants to die, I don't mind helping him. Hearing Yang Kai's understatement, the young woman suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, You must not. If you really kill him, there will be no place for you on Clear Sky Island. Yang Kai grinned and said, The tree wants to be still but the wind won't stop. What can I do? Hearing this, the young woman sighed slightly, knowing that Yang Kai was right. Today, even if Yang Kai showed mercy and let Yu Liping off, with Yu Liping's usual style, he definitely wouldn't swallow his anger. When the time came, Yang Kai would either be captured without a fight or resist. Looking at him, Yu Liping was the kind of person who would swallow his anger. Many thanks, junior sister, Yang Kai thanked her lightly. Although this young woman didn't help him much, she still secretly reminded him. It could be considered her kindness. The young woman no longer spoke, but when she occasionally glanced at Yang Kai, her eyes were full of pity and sympathy, as if she could foresee Yang Kai's tragic future. The inner hall was still quiet, and no one had any intention of talking to each other. The people who came here were all waiting for Grandmaster Sangda to refine artifacts, so at this moment, they were all burning with impatience, so how could they be in the mood to chat? About half an hour later, the first cultivator to walk through the side door suddenly came out. Everyone looked towards him and saw that this person's face was filled with joy, as if he had encountered something good. After coming out, he didn't say a word and directly left. The second cultivator quickly stood up and walked towards the side door. Just like that, it was evening before the other 9 left one after another. When each of them came out, they all had different expressions. Some were happy, some were serious, but none of them looked sad. Yang Kai observed them carefully and knew that Grandmaster Sangda's reputation really did have some real skills. The artifact refinement he helped the other 9 people was probably a success, without a single failure. It was rumored that Grandmaster Sangda had vaguely glimpsed the mysteries of Emperor artifact refinement, so it was likely not false. When the 9th person came out of the side door, Yang Kai stood up and walked in. As soon as he entered the side door, it was dark inside, without any light. But in front of him, there was a light coming from the exit. Following the light, Kai Yang walked forward, and not long after, he arrived in a warm environment. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that this was a secret room with flames constantly jumping around. A huge artifact refining furnace was placed in the middle of this secret room, and next to this artifact refining furnace, a figure was sitting cross-legged. As the flames jumped around, this figure flickered and flickered, making for a very strange sight. Although the light was not good, Yang Kai could still see Grandmaster Sangda's face at a glance. To his surprise, this Grandmaster looked like an ordinary old man. There was nothing unusual about him, but Yang Kai could still vaguely feel that this old man was not to be trifled with. Sitting there, he was like a dormant volcano, hiding a huge amount of energy in his body. In addition to being a good artifact refiner, this old man's strength was definitely not low. "Greetings, Grand Master." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him. "Sit." Sangda raised his eyes and pointed to a futon in front of him. Kai Yang took the opportunity to sit down. "What do you want to refine?" "Take out the materials and tell me what you want," Sangda said. Yang Kai hurriedly took out the high-grade spirit purifying array and handed it to Sangda. "I would like to ask Grandmaster to repair this array base and flag." Sangda took it and carefully examined it for a while before nodding. This array was made by this old master, so it won't be difficult to repair. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He had guessed that this advanced spirit purifying array was made by Sangda, and now it seemed that he was right. Since Sangda could refine it, there should be no problem in repairing it. Yang Kai said, "I don't know what materials are needed, so I didn't prepare anything. If Grandmaster has suitable materials, I can buy them. Source crystals won't be a problem." Sangda reached out and patted the artifact refining furnace, causing the lid to fly up immediately. He directly threw the array base and the array flag inside before looking at Yang Kai indifferently. "Do I look like someone who lacks source crystals?" Yang Kai didn't know what he meant by this question and didn't know how to respond for a while. "I don't want source crystals." Sangda continued. "Then what does Grandmaster want?" Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, "You didn't even ask before throwing my high-grade spirit purifying array into the artifact refining furnace, then telling me that you don't want source crystals. Isn't this just asking for too much? What if I can't afford the reward you want? Do you still want this advanced spirit purifying array?" If this spirit purifying array was his own, it wouldn't matter, but it was Ling Yinqin's and had great symbolic significance to her. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have gone through so much trouble and could have just bought a new set at a high price and returned it to her. It was precisely because this spirit purifying array represented Ling Yinqin's longing for her partner that Yang Kai went to great lengths to find Sangda to repair it. "That depends on what you can give me," Sangda said indifferently. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "If you want my life, do you think I'll give it to you?" Sure enough, if the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked. That boy's behavior was unacceptable, and this Sangda was the same. It seemed that the name wasn't wrong. "Sangda, Sangda." Yang Kai suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and said in a deep voice, "What does Grandmaster want?" If I can do it, I'll do my best. In other words, if he couldn't do it, then he wouldn't do it. Sangda smiled slightly, but his smile was a little strange. Just as Yang Kai was concentrating and preparing to listen, a pure and surging spiritual energy suddenly came from Sangda's side, converging into the shape of a spear and stabbing straight towards his knowledge sea. Although Yang Kai was ambushed, his reaction wasn't slow and he hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to meet the attack head-on. Kong, with a silent collision, both Yang Kai and Sangda shook slightly. Sangda's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. His originally indifferent eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light as he stared at Yang Kai with a murderous gaze, as if he had discovered some kind of treasure. Yang Kai, on the other hand, suddenly stood up. He had been ambushed in a hurry just now and hadn't used his full spiritual energy. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but he was afraid of hurting Sangda. If Sangda's soul was seriously damaged, then there would be no one to repair the spirit-purifying array for him. However, Sangda had attacked him without saying a word, which made Yang Kai extremely angry. He secretly decided that if this old man didn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he would put a knife to his neck and force him to repair the spirit-purifying array. Chapter 2381. What are you doing? Yang Kai looked at Sangda coldly and asked in a cold voice. Don't be nervous, little brother. Sangda, however, did not have the slightest awareness of being a sneak attacker. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, this old master was just doing a little test on you. I mean you no harm. Are you kidding me? What kind of test requires a sneak attack, and a soul attack at that? Yang Kai was annoyed. If it were someone else whose soul power was not as good as his, they would be lying on the ground crying for their parents by now. If one's soul was injured, it would not be a small injury. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad impression of Sangda. Because what this old master does requires the use of soul power. If it weren't for the fact that I saw little brother easily deal with a cultivator of the same level outside the door, this old master would not have bothered to test you. Yang Kai coldly snorted, so it's my honor? And from the meaning of his words, he seemed to know about the fight between him and Yu Leping outside. Little brother, calm down and listen to this old master slowly. Sangda reached out and comforted him. Yang Kai stared at him fiercely for a while, feeling a little helpless. Now that he was the one asking for help, even if he was dissatisfied with Sangda's approach, he had to wait until he repaired the spirit-purifying array first. Seeing Yang Kai sit down, Sangda put on a smile and said, this old master wants to ask little brother, how long have you been trapped in this damn place? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this old man wouldn't have noticed something, right? Did he know that he was new here? But he just said that he did not lack source crystals, so there was no reason for him to attack him. Distracting thoughts flashed through his mind. He said calmly, why are you asking this? Sangda smiled. It's fine if little brother doesn't want to say it, but this old master has been trapped here for 900 years. Yang Kai sneered in his heart, thinking that it would be better if you were trapped until you died. Sangda sighed, 900 years ago, this old master was in the third order Dao source realm, and 900 years later, this old master is still in the third order Dao source realm. It's my artifact refining skills that have improved. But so what if he knew how to refine artifacts? He still couldn't leave. If we can't leave this place, we won't be able to break out of the Emperor realm. We'll die here sooner or later. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He didn't know why he was saying all this, but he didn't say a word. He restrained himself and listened attentively. No matter how long you've been trapped, little brother, this old man only has one question. Sangda's expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes bursting with light. Do you want to leave this place? Yang Kai was shocked. He stared at Sangda and asked, you have a way to leave? Sangda smiled slightly. Instead of answering, he asked, do you have any? He. This answer made Yang Kai very angry. He couldn't wait to capture Sangda now and use the soul-searching technique to see what was in his head. He had originally planned to stay here for a while before slowly looking for a way to leave this place. But today, he heard some clues from Sangda. How could Yang Kai not be tempted? He pondered for a while and said, "Great master, let's not beat around the bush. You said you have a way to leave, but I don't believe you. Several people from the Emperor realm on this island are trapped. If there is a way to leave, can't they leave? They are them, and this old man is this old man. Don't confuse them." Sangda curled his lips. He said proudly, "What's more, this old man has a way to leave. Even if the people from the Emperor realm know about it, they won't be able to leave." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Since even people from the Emperor realm can't leave, how can you do it?" "That's my problem." Sangda snorted and said impatiently, "This old man came to find you. Consider it your opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your own ability." This Sangda seemed to be a little temperamental. Yang Kai was sure that if he refused, he would definitely kill him to silence him. Although this old man was an artifact refiner, according to him, he had been in the Third Order Tao Source realm for 900 years. This artifact refiner's level was raised on Clear Sky Island, so he was definitely not weak. Now that he had revealed this information to him, he only had two choices left, either cooperate or be enemies. If this is really an opportunity, I naturally won't miss it, but how do I know if what you're saying is true? Yang Kai said with a look of disbelief, "At the very least, you have to tell me where to leave." Sangda smiled and said, "Little brother is also a cautious person. This old man likes to cooperate with cautious people." He paused for a moment and said, "The place to leave is on the solitary void sea." Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this, thinking that this was as good as not saying anything. He had experienced how big the solitary void sea was. Sangda only said that the exit was on the solitary void sea. Who could find it? How could he verify it? Sangda said, "This old man will tell you the truth. This old man is not the only one who knows the location of the exit. There are two other people who know it too." "Who?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "The Clear Sky City Lord and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master." Sangda coldly snorted, "These two are the two most powerful people on Clear Sky Island." Yang Kai was stunned. He thought that Sangda was the only one who knew such secret information, but now it seemed that this was not the case. The Clear Sky City Lord and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master both knew about it. He had heard from Jiao Yi that the Clear Sky City Lord was originally a Third Order Emperor Realm Master, but because he cultivated and survived on Clear Sky Island, he was unable to display his peak strength. Although Yang Kai was not clear about the Ice Heart Pavilion Master, he could imagine that her situation was similar to the Clear Sky City Lord's. In other words, both of them were powerful Third Order Emperor Realm Masters, but they were unable to display their full strength. Since they know, why didn't they leave? With their strength, they should be able to go anywhere, right? Yang Kai was puzzled. "You can go anywhere?" Sangda sneered when he heard this. "That's not necessarily the case. If they were outside, such powerful cultivators would be able to run amok, but in this solitary void sea, if the two of them dared to stay outside for too long, they would be courting death. Their strength can't be replenished?" Yang Kai suddenly understood. "Exactly." Sangda nodded. "Do you know how vast the solitary void sea is? Even if those two masters exhausted their cultivation, they wouldn't be able to fly to the exit by themselves. Once their strength is exhausted, they won't be able to replenish it in this solitary void sealed world. No matter how powerful they are, only death awaits them." The solitary void sealed world was filled with infinite disruption force, making it impossible for any cultivator to absorb world energy to their heart's content. If the sea was calm, it would be fine. At worst, they could just stop and find a place to arrange a spirit purifying array and use source crystals and pills to slowly recover. Once they had fully recovered, they could move on. However, Yang Kai had traveled all the way from the solitary void sea and knew that there were countless waterspouts in the depths of the sea. The suction force of these waterspouts was extremely strong, making it impossible to find a place to recover in peace. Moreover, the deeper one went, the more waterspouts there would be, and the more terrifying the suction force would be. A third-order Emperor Realm Master might seem powerful, but if they really flew there, they might not be able to resist once they ran out of strength. Hearing this, Yang Kai was already 70 to 80% convinced. Sangda's words made sense, so he had no choice but to believe them. Then where is the exit? Can I see it? Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and asked casually. What a third-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't do didn't necessarily mean that he couldn't. He had the sealed world bead, so if he ran out of strength, he could hide inside the sealed world bead and continue moving forward after he recovered. The only thing he needed to worry about was whether the waterspouts were too powerful. If they were too powerful, he wouldn't be able to get out. However, it was definitely the right choice to show him the location of the exit first. I can't show you this. Sangda refused. Yang Kai quickly said, Grandmaster, that's not very kind of you, is it? You want to cooperate with me, so we have to share information. If you don't show me anything, how can I believe you? Sangda smiled slightly. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't, then it's not true. He looked like he was going to eat Yang Kai, making Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai asked, I don't understand. What does getting out have to do with Grandmaster looking for me to cooperate? Sangda said, if you want to get out, not only do you need the location of the exit, you also need the tools, right? Don't tell me you want to fly all the way out. Yang Kai frowned slightly, you don't even have the tools to get out? Sangda said, I do, but I need to go get it, it's not with this old master. Moreover, to get that thing, several people need to work together, which is why this old master came to you. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, getting that thing, does it have to do with the strength of one's spiritual energy? Sangda smiled and nodded, that's right. You were able to receive 70% of this old master's spiritual energy in such a hurry, which is commendable. It shows that even if your spiritual energy cultivation is not as good as this old master's, it's not far off. Otherwise, do you think this old master would tell you this? He had a proud look on his face, as if he felt that it was an honor for Yang Kai to receive 70% of his spiritual energy. What he didn't know was that Yang Kai had only used 20% of his spiritual energy just now. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of hurting this old man, Yang Kai would have definitely shown him what true spiritual energy was, lest he become a frog at the bottom of a well and become arrogant. Yang Kai was puzzled, since that thing is a tool to get out, how can it not be with you? Sangda snorted, that was refined by my master. With this old master's ability, he can't refine that thing for the time being. Yang Kai was shocked. Sangda was said to have peeked into the mysteries of Emperor artifact refinement, but even he couldn't refine it. Didn't this mean that his master was a genuine Emperor artifact refinement master? There was actually an Emperor artifact refinement master in this solitary void sealed world? And it seemed that no one knew about it. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. Sangda seemed to see Yang Kai's doubts and said, my master doesn't live in Clear Sky City and has never shown his artifact refinement skills in front of outsiders, so no one knows about it. Since it belongs to your master, won't he have any objections to you taking it? Yang Kai asked with a sneer. This Sangda was really not a good person, even coveting his master's things. Yang Kai didn't know which blind master had accepted such a traitorous disciple. If it had been him, he would have cleaned up the sect long ago instead of allowing Sangda to live until now. Chapter 2382. Sangda grinned meaningfully, Master died 5 years ago. What objections could he have? At this point, his face suddenly twisted, even if that old thing died, he wouldn't hand over that tool to me, so I can only go and get it myself. Yang Kai was stunned. Judging from Sangda's expression, it seemed that he didn't get along well with his master. Who knew what kind of disputes and grievances had happened between the two? This old master has been preparing for this for 5 years and has been looking for a candidate like you. Today, I have finally found you. As long as little brother nods and trusts this old master promises to take you out of this solitary void-sealed world. Sangda looked at Yang Kai excitedly. I don't have the right to choose, do I? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Sangda said indifferently, although this old master doesn't leave his home, he has been refining artifacts on Clear Sky Island for 900 years. He has made many friends and made many people owe him favors. Little brother, you should consider carefully. Although these words sounded vague, Yang Kai wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the threat in the other party's words? He said that he had made many friends and made many people owe him favors. In other words, he could make many people work for him. Once Yang Kai refused, it would be difficult for him to move around Clear Sky City in the future. Many people would definitely make things difficult for him and even want his life. Help me repair the spirit purifying array first. I need to think about it for a while. Yang Kai pointed to the artifact refining furnace. Of course, Sangda smiled slightly and didn't say anything this time. Instead, his expression turned serious and he made a series of hand seals. He ignited the furnace fire. He began to repair the spirit purifying array. Yang Kai sat there cross-legged, his brow furrowed. He seemed to be considering the feasibility of Sangda's proposal, but in fact, he had been paying close attention to the old man's artifact refining to prevent him from doing anything to the spirit purifying array. Sangda was worthy of being an artifact refining grandmaster. He threw various materials into the artifact refining furnace while constantly changing hand seals. As he engraved a spirit array into the furnace, the huge furnace hummed from time to time. Yang Kai himself was an alchemist. Although he had never come into contact with the way of artifact refining, there were many similarities between the two, such as the input of materials, the control of fire, the carving of spirit arrays, and so on. Therefore, although he did not understand much, he knew that Sangda was not being perfunctory. Instead, he was really helping him repair the spirit purifying array. After a full hour, Sangda suddenly withdrew his hand seals and the flames of the artifact refining furnace gradually began to weaken. After a certain degree, Sangda abruptly sent a few spirit seals towards the artifact refining furnace before suddenly stopping. He reached out and lifted it. The lid of the crafting furnace flew out. Array flags and array bases shot out from the artifact refining furnace and were caught in his hand. Yang Kai looked around and found that this spirit purifying array had indeed been restored to its original state. Moreover, it seemed to be more spiritually active than when Ling Yin Qin first lent it to him. In other words, this spirit purifying array was definitely better than the previous one. Sangda smiled slightly and said, the spirit purifying array that little brother brought to me should be something that this old master refined 50 years ago. In the past 50 years, this old master has comprehended a lot more. Since I have made some progress in the way of artifact refining, I decided to slightly modify this spirit purifying array. But you can rest assured that this is definitely better than the previous one. While speaking, he did not hold back and directly handed the spirit purifying array's array flags and array bases to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took them and was not worried that Sangda would tamper with the spirit purifying array. After a brief inspection, he threw them into his space ring and cupped his fists. Many thanks, Grandmaster. Sangda asked, what is little brother's decision? I've thought it through. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Count me in on this matter. Sangda laughed. Little brother really is a reasonable person. This old master was not wrong about you. Yang Kai coldly snorted, I just want to leave this place. Even if it wasn't Grandmaster, I would have cooperated with anyone else. It's fine, it's fine. In that case, let's meet in front of the city gate in 3 days. Sangda smiled slightly. This old master needs to prepare some things and gather the others. When the time comes, little brother, please be on time. I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai got up and cupped his fists lightly to Sangda. By the way, how should I address little brother? Sangda suddenly asked. Yang Kai. There was no need to hide his name in this place, so Yang Kai directly used his real name. After leaving Sangda's residence, Yang Kai took out the communication bead that Jiao Yi had given him before and contacted him. He found out that they had indeed moved to a secluded home in the inner city district, and it was not far from the secluded home he and Lu Xianyun were living in. Yang Kai agreed to go to their place later and return the repaired spirit purifying array to Ling Yinqin. After walking a few streets, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked up at a building not far away. The building looked like a loft with 6 floors. It was neither too big nor too small, but to be able to occupy such a place in this bustling area, the owner behind this loft was definitely not simple. In fact, the owner of this loft was not a simple person to begin with. Because this was Ice Heart Pavilion. Yang Kai knew that the pavilion master of Ice Heart Pavilion was an extremely powerful master from the Emperor realm. She was even on the same level as the Clear Sky Island master, but this Ice Heart Pavilion master was different from the Clear Sky Island master. The former seemed to only control a single loft, while the latter controlled the entire Clear Sky Island. When he first came to Clear Sky Island, Ling Yinqin sold her goods to a beautiful woman named Fan Xian, who was from Ice Heart Pavilion. The name Ice Heart Pavilion reminded Yang Kai of many past events. Sangda also mentioned that besides him, the Ice Heart Pavilion master and the Clear Sky Island master also knew the location of the exit. Naturally, it was unrealistic to ask these two for information about the exit. They were third-order Emperor Realm masters, and Yang Kai might not even be able to meet them. Even if he did meet them, it was impossible for him to ask directly. This matter had to be planned slowly. He always felt that Sangda was a little unreliable and might be planning some shady business. As the saying goes, one cannot put all their eggs in one basket. Yang Kai thought that if he were to leave the solitary void-sealed world in the future, he would have to deal with the Ice Heart Pavilion master sooner or later, so he might as well get started now. Outside Ice Heart Pavilion, there was a wooden sign with 2 lines of words engraved on it. Yang Kai took a closer look and realized that it was a sign that Ice Heart Pavilion was hiring an alchemist. Hiring a high-grade spirit alchemist. Generous remuneration. There were only 2 lines of words on the sign, but Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw them. Moreover, the handwriting was elegant and deep, and there was an indescribable charm hidden in them. It seemed to have been written by an extremely powerful master. Just as Yang Kai stopped in front of the wooden sign and looked at it, a beautiful woman suddenly walked out of Ice Heart Pavilion and asked with a smile, "Little brother, are you an alchemist?" He stood motionless in front of the wooden sign, so it was easy for people to associate him with this situation. Yang Kai raised his head when he heard this, and when their eyes met, the beautiful woman said in surprise, "It's you. So it's senior sister Fan." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. This beautiful woman was none other than Fan Xian, who had purchased Ling Yinqin's goods at the docks. "Why are you calling me senior sister?" Fan Xian glared at Yang Kai and said unhappily, "You're making me sound older. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so you can just call me junior sister." "Junior sister Fan." Yang Kai immediately corrected himself. "How should I address you, brother?" Fan Xian asked. Yang Kai quickly reported his name. Fan Xian pursed her lips and smiled, "So it's brother Yang." "Why? Are you also an alchemist?" I know a little," Yang Kai said modestly. Fan Xian's beautiful eyes lit up and she eagerly asked, "What grade of alchemist is brother Yang?" "Dao source grade." Yang Kai understated his own abilities. After all, emperor-grade alchemists were rare existences. Sangda was just a Dao source-grade high-rank artifact refiner, but he was already highly respected on Clear Sky Island. If he really became an emperor-grade artifact refiner, even the Lord of Clear Sky Island would have to treat him with respect. "What's the highest grade of pill you can refine?" When Fan Xian heard that Yang Kai was a Dao source-grade alchemist, she seemed to be even more enthusiastic. She leaned her whole body against Yang Kai, and a fragrant wind blew over, causing ripples in his heart. Dao source grade mid-rank. I can occasionally refine a high-rank pill, but the chances are not high. Brother Yang, are you willing to come in and test yourself? If you can really refine a Dao Source grade mid-rank pill, my Ice Heart Pavilion will definitely hire you. Okay. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He came here to find a backer. After all, he was new here and might encounter some trouble in the future. Having a backer would be easier for him to live in Clear Sky City. Secondly, he wanted to meet the master of Ice Heart Pavilion and get acquainted with her. Seeing Yang Kai agree so readily, Fan Xian was overjoyed and quickly led Yang Kai into the pavilion. Yang Kai looked around and found that Ice Heart Pavilion seemed to be a place that sold materials. The goods on the shelves were all kinds of alchemy, artifact refining, and cultivation materials. There were no finished pills or artifacts. And to Yang Kai's surprise, the business of Ice Heart Pavilion didn't seem to be very good. There were only 3 or 5 customers inside, all of them looking around. There were a few women who were dressed very similarly, accompanying the customers and introducing them to the goods. Does Ice Heart Pavilion only accept women? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Fan Xian pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, this is the rule set by the pavilion master. Then I'm breaking the rule? Yang Kai raised his brow, thinking that this mysterious Ice Heart Pavilion master was either a pervert or a woman. That was why she set such a rule. Fan Xian said, it's not the same. We are all master's disciples. If Brother Yang can join Ice Heart Pavilion, it will only be an employment relationship. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't really care. Ice Heart Pavilion only accepted female disciples, so it was naturally impossible for him to be accepted. What's more, Yang Kai wouldn't be willing. Chapter 2383. However, Yang Kai couldn't understand. Ice Heart Pavilion was just a place that sold materials, so why would they want to hire an alchemist? Moreover, judging from the material and marks on the wooden token, it was obvious that it had been there for a long time. In other words, Ice Heart Pavilion had been recruiting alchemists since a long time ago. Seeing Fan Xian walk in with Yang Kai, the female disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion were also very surprised. They all looked at them with their beautiful eyes. These women were all young girls, and each of them looked pure and flawless. It seemed that they all cultivated the same secret art, but their cultivations were different. Fan Xian was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and these girls weren't even Dao Source Realm cultivators. The most powerful one was only a first-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator, while the others were all Saint King Realm or Saint Realm cultivators. Yang Kai didn't know how the Ice Heart Pavilion master recruited disciples. Junior Sister Fan, how many alchemists does your Ice Heart Pavilion have now? Yang Kai didn't care about the gazes of these girls and asked casually. There was one, but he was fired a few days ago, Fan Xian replied. Fired? Yang Kai was stunned. Was that person not diligent in alchemy? Since they had recruited him, why would they fire him? Yang Kai couldn't understand. Fan Xian smiled slightly, but this time she didn't answer. Yang Kai didn't know if there was another secret or if it wasn't convenient for her to answer. As the two talked, they had already reached the 3rd floor. Along the way, Yang Kai found that Ice Heart Pavilion was full of materials. The higher they went, the higher the grade of the materials. At the corner of the 3rd floor, there was a secret room. After Fan Xian led Yang Kai into it, she said, Brother Yang, you can test it here. There is no source of earth fire on Clear Sky Island, so the conditions here are a little crude. I hope you can forgive us. It's nothing. Yang Kai waved his hand and found that the room was not small. There were more than a dozen large and small pill furnaces inside. Each of these pill furnaces was Dao Source grade, and 3 of them were even Dao Source grade high rank. Ice Heart Pavilion didn't have any alchemists. However, there were so many pill furnaces. It was obvious that they had deliberately collected them. Yang Kai was puzzled. Logically speaking, if Ice Heart Pavilion wanted to sell materials, then they should just sell materials. Why did they have to hire a senior alchemist? Furthermore, he had prepared so many pill furnaces. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master was a third-order Emperor Realm master, so she definitely didn't lack cultivation resources. After thinking about it, Yang Kai could only think of one possibility. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master was probably refining some kind of spirit pill. That was why he had deliberately sought out some high-level alchemists. You can use these cauldrons as you wish, as long as they aren't damaged, Fan Xian said, pointing at the cauldrons. Yang Kai turned his head and asked, I know, but what kind of spirit pill does junior sister Fan want me to refine? As long as it's a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill, it's fine. Big brother, give me the pill recipe, and I'll go get the materials for you. Yang Kai nodded and pondered for a while. Then let's refine the 7-star Dragon Tiger Pill. The 7-star Dragon Tiger Pill was a Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill. Its effect was to allow a cultivator to erupt with greater combat power after taking it, but it had some side effects. Once the pill's effects wore off, the cultivator would feel weak and unable to use their strength for 2 months. Not only that, it would also cause some damage to the cultivator's meridians and foundation. An inferior grade 7-star Dragon Tiger Pill could increase a cultivator's strength by 10%, medium grade by 20%, and high grade by 30%, if it had pill veins. A direct increase of more than 50%. The 7-star Dragon Tiger Pill's medicinal properties were very strong, and only a Dao Source realm cultivator could take it. Forcefully taking it would only result in death. However, which Dao Source realm cultivator would be willing to take this kind of pill to forcefully increase their strength? Once their meridians and foundation were damaged, it was very likely that they would be unable to advance any further. Therefore, this kind of spirit pill was completely of little value, and there wasn't much of a market for it. Only a few desperados would keep 1 or 2 for self-defense. Yang Kai listed the materials for the 7-star Dragon Tiger Pill. Fan Xian memorized them carefully and immediately went to prepare them. The reason why he chose the 7-star Dragon Tiger Pill was because the materials for this spirit pill weren't difficult to find. Even Clear Sky Island should have them. As expected, Fan Xian returned not long after, and this time she brought back 10 sets of materials. She handed the materials to Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, as long as you can refine 2 furnaces of pills, you'll pass. This mistress will wait outside. Call me when you're done. 10 sets of materials and 2 furnaces of pills. For a true Dao Source grade mid-rank alchemist, this wasn't too difficult of a test. As long as they put in a little effort, they could succeed. For Yang Kai, this was naturally not a problem. He could even refine Emperor grade spirit pills now, let alone Dao Source grade mid-rank spirit pills. Fan Xian obviously knew that an alchemist shouldn't be disturbed when they were refining pills, so she took the initiative to say that she would wait outside. After she left, Yang Kai took out his black jade furnace and placed it in front of him. He urged his conflagrated knowledge C to start refining. Although it was his first time refining the 7-star Dragon Tiger Pill, he wasn't shaky at all. His movements were extremely skillful, and his control of the flame and the timing of the materials was perfect. Soon, Yang Kai was immersed in alchemy. Just as he was concentrating, the soul-splitting saber in his knowledge C suddenly shook slightly, waking him up from his state of emptiness. His expression didn't change, and his hands didn't stop moving, but he began to examine himself very carefully. It was impossible for the soul-splitting saber to have such an abnormality for no reason. The only explanation was that something had happened to him. He examined himself, but still couldn't find any clues. After a long while, he suddenly realized that someone was spying on him. The soul-splitting saber had reacted strangely because it sensed a divine sense that didn't belong to it nearby. Even with his ability, he couldn't detect this spying, which meant that this person's cultivation was far higher than his. The Ice Heart Pavilion's master. Yang Kai immediately understood who was secretly spying on him. In Ice Heart Pavilion, aside from the elusive Ice Heart Pavilion Master, who else could have such a heaven-defying ability? It seemed that he was wrong. He thought that a master like the Ice Heart Pavilion Master would definitely live in the best cave mansion in the inner city, but he didn't expect that she was actually in Ice Heart Pavilion. The entire Ice Heart Pavilion had 6 floors. He was on the 3rd floor. It was very likely that the Ice Heart Pavilion Master was on the 6th floor. Why was such a master secretly paying attention to his alchemy? What's more, he was refining a Tao Source grade mid-rank spirit pill. What was the use of this spirit pill to him? Or, was this master paying attention to his alchemy skills? Yang Kai's thoughts flashed like lightning, but his hands didn't stop moving. He had planned to refine 2 furnaces of spirit pills directly, then wait for the time to pass before reporting to Fan Xian. But now that he knew that the Ice Heart Pavilion Master was spying on him, how could he dare to do so? He quietly modified a spirit array in the pill furnace. After a while, a muffled sound suddenly erupted from the pill furnace, followed by a burnt smell. Yang Kai showed a dazed expression, and after a while, he sighed heavily, as if he was regretting that he had failed to refine this batch of spirit pills. Pouring out the dregs from the pill furnace, Yang Kai rested for a moment before starting to refine again. When Yang Kai came out from Sangda's place, it was already late at night, so he continued to refine until the next morning. When Yang Kai opened the door to his room, Fan Xian, who was waiting outside, immediately greeted him. Fortunately, I did not fail. 3 furnaces of pills, please check them, Junior Sister Fan. Yang Kai handed over 3 jade bottles, each containing 4 or 5 7-star dragon tiger pills of different qualities. This was the standard of a Tao Source grade mid-rank alchemist. Fan Xian took the jade bottles without even looking at them, as if she had already expected the result. Fan Xian smiled gently. Brother Yang, you have passed the test. As long as Brother Yang is willing, you can become an alchemist of Ice Heart Pavilion. Of course I am willing. Yang Kai braced himself and replied. When he entered Ice Heart Pavilion, he had hoped to take the opportunity to meet the Pavilion Master and get acquainted with her, but now that he realized that the situation in Ice Heart Pavilion was treacherous, he didn't know if it was the right decision to apply for the position of alchemist. But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only bite the bullet and agree. Great! Fan Xian was overjoyed. Brother Yang, you don't know how difficult it is to find a Tao Source grade alchemist on Clear Sky Island. There are only a few alchemists of this level on Clear Sky Island, and none of them meet our requirements. Fortunately, we met you. Yang Kai wanted to ask why they didn't meet their requirements, but he swallowed the words back down. He felt that Fan Xian would definitely not answer this question. Brother Yang, it's like this. If you perform alchemy in my Ice Heart Pavilion, you can get half of the profits from all the pills sold. Half? Yang Kai asked with a surprised expression. It wasn't that he thought it was too little, but that it was too much. He didn't need to prepare any materials and could just perform alchemy here, but he could get half of the profits. This was simply too good. 60% is fine too. When Fan Xian saw this, she thought he wasn't satisfied with the pay and quickly changed her mind. Brother Yang, as you can see, our Ice Heart Pavilion has a lot of materials. As long as you can perform alchemy here, you will be able to improve your alchemy skills sooner or later. Becoming an Emperor Realm alchemist is not a dream. This was the truth. Ice Heart Pavilion had a lot of materials, and if an alchemist wanted to improve their level and ability, they would need a lot of materials to practice. If it were any other alchemist who entered Ice Heart Pavilion, they would be overjoyed. No need, half is fine, Yang Kai waved his hand. Fan Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Brother Yang is so kind. When can Brother Yang come over to perform alchemy? I'm afraid I can't right now. In 3 days. 2 days. I have an appointment with someone to deal with, so I'll come over after I'm done, Yang Kai said. Although Fan Xian was a little disappointed, she didn't dare to force him and could only say, naturally, Brother Yang's matter is the priority. Please come back to Ice Heart Pavilion as soon as you're done. Chapter 2384. Walking out of Ice Heart Pavilion, Yang Kai went straight to the secluded homes of Ling Yin-chin and the others. He wanted to return the repaired spirit purifying array to them. After walking for a short while, he suddenly noticed that someone was staring at him. Yang Kai was alerted and immediately turned his head. What he saw was a person staring at him with wide eyes, looking like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. It was extremely comical. Pang Guang. Yang Kai was also stunned. He did not expect to run into the city lord of Marsh City in Clear Sky City. When the solitary void Great Maelstrom appeared, he and Yao Changjun were swallowed into the solitary void sealed world. Pang Guang, who had been chasing after them, was also not spared. However, at that time, Yao Changjun was anxious to find trouble with him and was afraid of the threat Pang Guang's existence would pose to him, so he drove him away. Yang Kai thought that Pang Guang had already met his end. Even if he was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, it would be difficult for him to survive in the endless solitary void sea. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. This person's life was extraordinarily tough. He actually managed to escape the solitary void sea and come to Clear Sky Island just like him. Looking at his travel-worn appearance, it seemed that he had only been on Clear Sky Island for a few days. Yang Kai did not know how he did it. Yang Kai was shocked that Pang Guang was still alive, but Pang Guang was even more shocked than him. After all, when he left, only Yang Kai and Yao Changjun were left on Mud Island. Looking at Yao Changjun's murderous look, how could Yang Kai have survived? He was bound to be torn to pieces by the enraged Yao Changjun. But now, Yang Kai was safe and sound. Vigorous as a dragon and fierce as a tiger. It was impossible that Yao Changjun was not Yang Kai's opponent. There must be some other reason why this little brat was still alive. Or rather, Yao Changjun spared him. Just as Pang Guang was wondering if Yao Changjun had also come to Clear Sky Island, Yang Kai grinned at him and drew a half-circle around his neck with his thumb, making a beheading gesture. Pang Guang's face darkened. He was furious, thinking that this brat was really arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that he was unfamiliar with this place, he would have already taught Yang Kai a lesson. Although the two of them saw each other, they had no intention of communicating. They just stared at each other for a while before passing by each other. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of Pang Guang. With the power he currently possessed, a mere first-order Emperor Realm Master didn't pose much of a threat to him. This was still the inner city, and the security in the inner city was still pretty good. Yang Kai had stayed here for many days, but he had never seen anyone fighting or causing trouble. On the contrary, the outer city was like a completely different world from the inner city. If Pang Guang dared to make a move in the inner city, there was no need for him to retaliate. The law enforcement team of Heaven Connect City would not let him off so easily. After a short while, Yang Kai found the cave mansion where Ling Yin-chin and the others lived. It wasn't far from his own cave mansion, and they were all mid-grade cave mansions. After Yang Kai returned the repaired spirit purifying array to Ling Yin-chin, he stayed as a guest for a while before leaving. When he returned to his residence, Lu Xianyun greeted him with an anxious look on her face. Yang Kai had been gone for a day and a night, so she couldn't help but worry that something might have happened to him on this unfamiliar Clear Sky Island. The only person she was familiar with was Yang Kai, so if even Yang Kai was gone, she really didn't know where to go. Time seemed to have returned to a few years ago, when the two of them were forced to join the Blue Feather sect together. At that time, she and Yang Kai were in the same boat and could only rely on each other. She didn't expect to encounter a similar situation a few years later. Junior sister, I'll be leaving the city in 2 days. Leaving the city? Where are you going? Lu Xianyun was surprised when she heard this and asked quickly. I don't know where to go, but when I went to find the artifact refining Grandmaster to repair the spirit purifying array yesterday, he told me that he had a way to leave the solitary void sealed world and needed my cooperation to get something. Yang Kai didn't hide anything from Lu Xianyun and told her about the agreement between him and Sangda. Lu Xianyun's expression was mixed with joy and worry. She was happy that Yang Kai had found a way to leave so quickly, and from Sangda's tone, it seemed that the success rate was very high. She was worried that no one could verify whether Sangdo was telling the truth or not, and even if it was true, there might be many dangers. "Brother, do you have to go?" Lu Xianyun pursed her red lips and asked. Yang Kai chuckled, "If there's hope in front of me, I naturally have to seize it. You don't have to worry, even if Sangda has some tricks up his sleeve, I'm not afraid. If the way he knows to leave is fake, then so be it, but if it's real, then that's for the best. As for you, are you going to leave with me or stay here?" The reason why Yang Kai told Lu Xianyun this was to ask if she was going to stay or leave. When Lu Xianyun heard this, she immediately understood what Yang Kai meant. If she wanted to go with Yang Kai, she would definitely be taken into that magical space by Yang Kai. She had stayed in that space for some time and knew that although it was a little empty and lonely, the world energy there was extremely rich and there was no disintegration force, so it could be directly absorbed by people. It was an extremely magical place. After thinking about it carefully for a while, Lu Xianyun said, "I'll stay." Yang Kai was stunned. This answer was beyond his expectations. He thought that Lu Xianyun would go with him. Lu Xianyun smiled and said, "This is the inner city district, so there's no danger for me to stay here. Brother, you don't have to worry about anything. Also, if Sangda's method isn't reliable, I'll stay here to familiarize myself with the environment. Who knows, I might have to live here for a long time in the future." Yang Kai saw that she didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave this damned place and even seemed to like living here. He didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only nod and say, "Then be careful." Ling Yinqin and Jiao Yi also live not far away. You can interact with them more. They've lived here for so many years, so their experience is very valuable. Lu Xianyun smiled sweetly and said, "I know. Brother, you must go and come back early. I will wait for you here." At the end of her words, she couldn't help but lower her head, her cheeks slightly red. Yang Kai felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. He was the one who came to ask Lu Xianyun's opinion, so why was it like a couple saying goodbye? He hurriedly responded, then returned to his bedroom and closed his eyes to rest. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the third day, Yang Kai opened his eyes early and used his divine sense to investigate. He found that Lu Xianyun was sitting cross-legged in another bedroom, so he didn't disturb her and directly left the cave mansion. He had already said what he needed to say a few days ago, so there was no need to talk nonsense. As soon as he left the inner city, Yang Kai felt that he was being followed. He released his divine sense and found that the person following him was just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although he cultivated an extraordinary concealment secret art, it had little effect on Yang Kai's powerful divine sense. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He hadn't been in Clear Sky City for long, and during this time, he didn't seem to have offended anyone, except for a guy named Yu Leping who he beat up. At that time, a young woman reminded Yang Kai that Yu Leping was from the city lord's mansion and told him to be careful. Now, it seemed that this Yu Leping really had some tricks up his sleeve. As soon as he left the inner city, he was being followed. It was very likely that this person was sent by him. The security in the inner city was absolutely peaceful, so even if Yu Leping was from the city lord's mansion, he wouldn't dare to casually attack him in the inner city. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only do it in the outer city or wait for Yang Kai to leave Clear Sky Island. Yang Kai didn't care. He now had a good grasp of the situation in Clear Sky Island. Apart from the Clear Sky Island Master and the Ice Heart Pavilion, no one else on Clear Sky Island was worthy of his attention. Therefore, even if he knew that he was being followed, Yang Kai pretended not to notice and headed straight for the city gate. At the same time, in a tea house in Clear Sky City, Yu Leping sat there with a gloomy expression. His injured arm had taken some unknown pills and was more than half healed. Suddenly, he took out a communication bead and checked it. His eyes lit up and he grinned. "You want to leave the city? Well, that's good. Hee hee, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, so I hope you found a good burial ground for yourself." As he spoke, his divine sense surged and he sent a message. As soon as he left Clear Sky City, Yang Kai knew that Yu Leping didn't plan to attack him in the outer city. Although he could do the same, the outer city was still within Clear Sky City's territory. It was better than doing whatever he wanted on the solitary void sea. He came to the dock and stood under a palm tree. He leaned against the tree and waited quietly. At the same time, he secretly looked around to see if anyone could be the helpers that Sangda had invited. The dock was very lively. Ships came in and out one after another. Some were returning with a bountiful harvest, some were excitedly preparing to go out to sea, and some were suffering heavy casualties. There were all kinds of people here, showing all kinds of life. Yang Kai soon noticed a gorgeously dressed young woman. Like him, this young woman came here alone. She stood near the dock and seemed to be waiting for someone. This young woman was round and smooth, and her figure was extremely hot. Only her red lips were a little harsh, and her eyes were extremely cold, making her look like someone who wasn't to be trifled with. Many cultivators who approached her couldn't help but be intimidated by her aura. Seemingly noticing that Yang Kai was looking at her, the young woman turned her head and looked over. Not only was she not angry, she even had a smile on her face. Yang Kai looked away without a trace, but both of them knew that the other was probably a helper that Sangda had invited. In other words, they would have to work together in the future. Besides this young woman, Yang Kai didn't see any other possible candidates. Or rather, they were all hiding. After all, Sangda couldn't have only invited him and this young woman. There must be others. Chapter 2385. After waiting for a full hour, there was still no sign of Sangda. Just as Yang Kai was getting impatient and wondering if Sangda was lying to him, the young woman suddenly took out a communication bead and frowned. This strange movement attracted Yang Kai's attention. If this beautiful young woman was Sangda's helper, then he could definitely find some clues from her. The young woman quickly put away the communication bead and then flew towards the depths of the sea. Did I guess wrong? Yang Kai was stunned. This young woman left the dock without saying a word. Could it be that she was not with him? Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, a soft voice suddenly came to his ears. "We'll leave in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. I'll wait for you at sea." This voice was definitely the young woman's. Thinking of the scene when she took out her communication bead, Yang Kai immediately understood that Sangda must have secretly sent her a message and then asked her to pass it on to him. After understanding this point, Yang Kai smiled faintly, thinking that Sangda was really cautious in his actions. However, this was probably not his fault. Sangda was too famous in Clear Sky City and would definitely be easily recognized. If someone saw him taking someone out to sea at the dock, it would definitely arouse the vigilance of some people, such as the Clear Sky Island Master and the Ice Heart Pavilion Master. Now, Sangda had used some unknown method to leave Clear Sky City without anyone noticing. Only after that did he quietly send a message to the young woman and Yang Kai, showing how careful he was. Just as the young woman said, Yang Kai waited at the dock for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea before his figure suddenly flickered and disappeared. The cultivator who had been hiding in the dark to monitor him had no idea what was going on. He only saw Yang Kai's figure blur and disappear. Shocked, he hurriedly sent a message to Yu Leping. Not long after, the furious Yu Leping hurried to the dock and looked around with a gloomy face, soon fixing his gaze on the depths of the sea. There was no sign of Yang Kai returning from the city, nor was there at the dock. The only explanation was that Yang Kai had gone out to sea. Yu Leping naturally didn't want to miss such a heaven-sent opportunity. He immediately summoned a ship and rushed out of the dock with a group of people, heading towards the depths of the sea. Yang Kai flew over the sea for less than a quarter of an hour before he saw a ship anchored in the distance. There were several vague figures on the deck, all of them looking in his direction. After seeing him appear, they immediately called out to him. One of them immediately waved a flag in his hand. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and shot towards the ship. After a short while, he landed on the deck and looked up. There were 4 people standing on the deck. The beautiful young woman that Yang Kai had seen before was among them. At this moment, she was staring at him with a smile, looking up and down, as if she wanted to see a flower on Yang Kai's body. As for the other 2 people, Yang Kai naturally didn't know them. One of them had a bear's waist and a tiger's back, and was as strong as a tower. His burly muscles were like the most exquisite works of art, exuding a unique beauty of color and strength. This person was actually taller than Yang Kai by a head, and just by standing there, he gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. The other man, on the other hand, didn't look too extraordinary. He was quite ordinary, with nothing special about him. It was as if you threw him into a crowd, you wouldn't be able to find him. However, this person's expression was extremely cold, and from where he stood, Yang Kai could tell that this person was an extremely arrogant person. This was because he had distanced himself from the glamorous young woman and the burly man, as if he disdained to be associated with them. When he boarded the ship just now, he also glanced at him casually and then looked away, as if he couldn't enter his eyes. The 4th person on the ship was naturally Sangda. He seemed to have used some kind of artifact to change his appearance and aura. If it weren't for Yang Kai's first impression, he probably wouldn't have recognized him. At this moment, Sangda had changed his appearance from an old man to a middle-aged man. No wonder he could sneak out of Clear Sky City without anyone noticing. With the help of such a magical artifact, what couldn't he do? Everyone is here. Sangda, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, saw Yang Kai arrive and spoke in a deep voice before forming a seal with his hand and urging the ship to sail forward. Although everyone is here, Grandmaster, shouldn't you introduce them to us? It's easier for us to cooperate if we all know each other. The beautiful young woman suddenly giggled. Her laughter was as crisp and pleasant as a bell, and seemed to be mixed with some charm, causing the hearts of those who heard it to sway. As she spoke, she actually used a bewitching technique, causing a faintly discernible fragrance to immediately float on the deck, causing one to feel hot all over. Shilan, are you courting death? The arrogant young man suddenly snorted coldly, his plain eyes suddenly bursting with light as he stared coldly at the beautiful young woman and said, "If you don't withdraw your bewitching technique, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." The young woman called Shilan smiled faintly, not taking the young man's threat seriously at all, and simply said with a smile, "Why are you so angry?" "I'm so scared." As she spoke, a strange sound suddenly came from the deck. Yang Kai focused his gaze and felt his scalp go numb. He didn't know when, but many strange snakes had appeared on the deck. They varied in size, and all of them seemed to be very poisonous. At this moment, these snakes were all circling around the young man, surrounding him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape, constantly flicking their forked tongues. It was an extremely horrifying sight. Pretentious. The young man's expression remained unchanged, ignoring the snakes and pythons as he stared at Shilan calmly, seemingly not afraid of her at all. The 2 of them had made the atmosphere so tense as soon as they arrived, and who knew if there was any previous grudge between them. Whoever dares to make a fuss can get off this old master's ship right now. Sangda coldly snorted, sweeping his dignified eyes around. Shilan and the young man immediately fell silent. If Sangda was just an artifact refining grandmaster, he might not be able to suppress these arrogant people on the solitary void sea, but the key was that Sangda was not only an artifact refining grandmaster, but his strength was also not inferior to theirs. "Put away your pets, this old master is worried just by looking at them." Sangda glared at Shilan and said. Shilan pursed her lips and smiled, saying sweetly, "This servant naturally wouldn't dare disobey grandmaster's orders." She placed her jade-like hand next to her red lips and gently whistled. The venomous snakes that were all over the deck instantly retreated, and no one knew where they were hiding. Sangda said, "Actually, you should have all heard of each other's names, but you might not have met before. There's no need for this old master to introduce you, just say your names." Shilan nodded and said, "That's true, this mistress greets big brothers. Please take care of me during the rest of the journey." As she spoke, her pair of coquettish eyes constantly flickered, and her tone was seductive and seductive. The arrogant young man coldly snorted and said, "Chen Fei." After saying his name, he did not say anything else. To him, it was as if saying another word was a disgrace. The burly man chuckled, scratched his head, and said in a booming voice, "My name is Man Kuai." He looked extremely simple and honest, but everyone knew that if they were deceived by his appearance, they would be the unlucky ones. None of the people who could make a name for themselves on Clear Sky Island were simple, and the simple ones were already dead. Sure enough, it's Big Brother Man. Shilan's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had long heard of Man Kuai's great name. As she spoke, she leaned forward and said in a sweet voice, "Little sister has long heard of Big Brother Man's great name. Today, I'm finally lucky enough to meet you. You really live up to your reputation." As she spoke, she stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently stroked Man Kuai's sturdy muscles with a seductive expression on her face. Even her breathing was slightly hurried, and the corners of her eyes glowed with lust. Man Kuai very cooperatively bulged his muscles and chuckled, "If little sister likes it, feel free to touch me. This is my only skill." Shilan licked her red lips and said, "That's not necessarily true, right? Does Big Brother Man not have any other strong points?" Man Kuai chuckled and said, "Of course I do." "How long?" "Long enough to find out little sister's depth. Then we'll have to get closer to each other." This pair of adulterous man and woman, in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of so many people, shamelessly flirting like this, like a tortoise looking at a mung bean, causing black lines to appear on the faces of Kai Yang and the others. "What's this friend's name? You seem very unfamiliar." Chen Fei seemed to be too lazy to look at the adulterous couple and turned his head to look at Yang Kai and asked. As soon as he said this, Man Kuai and Shilan also turned their attention to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly and cupped his fists. "Yang Kai? Yang Kai?" Chen Fei frowned and exchanged glances with Man Kuai. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes because the two of them had never heard of Yang Kai's name. "So it's little brother Yang. Sorry for the disrespect." Shilan left Man Kuai behind and immediately came to Yang Kai's side. Her delicate body pressed against him as she said with charming eyes, "Does little brother have any strong points? Can you tell little sister about it?" Yang Kai's face darkened and said, No, I'm full of shortcomings. I don't have any strong points." "How could that be?" Shilan giggled, "If you're a man, you should have strong points. Little brother, don't be so shy." Yang Kai's face turned cold and said, "Auntie, how old are you? Can you be a little more shameless and call me big brother?" The smile on Shilan's face suddenly stiffened and her entire body emitted a cold aura. She turned her head to look at Sangda and said, "Grandmaster, where did you find this person? I'm going to tear his mouth off, okay?" Sangda's face darkened. "It seems that you didn't take what this old man said to heart." Shilan was so angry that she was trembling. She gritted her teeth and said, "Master, I've long heard of Brother Man and Chen Fei that you invited. They're also famous loners on the island. But who does this kid think he is? How can he be qualified to work with us?" Chapter 2386. Hearing her words, Yang Kai finally understood that the people Sangda had chosen were all extremely strong and had no backing. No wonder he needed 5 years to prepare for this matter. It seemed that there weren't many people who met his requirements. Whether he is qualified or not, this old man has personally tested him. "If you have any objections, you can disembark now." Sangda snorted. Shilan gritted her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. She knew that falling out with Sangda now would not end well. After thinking for a while, she suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Then what happens after this matter is done?" Sangda said indifferently, "After this matter is done, you can do whatever you want. But before this, behave yourselves. Shilan nodded heavily and said, okay, then I'll wait. As she spoke, she glared fiercely at Yang Kai and said, boy, apologize to me as soon as possible, or I'll teach you a lesson. Yang Kai turned his head and threw the back of Shilan's head. Shilan was so angry that she almost shattered her teeth from clenching them. If this woman wasn't so shameless, Yang Kai wouldn't have not given her face. After all, they were going to cooperate in the future. But this woman didn't know how to cherish herself at all. If Yang Kai showed her a good attitude, she would probably really stick to him. Yang Kai had no interest in her at all. What's going on with that ship? Chen Fei suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of Heaven Connect City. He said in a deep voice, it's not coming for us, is it? The ship of the city lord's mansion. Man Kuai's expression also froze when he saw the symbol on the ship. Looking at its direction, it really seems to be coming for us. Shilan was not in the mood to argue with Yang Kai over such trivial matters. Her pretty face sank. She turned her head and looked around, shouting, did any of you leak the information? As soon as she said this, Sangda's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with anger as he swept his gaze over Yang Kai and the others. It's not my fault. Chen Fei was the first to disassociate himself. This Chen is used to being alone and has no habit of leaking information. Me too. Man Kuai said. Shilan sneered and said, not the two of you. It's also not me, and it's even more impossible for Grandmaster to reveal it. Then, the only possibility is. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Kai, sneering. Yang Kai shrugged and said, it is indeed me. Seeing him admit it so readily, Shilan and the others were stunned. Then, the three of them moved and surrounded Yang Kai. He secretly circulated his origin energy, preparing to attack at any moment. Shilan said, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, this ocean will be your burial ground. Sangda's face was also gloomy as he stared coldly at Yang Kai, a look of extreme dissatisfaction on his face. He had only been looking for Yang Kai for 3 days. But he didn't expect to be betrayed so quickly. Naturally, he was furious. Yang Kai tilted his head, looked at Sangda, and said indifferently, the man on the ship is called Yu Leping. Grandmaster, you don't need me to explain anything, do you? Hearing this, Sangda's furrowed brows gradually relaxed and said, so, you didn't leak the secret, and he's only here for revenge? Last time, Yang Kai had some conflict with Yu Leping in front of Sangda's residence. Sangda also knew about this, and now he knew that the person chasing after them was him. How could Sangda not know the whole story? It was not that someone leaked the information, but that Yu Leping chased after Yang Kai just to get revenge. You have a grudge with Yu Leping? Chen Fei also put away his hostility and asked suspiciously. Naturally, they all knew about Yu Leping. He was a powerhouse in the city lord's mansion, at the level of the third order Dao source realm, and had some real power in the city lord's mansion. It's just a small matter. Yang Kai chuckled. A few days ago, I crippled one of his arms at Grandmaster's door. Who knew that he would hold a grudge? Crippled one of his arms. When Shilan and the others heard this, their expressions all changed. Yu Leping was from the third order Dao source realm, and in terms of cultivation strength, he was about the same as them. For Yang Kai to be able to cripple one of his arms, it was clear that he was much stronger than Yu Leping. In other words, the true strength of this unknown Yang Kai was definitely not to be underestimated. For a moment, Shilan and the others looked at Yang Kai with serious eyes, especially Shilan. She didn't take Yang Kai seriously before, but now, she had to re-examine whether falling out with Yang Kai would benefit her. Grandmaster, what do we do now? Man Kuai frowned at Sangda. We can't just hand Brother Yang over, right? Sangda only pondered for a moment before decisively saying, pretend you didn't see anything and keep going. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hand and stimulated his source chi, causing the ship's speed to increase significantly. Seeing him do this, everyone understood what he was planning. Sangda obviously wanted to lure Yu Liping and the others into the depths of the sea and then silence them. The people he invited were all from the third-order Dao Source Realm. Although there weren't many of them, each of them was a top Dao Source Realm master. If Yu Liping really dared to chase after them, he might not have a good ending. As soon as the ship accelerated, the ship from the City Lord's mansion seemed to have noticed and immediately sped up as well, chasing after them. One day later, the two ships were already tens of thousands of kilometers away from Clear Sky Island. Since half a day ago, the ship chasing after them had been constantly waving its flag, as if ordering Sangda and the others to stop. But how could Sangda care? He pretended not to see it and continued to rush forward with all his might. It wasn't until they were far enough away from Clear Sky Island that Sangda slowly slowed down the ship and gradually moored in the sea. Half an hour later, the ship from the City Lord's mansion finally approached. Yu Liping stood on the deck, his face so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. After the two ships were close together, Yu Liping's figure suddenly flickered and he directly arrived on Sangda's ship. Following him were many cultivators from the City Lord's mansion. At a rough count, there were at least 15 of them, with a few people remaining on the deck. Are you blind? Didn't you see this king's order to stop the ship? Yu Liping shouted angrily as soon as he arrived. So it's Master Yu. Shilan swayed her slender waist and greeted him with a smile on her pretty face. Master Yu, why are you in the mood to come to the sea? If this mistress had known that Master Yu was following behind, this mistress wouldn't have left no matter what. Shilan. Yu Liping seemed to know Shilan. Seeing that she was on this ship, he couldn't help but frown and move away from her. Obviously, he also knew that Shilan wasn't someone to be trifled with. She was simply a poisonous beauty. Getting involved with her definitely wouldn't end well. Master, are you chasing after me? Shilan was still showing off, giggling. Master, if you want this mistress, all you have to do is say the word. Why go through so much trouble to chase after me? Yu Liping's face darkened, and he said in disdain, it's none of your business. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Yang Kai, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. But soon, he was stunned again. Looking at the two people beside Yang Kai, he asked suspiciously, Chen Fei, Man Kuai. Sangda had used a secret artifact to change his appearance, so he couldn't recognize him. How did you guys get together? Yu Liping asked with a bewildered look on his face. Whether it was Shilan, Chen Fei, or Man Kuai, they were all quite famous on Clear Sky Island. This was because the three of them were quite strong and had always been alone. They hadn't joined any factions, and there weren't many people like them left on the island. These Lone Ranger powerhouses had actually appeared on the same boat. Clearly, there was a big problem. But soon, Yu Liping seemed to realize something, and his eyes lit up. Why are you guys going out to sea together? Shilan and the others were all people who wouldn't wake up early if there was no profit to be had. For them to gather together, it was obvious that they were up to something. Perhaps they had found some precious treasure, which was why they gathered together. Thinking of this possibility, Yu Liping's heart burned with passion. He had come out this time to chase after Yang Kai, but he didn't expect to accidentally discover such a secret. Didn't this mean that he could also get a share? A treasure that could catch the eyes of these people would definitely be useful to him. I was bored staying on the island, so I came out to look at the sea and enjoy the boundless scenery. Master, are you going to interfere in this? Shilan giggled. Yu Liping said with a sullen face, do you think you're a fool, or do you think I'm a fool? The faces of the cultivator from the City Lord's mansion who had followed Yu Liping here also darkened. Each of them had an ominous glint in their eyes as they looked at Shilan and the others with ill intentions. They were all under the protection of the City Lord's mansion and were used to being arrogant on Clear Sky Island, so they really didn't put Shilan and the others in their eyes. Yu Liping waved his hand and coldly shouted, I suspect that you guys are going out to sea with the intention of harming Clear Sky Island. Now, all of you come back with me for investigation. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. It seems Master Yu is a fool. Shilan pursed her lips and smiled. Yula Ping's face darkened as he shouted, "You dare scold me?" Shilan said, "I'm just speaking the truth. If you're not a fool, why would you jump onto someone else's ship?" Man Kuai also coldly snorted from the side, "Do you still think this is Clear Sky Island?" Yula Ping's expression changed greatly as he finally realized that the situation wasn't good. He was domineering and arrogant on Clear Sky Island, and everyone was afraid of him. He unconsciously brought that arrogance to the sea, thinking that no one would dare to disobey him and not give him face. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. Without the protection of the city lord's mansion, he was just a cultivator in the third-order Dao source realm. In the depths of the sea, there were no traces of people. Even if something happened, no one would know. Sensing the malicious intent in the eyes of Man Kuai and the others, Yula Ping was shocked and quickly said, "Wait, I came out to sea this time just for this brat." As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai and said in a deep voice, "I have some grievances with him. Hand him over to me, and I'll return to Clear Sky Island immediately." Shilan sighed slightly and shook her head, "Master, you're so foolish and naive. I can't bear to hurt you." Chapter 2387. As soon as she finished speaking, a few screams suddenly rang out. The expressions of Yula Ping and the others changed drastically as they turned their heads to look. They saw that several cultivators on their side had turned green and were foaming at the mouth. They trembled and fell to the ground, losing all signs of life in the blink of an eye. "Snakes, there are so many snakes!" Someone cried out in horror. At some point, the deck was covered with densely packed snakes of various sizes. The air was immediately filled with a nauseating smell. It was obviously the accumulation of snake venom, causing people to feel dizzy when they smelled it. A strange sound rang out. Shilan placed one of her slender, jade-like hands by her lips and gently blew. The venomous snakes seemed to have received an order as they jumped up from the ground and shot towards Yula Ping and the others like arrows. A few of the weaker cultivators were already dizzy from the snake venom and could not avoid it in time. They were bitten directly. In less than 10 breaths, these bitten cultivators fell straight to the ground and died on the spot. Seeing that Shilan had already made her move, Man Kuai roared and summoned a huge copper hammer that was taller than a person. He swung the hammer forward. The cultivators of the city lord's mansion were already flustered by the endless number of venomous snakes. They instinctively leaped into the air, trying to avoid the venomous snakes on the ground. At this moment, Man Kuai's sledgehammer swept over. A powerful aura and source chi erupted. A vortex of power swirled around the sledgehammer as if it had an infinite suction force, causing the few people near the vortex to be unable to advance or retreat. Asterisk boom, asterisk a muffled sound rang out as several cultivators of the city lord's mansion were smashed to pieces on the spot. Not even their bones were left. Before the few people who were lucky enough to survive had a chance to catch their breath. Sangda, who had been silent all this time, suddenly snorted coldly. An array flag appeared in his hand out of thin air. He threw the array flag into the void, and in an instant, the light of an array formation flashed above the ship. Not only did it envelop the entire ship tightly, but it even had the power to restrict the flight of the ship. The martial artists who had flown into the air cried out in alarm as they fell from above. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk Chen Fei held a long sword in his hand. Murderous intent surged from his body. He was like a gentle breeze that swept into the crowd. His movements were erratic. He struck out with his sword one after another. Every time he struck, there would be results. One by one, the enemies would fall to the ground while screaming. "How dare you attack me?" At this moment, Yula Ping was no longer as calm and collected as before. His hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. However, there was no doubt that his injuries were not light. In the blink of an eye, only 3 of the 15 city lords' mansion cultivator were left. These three were all third-order Dao Source realm cultivators. Although their realms were the same, Yu Leping was the strongest among them. Although the three of them were battered and exhausted, they still supported each other. He kept blocking the attacks coming from all directions. They barely managed to stabilize their footing. Shilan and the others' frenzied attacks did not succeed. They immediately slowed down the intensity of their attacks, so as to avoid forcing Yu Leping to do something irrational. On the other side, on the city lord's mansion's ship, the several cultivators who had stayed behind to guard the ship saw the battle erupt and their sides suffer heavy losses. Each and every one of them turned pale with fright and were dumbfounded, none of them running away at the first moment. "Brat, you're actually slacking off." Shilan shouted hysterically at Yang Kai as if she had discovered a new continent. In the battle just now, everyone had made a move, except for Yang Kai. He just stood there, as if he was enjoying a good show. Today's matter was clearly caused by Yang Kai. If he did not have a grudge with Yu Leping, the other party would not have chased them all the way to the sea and caused this battle. However, all of them had made a move, but the person in question, Yang Kai, was actually indifferent. How could Shilan not be angry? Although Chen Fei and Man Kuai didn't say anything, their faces were filled with displeasure. "Who said I was slacking off?" Yang Kai retorted with a look of disdain. "Are you blind? I'm just holding the fort for you." Shilan was so angry that she trembled. She realized that this brat called Yang Kai was simply abominable. Ever since he boarded the ship, he had not given her any face and had been going against her at every turn. It was as if there was some deep grudge between them. Now, he actually dared to lie through his teeth. He was clearly slacking off, but he still said that he was holding the fort. How shameless. She gritted her teeth and secretly swore in her heart that she would teach Yang Kai a lesson and let him know the consequences of offending a woman. "Since you're holding the fort, it's time for you to be useful. I'll leave these three to you." Sangda seemed to be dissatisfied with Yang Kai's slacking attitude and said coldly, "What about the people over there?" Yang Kai pointed at the cultivator still on the city lord's mansion's ship. It was unknown whether these cultivators were inexperienced or had been scared silly, but they did not even think of running away until Yang Kai pointed at them. Only then did they begin to flee in panic. "Leave these people to this old man. You just need to deal with Yu Leping and the others." Sangda snorted and leaped up from the ship. Like a great rock spreading its wings, he chased after the fleeing cultivator with great momentum. The cultivator's cultivation was not high, and they were only responsible for looking after the ship. Even if they split up and fled, they would not be able to escape Sangda's pursuit. Death was only a matter of time. "Brat, what are you waiting for?" When Shilan saw that Kai Yang was still standing there without any intention of making a move, she couldn't help but urge him. Although she, Chen Fei, and Man Kuai were working together to trap Yu Leping's group in place, the three of them weren't mediocre. With their cooperation, they were actually able to form a watertight defense. A long delay may lead to trouble. "Brother Yang, hurry up and make a move," Chen Fei urged impatiently. "Brother Yang, is it? A few days ago, this Yu was blind and offended Brother Yang. Master Brother Yang, please forgive me this time. I, Yu Leping, will definitely repay you generously." When Yu Leping saw Yang Kai looking at him, his face turned pale and he quickly begged for mercy. If he had known that his life would be in danger on this voyage, how could he have acted so rashly? Wouldn't it have been better to just stay on Clear Sky Island? He could enjoy life on the island and no one would dare to not give him face. However, he did not expect that his words, which carried so much weight on Clear Sky Island, would be nothing in the depths of the sea. Shilan and the others were not to be trifled with. He knew that begging them was useless, so he could only beg Yang Kai. "I have 1,000,000 source crystals. I can give them all to Brother Yang. I only ask that Brother Yang let me go." Yu Leping seemed to know that empty promises could not win the trust of others, so he quickly put out some solid goods. 1,000,000 source crystals. When Shilan and the others heard this, their eyes all turned red. Although they had a bit of fame on Clear Sky Island and their strength was not bad, the source crystals they worked hard to earn were barely enough for their own use. There was no surplus at all. Now that they heard that Yu Luping had 1,000,000 source crystals, they were like hungry wolves that had seen fresh meat, unwilling to look away. If they could get 1,000,000 source crystals, they would have made a fortune on this trip. Thinking of this, Shilan quickly gave Yang Kai a look, indicating that he should first feign civility and agree to get the 1,000,000 source crystals first. Yang Kai ignored her and looked at Yu Luping contemptuously, saying, "You want to buy your life with a mere 1,000,000 source crystals?" Mere. When Shilan and the others heard this, their faces all darkened. 1,000,000 source crystals was considered mere? Did this kid have no concept of numbers? Yu Luping said with a sullen face, "Brother Yang, my life is cheap." "I can see that you're a cheap person." Yang Kai snorted. Yu Luping said, "Brother Yang, master, please be magnanimous and let me go." Under the eaves, how could he dare not lower his head? Even if he knew that hope was slim, Yu Luping could not give up looking for a chance of survival. Yang Kai sneered and turned his head to look at the other two cultivator beside Yu Luping, saying, "Do you want to live, or do you want to die?" The two cultivator were already scared witless and did not know when their defenses would be broken. At this moment, when they heard Yang Kai's question, they hurriedly nodded and said, "We want to live, we want to live." Listening to the meaning in Yang Kai's words, it seemed that they still had a way out. "If you want to live, then help me kill him." Yang Kai pointed at Yu Luping and said, "I have some grudges with this person, and it has nothing to do with you. As long as you help me kill him, I will let you live." As soon as these words came out, Yu Luping's face changed greatly, and the expressions of the other two city lords' mansion cultivator changed, as if they were considering the gains and losses. Yu Luping shouted, "Two brothers, don't listen to him. This person wants to drive a wedge between us. If this Yu dies, they will definitely not let you go." While speaking, he turned his head to glare at Yang Kai and shouted, "You are so sinister." Knowing that Yang Kai would never let him go, Yu Luping was too lazy to beg for mercy. However, the two city lords' mansion cultivator frowned. How could they not know that Yang Kai was trying to drive a wedge between them? However, at this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai's proposal was inevitably tempting. "You two, you can't be." Yu Luping observed their expressions and was shocked. If these two people were successfully instigated by Yang Kai, then how could he survive? With this thought, he let out a long roar and gathered all his strength. His whole body shot up into the sky like an arrow leaving the bow, wanting to escape this place. "Yu Luping, you." The expressions of the remaining two cultivator changed greatly. The reason why they were able to remain safe and sound was firstly because the three of them worked together to form an airtight defense. Secondly, it was because Shilan and the others did not dare to force them too much, so they could barely maintain a balance. But now, Yu Luping had actually abandoned the two of them in his shock. A huge flaw suddenly appeared in this defensive circle. Man Kuai's huge hammer swept over, and the poisonous snakes surrounding the two swarmed over, swallowing the two in the blink of an eye. Yu Luping rushed up less than 5 feet before falling down in a sorry state. The level of the forbidden space restriction on this ship seemed to be extremely high, and it was not something he could contend against. Chen Fei, who was already prepared, attacked with a long sword wrapped in rainbow light, directly sweeping Yu Luping into his sword curtain. Chapter 2388. A few screams were heard, and the two cultivators of the city lord's mansion were instantly killed. Yu Luping's situation did not seem to be much better. He was enveloped by Shen Fei's sword curtain, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through. The wounds on his body continued to increase. A figure suddenly flashed by, and Yang Kai appeared behind him strangely, throwing a punch at him. Yu Luping was already having a hard time dealing with this, so how could he guard against Yang Kai's sneak attack? This punch hit him directly in the back, and a powerful force gushed out. Yu Liping spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was pushed forward by the force, taking a few steps forward. Shen Fei arrived with his sword, and with a sweep of the sword, his head was sent flying. Blood immediately gushed out from the headless corpse like a fountain. The next moment, Shen Fei suddenly reached out and grabbed Yu Liping's space ring. Previously, Yu Liping said that he would give Yang Kai 1,000,000 source crystals, which showed that this person was extremely rich. Once he died, Yu Liping's space ring naturally became a hot commodity. However, before Shen Fei could succeed, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Brother Shen, what are you trying to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch at Shen Fei. Shen Fei frowned, but he was not in the mood to tangle with Yang Kai. He just tilted his body slightly to avoid the attack, and the target in his hand was still the space ring. However, at this moment, there was a sudden sound of something breaking through the air, and immediately, a dark green shadow wrapped around Yu Liping's wrist. When Shen Fei's large hand reached out to grab it, the dark green shadow actually bit at him like an arrow released from a bow. At the same time, it was accompanied by a hissing sound. It was only at this moment that Shen Fei saw clearly that the dark green shadow was actually a venomous snake that looked like a bamboo stick. He immediately pulled back in shock. He was afraid of being bitten. The green venomous snake was extremely agile. Seeing that Shen Fei had pulled back, it did not chase after him. It just coiled around Yu Liping's finger, and the space ring disappeared. Then, it straightened its body and shot at Shilan. Yang Kai and Shen Fei slowly landed on the ground, looking at Shilan with gloomy expressions. Previously, the two of them were fighting, and Shilan was the one who reaped the benefits. This naturally put the two in a bad mood. Man Kuai, on the other hand, seemed to have reacted a beat slower. Only now did he come back to his senses. He glared at the ring on Shilan's hand like a tiger watching its prey. "Brothers. Why are you staring at me like that? It's like you want to eat me. I'm so scared." As Shilan spoke, she slipped the spatial ring into her bosom. Shen Fei held his sword horizontally and pointed it at Shilan. "If you dare to make any more moves, don't blame me for being impolite." "What are you doing?" Shilan's expression stiffened, but she didn't dare to continue. Clutching the space ring in her jade hand, she laughed dryly. "You know what you're doing." Shen Fei coldly snorted and turned to look at Man Jin. "Brother Man, there may be 1,000,000 source crystals in that ring. What do you think?" Man Kuai chuckled and said, "Ill-gotten gains. Naturally, you have a share. I'll have one." Yang Kai looked at Shen Fei in astonishment and said in dissatisfaction, "Why didn't you ask me?" Shen Fei said, "How could Brother Yang be interested in a mere 1,000,000 source crystals?" These words were obviously mocking what Yang Kai had said to Yu Liping before. "I'm interested, but I'm very poor," Yang Kai said with a serious face. Although he really didn't care for 1,000,000 source crystals, he couldn't show it at this time and place. Otherwise, the people on the ship would definitely suspect him. If he was indifferent to 1,000,000 source crystals in front of him, anyone would have a guess. Yang Kai called out, "Count me in on this matter. Don't be so unkind." Shen Fei frowned, knowing that he couldn't get rid of Yang Kai. When he exchanged blows with Yang Kai earlier, he had already sensed that Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his. Thinking of this, he could only say, "Shilan, do you want to be enemies with the three of us alone? If you know what's good for you, you should know what to do." Shilan gritted her teeth with a hateful look, but when she saw Man Kuai and the other two men eyeing her covetously, she knew that it was impossible for her to monopolize Yu Liping's space ring. If she really did so, it would definitely arouse public anger. Although Shilan's strength was not bad, she was not confident that she could deal with Shen Fei and Man Kuai at the same time. What's more, she had not experienced how strong that brat called Yang Kai was. "Here." Shilan angrily threw the space ring at Shen Fei and said with an aggrieved expression, "You only know how to bully people." She looked like she was about to cry. If someone who didn't know the inside story saw it, they would definitely feel pity and hate Yang Kai and the others for bullying her with numbers. This time, Yang Kai did not intercept the ring and allowed Chen Fei to grab it. In the next moment, Chen Fei's divine sense surged. He was obviously trying to break the restriction on the ring. For a moment, Yang Kai and the others all stretched their necks and looked on eagerly with greedy expressions. After a while, Chen Fei's face suddenly revealed a look of joy. Everyone immediately knew that he had broken the restriction. How many? Man Kuai asked impatiently. Chen Fei also seemed to be a little excited and said, "Take a look for yourselves." Saying so, he waved his hand and a medium spirit purifying array was set up on the deck. Then, he took out everything in the ring. In an instant, the deck was filled to the brim with source crystals. As far as the eye could see, the mountain of source crystals almost blinded Shilan and the others. No one knew exactly how many source crystals there were, but judging from the scale, there were at least 1,000,000. When Yu Ping said that he had 1,000,000 source crystals, he was not joking. His cultivation was about the same as Shilan and the others, but he lived a carefree life. He had so many source crystals that he could not use them all up. On the other hand, Shilan and the others had to work hard at sea every day. The resources they earned were barely enough for their own use. Comparing the two sides, Shilan and the others felt a little unbalanced. How hateful. A mere steward of the city lord's mansion has plundered so much of the people's wealth. He's simply insane. He deserves to be punished by heaven and earth. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. These words touched the hearts of Shilan and the others. Yu Ping was indeed just a small steward in the city lord's mansion, but he had such a huge amount of wealth. What about the others? What about the others who had higher status than Yu Ping? They must have more wealth than Yu Ping, right? Let's split it first. Man Kuai licked his lips and said excitedly. How many people? Shilan asked. Isn't it just the 4 of us? How many people do you want to split it? Man Kuai replied matter-of-factly. Chen Fei and Yang Kai looked at each other but did not say anything. Then let's split it quickly. Shilan also made up her mind and waved her hand. Immediately, the 4 of them divided the things in Yu Ping's ring equally. All of them were beaming with joy, as if they had picked up a great bargain. Nearly 20 cultivators from the city lord's mansion had died this time. In addition to Yu Ping's ring, there were naturally other spoils of war. However, after everyone collected them, they found that there were not many good things in these people's rings. Apart from the last 2 cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source Realm who were struggling at death's door with Yu Ping, the others only had a few hundred source crystals in their space rings. Some even had a few dozen source crystals. They were so poor that it made one's heart ache. The 2 Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivators' space rings did have some things, but the overall value was not even 1/10 of Yu Ping's. Yang Kai and the others also hastily divided it up. After about half a cup of tea's time, a figure suddenly appeared above the sea. That figure flew straight towards them and quickly landed on the deck. It was Sangda, who had chased after them. Looking at him, it was obvious that he had already killed all those who had escaped. Grandmaster, what do we do with this ship? Shilan looked at the ship anchored at the side with some interest and asked. If you want it, you can refine it yourself, Sangda replied indifferently. Shilan was overjoyed and was about to fly over when Sangda said, let's keep going. Shilan's face darkened, but she did not dare to argue with Sangda too much. Not long after, the ship continued to sail forward. To Shilan's and the others' surprise, Sangda did not ask them about the spoils of war after returning, as if he had forgotten about it. However, this was what they had hoped for. If Sangda insisted on a share, Shilan and the others could not refuse. Yang Kai, however, knew that Sangda did not forget, he just did not care. This guy had been refining artifacts on Clear Sky Island for 900 years and had received a lot of benefits. In terms of wealth, even 10 Yu Pings might not be comparable to Sangda. How could some trivial spoils of war enter his eyes? Instead of getting into an argument with Shilan and the others, it was better to pretend that he did not know. After a fierce battle, Shilan and the others seemed to be a little tired, so they all went to the cabin to meditate and rest. Although Yang Kai was not tired, he did not want to be a maverick, so he also went to his room and closed his eyes to meditate. Days passed, and Sangda's destination seemed to be extremely far away from Clear Sky Island. The ship had sailed for more than half a month, but they still had not reached their destination. During this time, everyone took turns to rest and control the direction of the ship, so it was peaceful. Occasionally, they would encounter attacks from sea beasts, but they were not in danger. Sangda's ship seemed to be of extremely high grade. Although it was not at the level of an Emperor artifact, it was definitely at the peak of the Dao source grade. Those huge sea beasts could not damage the ship in the slightest. This was not surprising, as Sangda was a peak Dao source grade artifact refiner himself. How could he not put his heart into refining his own artifact? Not only was this ship extremely sturdy, but it was also arranged with many spirit arrays and barriers. For example, the light curtain that restricted the movement of Yu Leping and the others was one of the functions of this ship. Yang Kai even suspected that Sangda had refined this ship to his heart's content. On this ship, Sangda could dominate everything, and nothing could escape his perception. If he wanted to deal with Shilan and the others on this ship, it would be a piece of cake. However, as long as Sangda had not reached the point of madness, he would definitely not do so. He still needed a few people on the ship to help him get that tool. On this day, Yang Kai, who was meditating in the cabin, suddenly felt the ship shake violently and quickly stop. He raised his brow and realized that they should have arrived at their destination, so he quickly walked out of the cabin. Chapter 2389. Yang Kai was the first to arrive on the deck. Sangda was already standing there, and not long after, Man Kuai and the others also came up. Looking around, the surface of the sea was sparkling as far as the eye could see. Under the blue sky and white clouds, it was a beautiful scene of calm. Grandmaster, why aren't we moving? Shilan turned her head and looked around, asking suspiciously. We're here, Sangda replied. Although his tone was calm, anyone could feel his faint excitement. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned and looked around again with bewildered expressions. There was only a vast sea around them, no different from any other place. How could they have reached this place? That old thing's array skills are extremely high. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's an Emperor array master. There's a 10 colors aqua light array in front of us, so it's normal that you can't see anything. Sangda looked ahead and explained with a sneer, if you can see it, then there's a problem. An Emperor array master. Chen Fei's expression changed and he frowned. Grandmaster, you never said that this was the lair of an Emperor array master. What kind of joke was this? They were actually going to break into the lair of an Emperor array master? Wasn't this no different from courting death? Even if an Emperor array master died, how many killing and trapping arrays would he have set up in his lair? What good would come of breaking in rashly? He was afraid that he would be blasted to the point that not even his ashes would be left. Although Shilan and Man Kuai did not speak, their faces were filled with deep worry and fear. Obviously, they were extremely afraid. If you're afraid, you can leave now. Sangda snorted coldly. Chen Fei's expression turned cold, and he was extremely unhappy. He felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. Sangda was telling him to leave at this time. Wasn't this a joke? Not to mention whether he could just leave like this. Even if he could, he was unwilling. Since Grandmaster brought us here, he must have his own reasons. What are you so anxious about? Yang Kai glanced at Chen Fei and said coldly. Shilan smiled when she heard this. He nodded and said, that's right. Grandmaster must have been prepared. We only need to listen to Grandmaster's orders. Sangda turned his head to look at the crowd and said, if you really think so, then that's for the best. From now on, I don't want to hear any doubts. Do what I tell you to do. If you don't want to cooperate, scram. No one answered. Who would refute him at this time? Sangda nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Although the 10 colors aqua light grand formation was impressive, it was still a powerful formation. But formations are dead, and people are alive. If that old thing was still alive, this old man might not be able to break it. But he's already dead, humph. He sneered. While they were talking, with a flash of his figure, he flew out of the ship. At the same time, he waved his hand and said, "Follow me." Yang Kai and the others followed him without saying a word. Next, Sangda seemed to begin walking in a large circle around a certain place. As he did so, he constantly took out array flags from his space ring and threw them into the void. When he reached a specific location, he would also ask one of Yang Kai and the others to stop, hand them a control flag, and let them be on standby. Seeing that he was so familiar with the situation and had a well-thought-out plan, everyone had more confidence in him. No longer hesitating or disagreeing, they were very cooperative with his commands and actions. About half an hour later, everything was ready. The 5 people stood in 5 different positions, each holding a control flag in their hands, ready for battle. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from Sangda's side, followed by a wave of source chi. When the other 4 saw this, they immediately activated their source chi according to Sangda's previous instructions and poured it into the array flags in their hands, shooting them into the void in front of them. In an instant, over a large area on the surface of the sea, 5 rays of light were like rainbows from the sky, running through the east, west, north, and south, closely connected. At the same time, the array flags that had been secretly arranged by Sangda also played their role. Under the control of the 5 control flags, they suddenly produced a strange resonance, emitting strange energy fluctuations. A transparent semicircular light curtain appeared out of thin air, visible to the naked eye. This huge light curtain was like an inverted bowl, covering the surface of the sea. Through this light curtain, some scenery that was different from the sea surface could be faintly seen. When everyone saw this scene, they immediately knew that Sangda was right. This was indeed the lair of a master, but it was hidden by a powerful spirit array. What Sangda had to do now was to break this spirit array and reveal this place again. As the 5 people continued to activate their source chi, the scenery inside the transparent light curtain gradually became clear. Yang Kai paid close attention and found that this was just a small island. The area was not too big, but the scenery was extremely good. The island was rugged with rocks and lush vegetation, a pleasant scene. Yang Kai did not know how Sangda's master found this place, but it was indeed a good place to live. If one could not leave the solitary void-sealed world, they could choose to live here alone and leisurely. Unfortunately, that master was blind and accepted a traitorous disciple like Sangda, causing him to not be able to rest in peace after his death. Sangda had brought people here to disturb his peace. After more than half an hour, Yang Kai and the others had exhausted a lot of their strength and were almost unable to make ends meet. The scenery of the island inside the transparent light curtain finally appeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Sangda seemed to have made a move. Yang Kai and the others only noticed that the array flags arranged around the island hummed in unison before a huge force burst out, directly shattering the transparent light curtain. The huge burst of power shook Yang Kai and the others, who were unprepared, and they almost suffered a loss. However, from the looks of it, the 10-colored aqua light array that covered the island and hid its tracks was also broken. Sangda had already taken the lead and landed on the island. When the others saw this, they naturally used their movement skills and did not fall behind. Not long after, the 5 people gathered on the island and stood in a corner of the island. If Sangda did not move, no one dared to move. After all, this was the lair of an emperor array master, and one wrong step could lead to a fatal disaster. After pondering for a moment, Sangda said, "There are still many spirit arrays on this island. This old master will break them one by one. Will you wait for me here, or will you come with this old master?" After saying that, he added, "This old master suggests that you wait for me here." Before the others could speak, Shilan hurriedly said, "This island is so dangerous. This mistress feels safer following Grandmaster." "Are you sure?" Sangda glanced at Shilan indifferently. Shilan pursed her lips and giggled, "Since Grandmaster has brought me here, you have to be responsible for protecting me." She could still act coquettishly in front of an old man like Sangda. Who knew if it was her nature or if she was used to acting? "What about you?" Sangda turned his head to look at the others. Man Kuai scratched his head and chuckled, "I'll follow Grandmaster as well." Chen Fei furrowed his brows and glanced at Kai Yang. "I'm tired. I want to rest here. Call me when you're done." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he actually sat down cross-legged. Chen Fei said, "Then I'll stay too. I'll accompany Brother Yang." Yang Kai glanced at him with a faint smile, but Chen Fei's expression did not change. "Then the two of you come with this old master." Sangda sneered and called out to Shilan and Man Kuai before leading the way. The two of them looked at each other. They did not know if their choice was right or wrong, but since things had come to this point, they could only brace themselves and follow. After the three of them disappeared from sight, Chen Fei suddenly looked at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, aren't you afraid that they'll leave you behind if you don't follow them?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "If Brother Chen is afraid, just follow them yourself. There's no need to drag me into this." Chen Fei smiled and said, "Brother Yang seems to be very hostile to me. I wonder how this Chen has offended you." Yang Kai said, "I've always been like this. If Brother Chen is not used to it, don't chat with me, or you won't be able to stand it." Chen Fei's face twitched and he forced a smile. This Chen admires proud people like Brother Yang. Brother Yang seems to be a capable person. I wonder if you would be willing to cooperate with this Chen? Cooperation? Cooperation on what? How? Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile. Chen Fei's expression turned serious and he said, "I won't beat around the bush. Since Brother Yang was invited here by Grandmaster, he must also want to leave this solitary void-sealed world. If what Grandmaster said is true, then there is a tool here that can leave. Doesn't Brother Yang want to have that tool in his hands?" The corners of Yang Kai's mouth rose, revealing a meaningful smile as he said, "Brother Chen is overthinking things." Chen Fei said, "The location of the exit is in Sangda's hands. If even the tool is in his hands, then whether he takes us out or not is up to him. Whether or not Sangda can be trusted is another matter. In any case, I don't trust him. However, if we can get that tool, the power to lead will be in our hands. Sangda will also have to act according to our wishes." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Brother Chen's words make sense. I haven't considered that." Chen Fei smiled and said, "Brother Yang may not have not considered it. It's just that a gentleman's heart is open and aboveboard." He casually flattered Yang Kai, which greatly pleased him. Yang Kai asked, "Then, according to Brother Chen, what should we do?" Chen Fei said, "Naturally, after Sangda finds that thing, then, Brother Chen will rush over and slash wildly to attract their attention. I'll take the opportunity to snatch that thing away." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish speaking and continued. Chen Fei's face darkened and his mouth opened wide. For a long time, he couldn't spit out a word. Yang Kai asked solemnly, "Does Brother Chen think this proposal is inappropriate?" Chen Fei's face twitched and he said, This Chen will have to think about it carefully. Those people are not easy to deal with. One moment of carelessness and we may be doomed eternally. Of course, you have to think about it carefully. Once Brother Chen has thought about it, let me know when to make a move." Yang Kai said seriously. Okay. Chen Fei nodded stiffly. Chapter 2390. Seeing Chen Fei fall silent, Yang Kai sneered in his heart and no longer spoke. This person wanted to cooperate with him. Regardless of whether it was a scam or not, just his sincerity alone needed to be considered. Otherwise, how could he have been driven away by Yang Kai with just a few words? Such a person obviously only wanted to use others and was not reliable at all. Besides, even if the two really cooperated and obtained the tool, who would control it in the end? However, Chen Fei was right about one thing. The location of the exit was in Sangda's hands. If even the tools were taken away by Sangda, it would be up to him to decide whether or not to bring them out of this place. What Chen Fei could think of, Yang Kai could naturally think of as well. Shilan and Man Kuai were not fools and must have thought about it. That was why they followed Sangda closely, lest he burn the bridge after crossing the river. However, Yang Kai felt that it was useless to follow Sangda now. Sangda spent 5 years gathering 5 people here. It was impossible for him to just break a 10-colored watery spirit array. He would definitely need their help later, so even if Sangda wanted to leave them, it was not time yet. Yang Kai was not afraid of anything. With his current strength and the help he had at hand, Sangda would not be able to make any waves. After finding the tool, if Sangda knew what was good for him, he could naturally cooperate with him to leave this solitary void-sealed world. If he did not, then he could only use force. He believed that with his current means, Sangda would not be able to resist. From time to time, there would be some strange movements in the depths of the island, which seemed to be caused by Sangda cracking the spirit array. From this, it could be seen that this guy was not only a powerful artifact refiner. His skill in spirit arrays was definitely not low. It was quite similar to his dead master's style. An hour later, Shilan and Man Kuai walked back with their faces covered in dirt. They were in a sorry state and looked extremely unhappy. Chen Fei heard the movement and opened his eyes to look at them, asking in surprise, "Where's Grandmaster?" He thought that Sangda had already cast him and the others aside. Shilan did not answer and Man Kuai said awkwardly, "He's still cracking the spirit array." "Then why did you?" Chen Fei did not finish his question. Shilan and Man Zhao must have been unable to do anything by Sangda's side. Instead, they had suffered under the effects of the array, which was why they had returned. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take pleasure in their misfortune. He secretly rejoiced that he had the foresight to stay here. Otherwise, he would definitely be in the same sorry state as these two people. After Shilan and Man Kuai returned, they found a place to sit down and recuperate. Time flew by. Several days passed. For the past few days, none of them had moved at all. Only some strange sounds would come from the depths of the island from time to time, indicating Sangda's progress in breaking the formation. After a few days of rest, they had more or less recovered. All of them were full of energy. He secretly rubbed his palms together. He was ready to go all out. At a certain moment, Man Kuai suddenly frowned and said in surprise and bewilderment, "Everyone, has there been no movement for a long time?" Over the past few days, when Sangda was cracking the spirit array, he would make some noise every now and then, but now, after more than half a day, it was completely peaceful, which made everyone puzzled. Grandmaster couldn't have. Chen Fei's expression changed slightly as he thought of a very bad possibility. After hearing what he said, everyone's expression turned solemn. If Sangda was really accidentally destroyed by the remnants of the spirit array here, then it would be a huge mistake. At this moment, Shilan suddenly took out a communication bead and said in surprise, "Grandmaster is calling us over. All the spirit arrays along the way have been broken." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They stood up together and set off towards the depths of the island. Along the way, they could occasionally see some traces of power erupting. Obviously, these were the masterpieces of Sangda when he was cracking the spirit arrays. Judging from those traces and the residual power fluctuations, Sangda was indeed a top Dao Source realm master. His strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. After walking forward for a full hour, everyone finally saw Sangda's figure. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged under a stone wall. It could be seen that the past few days of cracking the spirit arrays had consumed a lot of his energy, making him look a little haggard and tired. However, before everyone came here, He had obviously taken some pills and was rapidly recovering. Seeing that he was meditating, Yang Kai and the others did not disturb him and just looked around. Soon, everyone's eyes were attracted to a stone slab on the stone wall. This stone slab was flat and neat. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a door, blocking everyone's path to the back of the stone wall. Sangda was meditating here, obviously because he was blocked. Everyone was very curious as to why this was so, because this stone slab did not seem to have any traces of spirit arrays at all. Although the material was a little strange, it should not be a problem for Sangda, right? Everyone was an experienced cultivator. Although they were puzzled, no one touched the stone slab rashly. They just waited quietly for Sangda to wake up. No one knew what kind of pills Sangda took, but after just an hour, the old man's face was ruddy, as if he had completely recovered. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. "Grandmaster." Chen Fei hurriedly shouted when he saw this, "What should we do now?" Sangda glanced at the stone slab with a sullen face and said, "This is a dragon-subduing stone made of heavenly gold from a foreign territory. It costs 100,000. We must push it with brute force before we can enter. Behind it is that old man's cave mansion, and that thing is hidden there. Heavenly gold from a foreign territory." The other four seemed to have only heard these two words. Their eyes lit up when they heard this, and they stared fervently at the seemingly ordinary stone slab. Yang Kai was also very surprised. Although he felt that this stone slab was quite extraordinary before, he did not expect it to be such a precious thing. Heavenly gold from a foreign territory was an emperor-grade artifact refining material. It was the most suitable material for upgrading an emperor artifact. It was a treasure that many masters from the emperor realm wanted but could not find. Who would have thought that there would be such a large piece on this small island? And it was even used as a stone slab to seal the cave mansion. Sangda's master was really generous. If this piece of heavenly gold from a foreign territory was sold, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Countless masters from the emperor realm would fight for it. Seeing everyone's reaction, Sangda frowned and shouted in a low voice, "Man Kuai, it's up to you here." Man Kuai heard this and understood. He nodded and said, "Grandmaster, don't worry. I can't guarantee anything else, but I still have some strength." Sangda had made it very clear that the stone slab made of heavenly gold from this foreign territory could not be attacked. It could only be pushed with brute force. Among the 5 people present, Man Kuai was definitely the most suitable candidate. Perhaps Sangda had chosen Man Kuai because of his strength. Immediately, Man Kuai walked forward with a solemn expression and circulated his energy. Nobody knew what kind of secret technique he was using, but his already tall and sturdy figure suddenly grew even larger. His bulging muscles were filled with an explosive beauty, causing Shilan's beautiful eyes to flash with a peculiar light and her heart to ripple with lust. Man Zhao shouted in a deep voice and slowly pushed his hands forward. The moment the 2 large hands came into contact with the stone slab, a muffled sound suddenly rang out. It was as if 2 large mountains had collided. It was extremely shocking, and it seemed as if the entire island had shaken. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They were horrified by Man Kuai's astonishing strength. Even Yang Kai was stunned. He was confident that his strength was not bad, but compared to Man Kuai, there was still a gap. If it was purely a competition of strength, he might not be Man Kuai's opponent. There were indeed many capable people in this world. Each territory was unique. Good, Man Kuai, you really did not disappoint this old master." Sangda was pleasantly surprised and his calm expression finally showed a smile. After passing this level, the rest will be much simpler. Listening to the meaning behind his words, it seemed that this level was the most difficult. However, this was not surprising. With 100,000 gold object placed here, there were very few people in this world who could push it with brute force. Yang Kai estimated that on the entire Clear Sky Island, it was absolutely impossible to find a second person who met this requirement. It was very likely that Sangda had spent 5 years mainly looking for someone like Man Kuai. Grandmaster, have you been here before? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat and he asked. If he had never been here before, how could he know what was going on behind the scenes? How could he know so much about this place? Breaking the spirit arrays along the way was no pressure at all. It happened a long time ago. Sangda answered casually, not bothering to explain further. Asterisk squeak, asterisk a harsh grinding sound rang out. The stone slab made of heavenly gold in this strange territory was gradually pushed away by Man Kuai's great strength, and a small gap gradually appeared in the stone wall. Seeing this, Man Kuai let out a shout and pushed harder. As the gap grew bigger and bigger, Sangda stared at it with wide eyes, a look of extreme nervousness on his face. Suddenly, Man Kuai frowned and said in surprise, Grandmaster, something seems to be wrong. What's wrong? What's wrong? Sangda frowned and asked hurriedly. Man Kuai said, this stone slab seems to be emitting a suction force. Grandmaster, are you sure there's no problem in pushing it away like this? Sangda coldly snorted, what problem can there be? Hurry up and push it away. Although Man Kuai faintly felt that something was wrong, he still took advantage of his skill and boldness to increase his strength and directly widen the gap, allowing one person to pass through. Seeing this, Sangda shouted, go in. The next moment, his figure flickered and he rushed through the gap, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai and the others, who were already prepared, naturally rushed in one after another. Just as everyone rushed in, they heard Man Kuai suddenly cry out in horror, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Immediately after, he shouted, Grandmaster, save me. What's wrong? Shilon quickly turned around and asked with a pale face. When she rushed in just now, Man Kuai was still fine and was pushing the stone slab, so how did he suddenly become like this? Chapter 2391. Man Kuai's screams caused Yang Kai and the others to pale, all of them releasing their divine senses to investigate. After seeing his current situation, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, for some unknown reason, Man Kuai's hands were tightly pressed against the exotic heavenly metal slab, as if they were being sucked in. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the stone slab was actually devouring his blood essence at an unimaginable speed. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the dark red blood essence was being devoured by the stone slab. The originally unremarkable stone slab quickly turned blood red and gave off a nauseating smell. Grandmaster, save me. Man Kuai roared with all his might, extremely flustered. If he had known earlier that this stone slab was so strange, he would not have touched it rashly, but now that things had come to this, it was too late to say anything. In just a few breaths of time, he had already weakened by half. If this continued, wouldn't he be sucked dry? Yang Kai and the others all looked at Sangda, wanting to know what he was going to do. Sangda hurriedly said, don't worry, this old master is coming. Saying so, he went straight to Man Kuai. After a short while, violent fluctuations of power came from the other side. It seemed that Sangda was trying to rescue Man Kuai, but no one could see the specific situation clearly. Because of Sangda's interference, the divine senses released by Yang Kai and the others were greatly disturbed. Not long after, Man Kuai's voice gradually disappeared. Sangda slowly returned with a gloomy face, and when he arrived in front of everyone, he said with a pained expression, Brother Man, he, unfortunately passed away. Shilon and Chen Fei's expressions changed slightly as they stared gloomily at Sangda. Yang Kai's face was also as pale as water. They all knew how strong Man Kuai was. They all roughly knew, but such a guy had actually died in such a short period of time. It was obvious that he had fallen into some kind of incredible restriction or trap. If it were Shilon and Chen Fei, they probably wouldn't have fared much better. Damn it, that dragon-subduing stone actually had a spirit-devouring array hidden inside. This old master was careless and failed to notice it, allowing brother man to suffer such an unexpected calamity. It's really sad and hateful. Sangda lamented for a while, his tone low and deep, as if he was grieving for Man Kuai's misfortune. He paused for a moment, then looked up and said, I hope brother man's experience didn't cast any psychological shadow on you. They were all indifferent and did not say anything. He didn't know if it was Sangda's fault for not discovering the spirit-devouring great array, or if he knew about it and didn't say anything. Sending Man Kuai to his death. No matter what, everyone had already come this far, and the one who died was just an outsider. Naturally, they couldn't back down here. However, after this incident, no matter who it was, no one dared to lower their guard. This was the lair of an emperor formation master. Any place could be fatal. If none of you have any objections, please continue to follow this old man. Sangda swept his gaze over the crowd. Yang Kai said faintly, Master, you prepared 5 people. Now that one is missing, is there any problem? Sangda said, It's not a big problem. This old master looked for Man Kuai mainly because he wanted him to push away the dragon-subduing stone. Hasn't he already completed the task? I don't need him to do anything for the rest. So that's how it is. Yang Kai grinned, That's good. Master, please continue to lead the way. Sangda nodded. He really did lead the way. The remaining 3 looked at each other and slowly followed. However, after Yang Kai's question, the 3 of them were almost certain that Sangda definitely knew about the spirit-devouring great array hidden in the dragon-subduing stone. He also knew what would happen to Man Kuai after he pushed away the stone, but he deliberately didn't say anything. In other words, after pushing away the dragon-subduing stone, Man Kuai's value was gone. It didn't matter whether he lived or died. This old man usually looked harmless, but in fact, he was full of evil tricks, so Shilan and Chen Fei had to be on guard against him. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way. This was indeed a cave mansion left behind by a master. The interior was spacious, and the walls were inlaid with glowing stones that emitted a faint light, making the entire cave mansion less dim. Half an hour later, the group had walked more than 1,000 meters underground before they suddenly arrived at a huge stone cave. Stalactites hung upside down on the stone walls of this stone cave, and water dripped down with a crisp sound. After arriving here, everyone's eyes were immediately attracted to an object placed in the center. It was a shuttle-shaped artifact that was more than 78 meters long. Its entire body was curved and smooth, and its artifact aura flowed around it, making this artifact look extremely extraordinary. After arriving here, Sangda's eyes suddenly lit up. He stood in place and stared at the shuttle-shaped artifact, unwilling to leave for a moment. As for Kai Yang and the others, their eyes were filled with amazement. Sangda brought them here to get a tool that could allow them to leave the solitary void-sealed world. They all knew this, so when they saw this thing, they naturally made some connections. Grandmaster, could this be? Shilan couldn't help but ask. Although Chen Fei didn't speak, his eager eyes deeply betrayed him. Yes. Sangda nodded heavily, this is the Sea King shuttle refined by Old Ghost. Although it's not an emperor artifact, it only lacks the emperor aura. With this old master can leave this solitary void-sealed world. He had an agitated look on his face, and he was extremely excited. Chen Fei and Shilan were also ecstatic. They didn't expect this trip to be so easy. After all, when they followed Sangda this time, other than needing the 5 of them to work together to break the 10-colored watery spirit array before entering the island, they didn't encounter any other difficulties. Only Man Kuai had encountered misfortune. They had only followed Sangda here, but they saw this special tool right at their fingertips. Master, don't forget our contributions when you leave. Chen Fei hurriedly reminded him. Sangda grinned meaningfully, naturally, I won't forget. He paused for a moment, then continued, do you still have the array flags this old master gave you before? Although they didn't know why he asked this, they still took out the array flags they had obtained before. These array flags were originally used to break the 10-colored watery spirit array. After breaking it, Sangda didn't take them back, so everyone put them away. Very good. Sangda smiled slightly. There is still a spirit array near the Sea King's shuttle that needs to be broken. This old master needs to borrow your strength. Shilan hurriedly said, Grandmaster, please tell us what to do. Things had already reached this point, so she was naturally very cooperative. She had already forgotten about Man Kuai's tragic death. Come with me. Sangda waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards the Sea King's shuttle. The others hurriedly followed, all of them secretly excited. Without waiting for them to reach the Sea King's shuttle, Sangda suddenly stretched out his hand in midair and formed a seal. He softly uttered a word before flying forward at an extremely fast speed. The moment they heard him say that word, the expressions of Yang Kai and the others changed slightly. They felt that something was wrong. When they saw him fly away so quickly, how could they not know that this old man was up to no good? The three of them were shocked. Just as they were about to chase after him, an explosion suddenly came from Chen Fei's hand. The array flag in his hand suddenly exploded. Violent energy fluctuations surged and sputtered in all directions. Chen Fei was directly blown up, and his protective origin energy instantly collapsed. Before he could return to his senses, another explosion was heard. This time, it was the array flag in Shilan's hand that exploded. Immediately after that, the three array flags in Yang Kai's hand exploded in succession. The power was extremely terrifying. However, Chen Fei and the others were not weaklings. Although they were caught off guard, they still summoned their defensive artifacts and activated their source chi to protect themselves. Only by a hair's breadth did they avoid the misfortune of dying on the spot. Suddenly encountering such a sneak attack, especially by Sangda, Chen Fei and Shilan were naturally furious. After enduring the impact of the explosion, the first thing they wanted to do was find Sangda to settle the score. But what made their expressions change drastically was that at this moment, their bodies went limp and they could not muster up any strength. They fell heavily from midair and landed on the ground, disoriented. Kai Yang didn't seem to have fared much better, falling beside the two men, not moving at all. It's poisonous. Chen Fei's expression was extremely ugly. How could he not know that not only had Sangda added an explosive seal to the array flag, but the materials used to refine it were also problematic? Most likely, he had already planned this when he gave them the array flags to break the 10 colors watery grand formation. Sangda's figure slowly walked out from a corner. His pace was neither fast nor slow. His calm eyes stared coldly at the three people lying on the ground without the slightest pity. Grandmaster, why did you do this? Shilan could not figure it out. She had also expressed her intentions towards him. Moreover, the interior of the Sea King's shuttle was huge and could hold at least 10 or 20 people. Sangda hadn't even gotten his hands on the item yet, so why did he suddenly turn hostile? There was no conflict of interest, so why did Sangda do this? Chen Fei also looked at Sangda with bitter resentment. He had long known that Sangda could not be trusted, but he did not expect this old man to turn hostile so quickly. He had thought that even if Sangda wanted to turn hostile, it would only happen after he obtained the Sea King's shuttle. Please don't blame me, this old master had no choice. Sangda said indifferently, showing no intention of explaining. Instead, he quickly formed a seal with both hands. As his seals changed, a strange sound was heard. The three of them turned their heads to look and immediately felt their scalps go numb. They saw that there were many holes on the ground, and at this moment, dark red blood was gurgling out. This blood spread along some of the array patterns on the ground and gradually converged into a mysterious pattern. The smell of this blood was very fresh, and the aura it contained was also very familiar. Man Kuai's blood. Chen Fei seemed to have thought of something and his face turned pale. Chapter 2392. The blood contained an extremely rich and fresh blood essence. It was obvious that it had just been extracted not long ago, and it was the blood of a cultivator who paid great attention to the cultivation of the physical body. Apart from Man Kuai's blood, there was no other explanation. An hour ago, Man Kuai had just died, and an hour later, his blood had actually come to this place and gathered into a large array that enveloped everyone. This was obviously a scheme, but no one knew what kind of strange effect this array had. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the blood stopped gushing out and seemed to have been cleaned up. The large array on the ground was completely activated by the blood, and a strange aura lingered, making people feel a little cold. Faintly, a ghostly wail and howl could be heard. Chen Fei and the others were lying on the ground, quietly circulating their source qi to neutralize the poison in their bodies. However, they did not know what kind of poison it was, but the more they neutralized it, the weaker it became. Suddenly, Shi Lan's face turned pale and she cried out in alarm, "Man Kuai!" Hearing her cry, Chen Fei hurriedly looked up and his eyes widened in an instant. This was because in the center of the array, a phantom image had appeared. This phantom image looked exactly like Man Kuai, but it did not have any spirituality. It looked muddle-headed, as if it had no consciousness. Man Kuai's soul avatar. Not only did the stone slab absorb all of Man Kuai's blood essence, but it also did not let go of his soul avatar. Moreover, looking at the current state of Man Kuai's soul, it seemed to have suffered great damage. Otherwise, it would not be so sluggish. Even without a physical body, the soul of a master from the third-order Tao source realm was enough to maintain its rationality. "Sangda, what are you doing?" Chen Fei gritted his teeth and shouted. It seemed that he could not bear this unknown pressure. His psychological defenses showed signs of collapsing. Sangda coldly snorted and ignored his question. Instead, he fiercely stomped the ground and said in a deep voice, "Old ghost, it's time to wake up." There was someone else? Chen Fei's face paled as he hurriedly turned his head to look around. Shilan also looked around in bewilderment. She wanted to know who the old ghost Sangda was talking about was. In the next moment, both of them looked in the same direction. On the other side, an ethereal figure slowly appeared. From the appearance of this figure, it seemed to be a soul avatar, but unlike Man Kuai, this soul avatar seemed to be extremely weak and could dissipate at any moment. After this figure appeared, an aura similar to that of a malicious spirit suddenly spread out. Sangda sneered. "Old man. I brought you some delicious food, so why aren't you thanking me? I've treated you well, haven't I?" "What?" When Chen Fei heard this, his mouth immediately opened wide as he stared at the illusory figure with a dumbfounded expression. Shi Lan's beautiful face also paled. "This person is your master?" Sangda snorted. "You don't need to worry about that. Just lie there obediently." As he spoke, he frowned and glanced at Yang Kai. He didn't know why. He always felt that Kai Yang was a bit too calm. Although he was lying there motionless like Chen Fei and Shilan, he didn't even say a word. Could it be that he had accepted his fate? But now that things had come to this, he couldn't care less. He just wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. "What did you mean by food just now?" Chen Fei asked in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, he knew what it meant. Sangda's master's ghost-like figure let out a sharp howl, making an extremely unpleasant sound, then pounced on Man Kuai's soul avatar like a hungry wolf, opening its bloody mouth wide. In one bite, half of Man Kuai's body was bitten off. This ghost-like existence could actually eat soul avatars. This kind of thing was simply unheard of. Chen Fei and Shilan stared blankly at this frightening scene, feeling a chill run down their spines. Under their watchful eyes, the illusory figure spent less than 10 breaths to eat Man Kuai's soul avatar clean. Not only was it not satisfied, but it seemed to have become even more ferocious. Its originally ethereal body became much more solid. Turning its head, it stared fiercely at Chen Fei, then with a fierce howl, it turned into a gust of cold wind and rushed towards Chen Fei. "No, get out of my way." Chen Fei was shocked and shouted in resistance. But he couldn't muster any strength now, so how could he resist? The illusory figure disappeared in a flash, rushing into his body and disappearing. Immediately after, Chen Fei's entire body began to tremble, his eyes trembling non-stop, and his expression was ferocious, as if he was undergoing the most terrible torture. Shilan was so scared that her face was drained of blood. Seeing that she would be the next one to meet this fate, she hurriedly begged Sangda, "Great Master, please spare me. I'll be your servant in the future and serve you to the fullest. I definitely won't disappoint you." As she spoke, she squeezed out an extremely forced smile, as if she was trying to make a final effort to use her beauty to win a chance of survival. Sangda turned a deaf ear to her and coldly snorted, "A pile of rotten meat that even wild dogs would disdain dares to show off in front of this old master." Shilan's beautiful eyes dimmed, knowing that this time there was really no escape. At this moment, Chen Fei suddenly breathed his last and the illusory figure rushed out of his body. After eating the soul avatars of two people in succession, the illusory figure had become extremely solid, and from the look in its eyes, it seemed to have regained some of its intelligence. It didn't stop and directly rushed into Shilan's body again, repeating the same process. Shilan screamed tragically, knowing that she was going to die without a doubt, constantly cursing Sangda to die a horrible death. Sangda coldly snorted and ignored her, turning to look at Yang Kai. "You don't seem to be worried at all." Yang Kai grinned, "I'm a fish on a chopping board, what's the use of worrying?" Sangda smiled faintly, "You're quite open-minded, this old master appreciates it." "Since Grandmaster appreciates it, why don't you let me go?" "Let's be good friends after we get out," Yang Kai asked with a smile. Sangda's face darkened, "Impossible. You are the key to this old master's deal with this old ghost. I can let go of anyone but you." "Deal?" Yang Kai keenly grasped this information and asked in surprise, "What deal?" "This has nothing to do with you." Yang Kai curled his lips, "Grandmaster, you must be joking. Since I'm the key to this deal, how can it have nothing to do with me? I'm going to die anyway, so just tell me, it's not like I'll lose anything." Sangda sneered, "Be good and don't resist later, you'll suffer less." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to him. Yang Kai lightly snorted and didn't want to dwell on this topic, instead looking at the Sea King's shuttle and saying, "Grandmaster, you said that this is a tool to leave this sealed world, it can't just be a cover, right?" Sangda didn't change the topic this time, solemnly saying, "This Sea King shuttle took this old ghost a lifetime to refine, it was prepared to leave this place, how could it be a cover? With this, it's enough to leave this sealed world." "That's great." Yang Kai sighed, but no one knew what he was feeling. At this time, Shilan had also died. After the Ean's soul devoured Shilan's soul avatar, it had completely recovered. As its eyes turned, they were extremely lively, no longer as rigid and dull as before. "You've recovered quite well," Sangda looked at the Ean's soul and sneered. The Ean's soul said, "It's all thanks to this old master taking in such a good disciple. It's only right to do this for master," Sangda snorted. The master and disciple pair exchanged a few words with a fake smile on their faces. There was no trace of a master and disciple relationship at all. Their eyes were filled with the desire to kill the other party. It was unknown how they had come to this point. The Ean's soul turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "This is the body you found for this old master?" Sangda said, "In order to find him, this disciple spent a lot of effort." The Ean's soul frowned, "Is there a problem with his soul force? He better not be unable to withstand this old master's possession. I tested it myself. Even if it's worse than mine, it's not that much worse. It'll definitely be fine to carry you." The Ean's soul nodded, "That's for the best." Kai Yang stared at the Ean's soul with great interest, a look of sudden realization appearing on his face. "You want to seize my body?" The Ean's soul said, "Why ask when you already know the answer?" You're a little interesting, not afraid?" Yang Kai chuckled, "The one who should be afraid is not me. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't try to possess me, or you'll die a horrible death." The Ean's soul was clearly stunned, then turned to look at Sangda. "What do you mean by finding me a lunatic?" Sangda said angrily, "This kid is just talking big, can't you see that? I think you're really old and muddle-headed. A long night is fraught with dreams, hurry up and do it." The Ean's soul pondered for a moment and felt that his words made sense, so he immediately turned into a gust of Ean wind and pounced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai still had a smile on his face as he said lazily, "You'll really die a horrible death." The Ean's soul ignored him and rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the Ean's soul appeared and was about to find Yang Kai's soul avatar and devour it when suddenly, Yang Kai's soul avatar took the initiative to appear and stared at him with a mocking expression. This. The Ean's soul was taken aback, not because he was frightened by Yang Kai's boldness, but because he was shocked by what he saw. He had never seen a person's sea of consciousness so majestic. The seawater gathered below was incomparably deep, dense, and pure. It was like a real ocean, giving people a strong visual conflict. This knowledge sea was not something a Tao Source Realm cultivator could possess. Compared to the knowledge seas of the two people he had devoured before, the difference was like comparing a stream to the sea. Traitorous disciple. The Ean's soul instantly cursed Sangda in his heart. Sangda said that he had personally tested this person's soul force, and even if it was not as good as his, it was not far off. How could this be explained by not far off? The other party's soul force was clearly countless times better than his traitorous disciples, so Sangda's judgment was wrong. This was simply the knowledge sea of the Emperor realm. The Ean's soul knew that no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to defeat Yang Kai here. Thinking so, he hurriedly retreated. He knew that if he retreated too late, he might not be able to escape. Chapter 2393. Since you're already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai said with a chuckle, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. Instead, they were icy cold. How many years had it been since he last encountered someone who dared to possess his body? The last soul who dared to do this to him had long been blasted to pieces. A ray of light shot out from somewhere in his knowledge sea, carrying with it a monstrous killing intent as it headed straight for the Ean's soul. A soul-type Emperor artifact. Perceiving the terrifying power of the soul-splitting saber, the Ean's soul roared in horror and no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and spat out a dark light to meet the soul-splitting saber. Yang Kai didn't know what that dark light was, but after colliding with the soul-splitting saber, it suddenly slowed down a lot. As the saber wave slashed down, the Ean's soul let out a pitiful cry. Although it was seriously injured, it had at least managed to retain its life. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it tore through Yang Kai's knowledge sea defenses and rushed out. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't expect this Ean's soul to have such an ability, but after taking a blow from the soul-splitting saber, he definitely didn't feel good. Even if he didn't die, he probably wouldn't live for long. Inside the cave, Yang Kai opened his eyes again and immediately heard the Ean's soul's cries and howls. Obviously, he was in great pain. Looking around, Yang Kai saw the Ean's soul curled up in a corner. His originally solid body was now extremely dim, flickering in and out of existence, as if he could collapse at any time. Sangda stared dumbfounded, his face full of shock. After a long time, he shouted in a low voice, "Old ghost, what's going on?" The Ean's soul was seriously injured and didn't hear what he said at all. How could he have the time to answer? "Ha! I kindly reminded you, but you didn't listen. You just had to suffer a loss to learn your lesson." Yang Kai sneered, patted his butt, and stood up with a look of indifference. Sangda took a few steps back, looking at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost, and said in shock, How could you?" Yang Kai was clearly injured and poisoned, so how could he be so lively in the blink of an eye? Unforeseen events happened one after another. This made Sangda's heart gradually uneasy. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "Grandmaster, you're so calculative. You worked so hard to bring us here just to let your master devour our bodies. Your filial piety is deeper than the sea. It's so touching that I'm moved to tears. Sangda's expression flickered as he said, "You were prepared." Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "It's not just me. Chen Fei and Shilan were already prepared, but so what? They still fell into your hands. Why are you fine? How can a piece of trash like you pry into my abilities?" Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain. "You want to plot against me with your tricks?" Upon hearing this, Sangda's face turned green and then red. It was unclear whether he was angry or embarrassed, but it was useless to say anything now. Yang Kai did look fine. Not only that. Even Old Ghost, who had entered his sea of consciousness to seize his body, seemed to have been severely injured. Save, save. The Ean's soul roared intermittently, and the light on its body flickered, as if it was about to dissipate. The soul-splitting saber was an Emperor artifact, and a Soul Emperor artifact at that. The Ean's soul was Justin's soul avatar. It was lucky that it was not destroyed on the spot after taking such a blow. Upon hearing this, Sangda's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked towards the Ean's soul. But in this situation, he was obviously powerless, and an extremely pained expression appeared on his face. "Let go. Let go of your sea of consciousness defense." The Ean's soul continued to roar. Listening to his words, it seemed that he wanted Sangda to let go of his sea of consciousness defense, so that he could enter the other party's sea of consciousness to hide for a while. But how could Sangda be willing to do such a thing? He pretended not to hear anything and just stood there with a sullen face, not moving at all. "Traitor!" The Ean's soul roared unwillingly, and immediately, a dazzling light burst out from its illusory body. It collapsed with a bang, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. "The friendship between your master and disciple, TSK Tisk." Yang Kai watched the show from the side and clicked his tongue. "You killed him." Sangda turned his face and looked at Yang Kai gloomily. "So what?" Yang Kai smiled coldly, "You and I are the only ones left here. Sangda, let's not beat around the bush. If you want to live, that's fine, but give me the location of the exit and I'll spare your life. Otherwise..." Yang Kai grinned and continued, "I'll make you wish you were dead." "You want the location of the exit from me?" A strange expression appeared on Sangda's face. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sangda laughed hysterically, "You killed Old Ghost and now you want the location of the exit from me?" Yang Kai said, "I don't think the two of you have a good enough relationship to avenge each other. On the contrary, there seems to be a great enmity between you two. What's wrong with me killing him? Sangda, don't be so stubborn, cooperate with me obediently. Only Old Ghost knows the location of the exit. If you kill him, where do you expect me to get it from?" Sangda suddenly roared hysterically, blue veins popping out on his forehead. Yang Kai was stunned and after a long time, he anxiously asked, "What do you mean?" Sangda sneered, "The Sea King's shuttle is here, and with this old master's ability, he can come and take it away at any time. But why would this old master go through so much trouble to bring you here and scheme against you so that Old Ghost could possess you and be reborn? I was the one who destroyed Old Ghost's body back then, yet I went through all the trouble to save him. Do you know why?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered the deal Sangda had mentioned before and his expression changed. "Could it be," Sangda snorted, "this old master will help him possess this body and he will give me the location of the exit? This is the deal." Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. After a long silence, he cursed, "You old dog, your mouth is full of nonsense. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier?" If he had known about this earlier, Yang Kai would never have used the soul-splitting saber to deal with the Ean's soul. But now, the Ean's soul had been destroyed by the soul-splitting saber and the location of the exit had disappeared, rendering the Sea King's shuttle useless. This was a big mistake from beginning to end. "Who are you to this old master? Why should this old master tell you this?" Sangda sneered as he looked at Yang Kai with a look of ridicule. Yang Kai said, "You said before that there were 3 people who knew the location of the exit. That wasn't nonsense, was it? Isn't it very important? Who are Ice Heart Pavilion's Pavilion Master and Clear Sky Island's Master? Do you have the guts to cooperate with them? Be careful, or they'll swallow you whole. Sangda sneered again and again. After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and said, "Since things have come to this, you and I will part ways. From now on, you will walk your own path and I will walk mine. We have nothing to do with each other." Having said that, he took a step forward and was about to walk to the side. Yang Kai snorted coldly and directly pressed down on Sangda. Sangda paused and turned his head to look at Yang Kai. "What? You want to kill this old master? You take the first, I take the 15th. It's fair. Young people these days are so arrogant. Do you think you can kill this old master?" Sangda was already full of anger. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai chattering and unwilling to let him go, he suddenly exploded. He was also a master at the peak of the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so he didn't need to fear anyone in the Dao Source Realm. If he was really forced into a corner, he didn't mind fighting with Yang Kai to teach him a lesson. Old men these days are a little ignorant of the situation. They always think that age is an advantage and take advantage of it. How ridiculous! Yang Kai retorted. "Boy, haven't you heard that the older the ginger, the spicier it is? Do you really want to be an enemy of this old master?" Sangda's face was so dark that it was almost dripping water. Yang Kai sneered and waved his hand to release Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi. Lu Yen was still riding the Heaven's oyster white tiger. His small body sat on top of it, looking majestic. Come, let this old man see the vitality of us young people." Yang Kai pointed at Sangda. Hua Qingxi glared at Yang Kai, thinking, "Sister Hua is not young anymore. Since when did I have anything to do with the word young? What the hell?" Sangda, on the other hand, turned pale with fright. He didn't see how Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi appeared at all. It was as if Yang Kai had just waved his hand and the two of them had mysteriously appeared. Could it be that these two have been hiding their tracks and following behind? But why didn't I notice them at all? After releasing his divine sense, Sangda's heart sank. He found that whether it was the little girl who looked to be 7 or 8 years old or the beautiful woman, they both had the cultivation of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. What's more, the white tiger that the little girl was riding exuded a strange aura that made him feel extremely dangerous. "Master, should we kill them or keep them alive?" Lu Yen suddenly asked faintly. "Kill them." Yang Kai snorted. Sangda didn't even know where the exit was, so what was the point of keeping him alive? "Wait!" Sangda was alarmed and hurriedly shouted. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yen and Hua Qingxi had already surrounded him from both sides. Seeing this, Sangda's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to stay in place. He turned around and rushed out. The white tiger opened its mouth and a pure white energy beam rushed out. It seemed to contain the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It brushed past Sangda's body and hit the air. Sangda was scared out of his wits. Although the attack just now didn't hurt him, he felt the traces of the Emperor Realm's attack. That white tiger is actually from the Emperor Realm? Thinking of this, he didn't dare to stay in the slightest. He just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. The three of them chased and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai snorted coldly and turned his gaze to the Sea King shuttle. Although he didn't understand the situation and accidentally killed the Ean's soul, the Sea King shuttle was indeed the key to leaving. Now that it was in front of him, Yang Kai naturally couldn't let it go. He flew up, sat cross-legged on the Sea King shuttle, and began to refine it. A few days ago, it only took Yang Kai a day to refine a ship, but it took him 7 days to refine the Sea King shuttle. The more he refined it, the more he realized how complicated it was to refine this artifact. Sangda said that his old ghost master spent his whole life refining this thing. It didn't seem to be a lie. A weapon refiner who could refine such a time-consuming artifact in their lifetime was already good enough. Chapter 2394. After Yang Kai put away the Sea King's shuttle into his space ring, he stood up. Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi had been waiting for a long time, and Yang Kai didn't ask what happened to Sangda. The two of them had chased after Sangda with a heaven puppet, so it would be a huge joke if they let him escape. In fact, Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi only spent half a cup of tea's time to kill Sangda. The two women also took some time to explore the island and take away anything of value. After putting Lu Yan and Hua Qingxi back into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai left the underground and summoned his wooden boat, flying all the way to Clear Sky Island. Others wouldn't dare to do this in the solitary void sealed world because flying like this consumed too much source chi, and it would be extremely troublesome to replenish it. So, no matter which cultivator went out to sea, they would use a ship to travel quickly and save a lot of source chi. Yang Kai wasn't worried about this. He had countless source crystals and the sealed world bead. Even if he ran out of source chi, he only needed to hide in the sealed world bead and cultivate for a while to recover. Now that he had the Sea King shuttle, he could only ask the Ice Heart Pavilion Master or the Clear Sky Island Master about the location of the exit. Yang Kai didn't want to contact the Clear Sky Island Master, but he might have a chance to meet the Ice Heart Pavilion Master. At this time, Yang Kai was a little glad that he had gone to the Ice Heart Pavilion before coming to this island and applied to be their alchemist. Now, he could be considered to be in a favorable position, but the Ice Heart Pavilion Master was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. She wasn't someone he could meet just because he wanted to. Even if he did meet her, he had to be extremely careful when cooperating with such a master. The journey was smooth, and it only took 3 days. Yang Kai had already returned to the dock of Clear Sky Island. Many cultivator on the dock saw him fly all the way back and couldn't help but be surprised. They couldn't help but look over, secretly surprised. They didn't know what Yang Kai had encountered at sea, that even his ship and his companions were gone. Yang Kai ignored those strange gazes and walked all the way into Clear Sky City. Yang Kai arrived in front of his rented abode. He took out his token and opened the restriction. Then, he leisurely stepped inside. He suddenly paused, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. He raised his hand and pressed it into the void, the source chi in his body surging violently. Bang! A loud bang resounded, and the immortal's cave shook violently for a few times. Then, the light of various restrictions flickered wildly. Yang Kai was also hit by a huge force and was sent flying like a ragged sack. He spat out a mouthful of blood in mid-air and landed heavily on the ground. The Emperor Realm. Yang Kai's eyes were filled with shock. He never thought that there would be someone from the Emperor Realm ambushing him in his own cave. Although the other party was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master and hadn't used his full strength in this attack, Yang Kai still suffered quite a bit in his haste to deal with it. He hurriedly got up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He angrily looked to the side. There, he saw a surprised look on the person's face, as if he didn't expect that his sneak attack wouldn't be able to capture Yang Kai on the spot. Instead, the latter had taken the opportunity to escape. For some reason, this person's face was a little pale. It seemed that he had suffered serious injuries. Peng Guang. After seeing this person's face clearly, Yang Kai immediately gnashed his teeth and shouted. The person who had ambushed him in his cave abode was none other than Marsh City City Lord, Peng Guang, who had followed him in. A few days ago, before Yang Kai left Heaven Connect City, he had accidentally bumped into Peng Guang on the street. However, the two of them had just brushed past each other. Neither of them had greeted the other, so he didn't expect to meet them again under such circumstances. Looking to the side, Yang Kai's face turned gloomy, and a thick murderous intent was brewing in his heart. Because at this moment, Peng Guang's hand was covering Lu Xianyun's head, and the power in his palm was hidden, as if he could take Lu Xianyun's life at any time. Yang Kai didn't know why Peng Guang was here, or how he had taken Lu Xianyun hostage, but the current situation made him very cautious. Lu Xianyun's delicate body was trembling with her life in his hands, and her pretty face was pale. Seeing Yang Kai injured, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother." Her beautiful eyes were full of concern and uneasiness, as well as deep guilt and self-blame. When Yang Kai left Heaven Connect City a few days ago, he had asked her if she wanted to go with him, but Lu Xianyun had chosen to stay. Now, it seemed that this decision was a mistake. If she had gone with Yang Kai, she wouldn't have been taken hostage to threaten Yang Kai. She had only gone out a few days ago, and she hadn't gone far. She had only gone to the cave mansion where Ling Yinqin and the others were staying to familiarize herself with the way. She had thought that they would be neighbors in the future, so they could interact more. But on the way back, she had been targeted by Pang Guang, and as soon as she entered the cave mansion, she was subdued. "I'm fine." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Xianyun. "He didn't do anything to you, right?" Lu Xianyun slowly shook her head. "No, he was just waiting for you to come back." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He looked at Pang Guang coldly and said in a deep voice, "City Lord Pang, isn't this a little unethical?" Pang Guang coldly snorted, and his expression was a little uncomfortable. He was a master from the Emperor realm, and he had secretly followed someone into the cave mansion and taken a woman whose cultivation was far weaker than his. This matter was not very pleasant to hear. "Boy, I won't beat around the bush with you," Pang Guang said in a deep voice. He seemed to be lacking in qi. "This king has only one purpose in coming here, and that is to give me your heavenly restoration lotus, and I'll let you go immediately." Pang Guang already knew that Yang Kai had the heavenly restoration lotus back in Marsh City. He also knew how precious the heavenly restoration lotus was, otherwise, he wouldn't have secretly followed Yang Kai and Yao Changjun. His original intention was to find an opportunity to fish in troubled waters, but he didn't expect to encounter the solitary void great maelstrom and come to this solitary void sealed world. "You want the heavenly restoration lotus?" Yang Kai raised his brow and looked Pang Guang up and down. He immediately realized something and grinned. "City Lord Pang, is the Dantian damaged, or is it your soul?" The heavenly restoration lotus's effect was to repair the damaged Dantian and soul. Yao Changjun snatched it back then because his soul was damaged. Pang Guang obviously wanted the heavenly restoration lotus for the same reason. No wonder this guy looked a little short of breath, as if he was injured. He must have fought with a master and was accidentally injured. In Clear Sky City, even though he was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, it wasn't easy for him to recover from such a serious injury. There were no powerful alchemists here, nor were there any good spirit pills. Fortunately, he knew that Yang Kai had the heavenly restoration lotus, so he set his sights on Yang Kai. He thought that even if he was injured, it would be easy for him to sneak attack Yang Kai, but he didn't expect things to go the other way. Yang Kai's ability to adapt and counterattack made it impossible for him to succeed, so he could only rely on the hostage in his hands. "This has nothing to do with you. Hand over the heavenly restoration lotus and this Pang won't make things difficult for you." Pang Guang shouted impatiently. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "City Lord Pang, it seems that you've been having a hard time recently." "That's right, someone from the Emperor Realm suddenly appeared on Clear Sky Island. I'm afraid everyone knows that you're a newcomer and have a lot of good things on you. You must have been robbed, right?" Pang Guang was different from him. He and Lu Xianyun entered Clear Sky Island quietly, and as long as they had a suitable identity token, no one would know that they were newcomers. However, Pang Guang couldn't hide it. There were only a few people from the Emperor Realm on Clear Sky Island, so if one suddenly appeared, who else could it be but a newcomer? "Cut the crap, I want the heavenly restoration lotus." Pang Guang gritted his teeth and shouted, the power in his hand becoming unstable. It seemed that he was extremely desperate. Lu Xianyun cried out in a low voice, the pain on her face unbearable. "If you dare to hurt a single hair on my junior sister, I'll make sure you come in alive and leave alive." Yang Kai roared angrily. "That depends on whether you cooperate or not." Pang Guang's forehead gradually oozed beads of sweat. At a glance, it was obvious that his injury was not light. "The heavenly restoration lotus, right?" Yang Kai's face darkened. He flipped his hand and said, "Look at what this is." Pang Guang immediately looked at the heavenly restoration lotus in Yang Kai's hand, his eyes burning with desire. It was as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. As soon as Yang Kai took it out, a faint fragrance wafted out of the cave. As soon as the fragrance entered his nose, Pang Guang's spirit was lifted, and even his injury seemed to have healed a lot. "Give it to me, give it to me," Pang Guang shouted anxiously. As long as he had the heavenly restoration lotus, his injury would heal quickly. He wouldn't have to worry about leaving behind any hidden injuries that would affect his martial arts foundation in the future. Yang Kai laughed coldly. Then, under Pang Guang's stunned gaze, he stuffed the heavenly restoration lotus into his mouth and chewed it like a cow chewing on a peony. His face revealed an expression of ecstasy, as if he was eating a peerless delicacy. Munch, munch, Pang Guang was dumbfounded. He froze on the spot as if he had been immobilized. Yang Kai laughed maniacally as he ate. "You want it? If you want it, come and take it. Let's see if I'll spit on you to taste it." "You." Pang Guang's blood rushed to his heart. He almost couldn't calm down, and his face turned pale with anger. He clearly had a hostage in his hand, but Yang Kai still dared to act so unscrupulously. Was this kid crazy? Did he really not care about his junior sister's life at all? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild and his mind trembled, Yang Kai's left eye suddenly turned into a golden vertical pupil. The golden pupil contracted, and a strange power leisurely spread out. Pang Guang was stunned. His soul suddenly became unstable, as if it had been affected. At this moment, Yang Kai had already summoned the myriad sword. His body was wrapped in sword light, and he slashed at Pang Guang with great momentum. The sword essence was awe-inspiring. Before the sword arrived, an aura of death had already rushed over. Pang Guang almost subconsciously took a step back. But in the next moment, his heart skipped a beat as he understood Yang Kai's intentions. Gritting his teeth, source chi surged out from his hand and he grabbed out fiercely. He wanted to kill Lu Xianyun first and let Yang Kai know the consequences of angering him. But what he didn't expect was that he would grab empty air. Lu Xianyun, who was originally under his control, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only a strange power fluctuation was emitted, and Lu Xianyun's entire body moved horizontally a few meters, avoiding this fatal blow. Chapter 2395. Space Force. Pang Guang narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Kai in horror. That strange power just now was definitely the fluctuation of space force, and it was an extremely profound space force at that. This brat actually knows the Tao of space. He can even teleport people away directly. How can a Tao source realm cultivator achieve such a level of attainment? Before Pang Guang could figure it out, Yang Kai's myriad sword had already shot towards him. This sword attack contained all of Yang Kai's cultivation. Even a cultivator from the Emperor realm like Pang Guang couldn't help but change his expression when he saw this. He raised his hand and summoned a jade butterfly-like defensive artifact. Asterisk Kong, asterisk, a loud noise rang out. The cave mansion's barrier, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally collapsed under this blow. Without the protection of the spirit array, the violent energy dissipated and Yang Kai's cave mansion was directly razed to the ground. Asterisk schwa schwa, asterisk, two figures flew out of the cave mansion one after another and looked at each other from a distance. Pang Guang's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Brat, you dare to play with me?" Kai Yang would rather eat the heavenly restoration lotus like a cow chewing on a peony than give it to him. This caused his heart to ache to the extreme. Yang Kai sneered and said disapprovingly, "So what if I played with you? Come hit me if you have the guts. This king will tear you apart." Pang Guang roared. Yang Kai flipped his hair and stood motionless in the air. He didn't care about the threat at all and said confidently, "City Lord Pang, you should consider your own situation. As soon as this was said, Pang Guang's expression changed greatly and he looked around. His mood suddenly turned bad. Before, he was hiding in Yang Kai's cave mansion. No one could find him, but now, after the conflict with Yang Kai, such a big commotion had already alarmed all the cultivator in Clear Sky City. The cultivator and the cave mansions all came out to investigate the situation, and countless cultivators gathered from all directions. Among them, there were two people whose auras made Pang Guang particularly wary. It was these two who had joined forces to injure him before. He had no choice but to hide in Yang Kai's cave mansion and wait for an opportunity to recover. At this moment, when he sensed that these two people were also coming, Pang Guang didn't have the mood to stay in place. He glared fiercely at Yang Kai, then turned around and fled out of the city. Not long after Pang Guang left, the cultivators were all pointing at him. They didn't know what happened here that caused such a big commotion. Two people suddenly descended from the sky. Both of them had dignified expressions on their faces, making it hard for anyone to look at them directly. The powerful auras they gave off showed that they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Kai Yang was also secretly vigilant, his eyes sweeping over these two people. And the Unrestrained Society's president. These two organizations were quite powerful on the island, and the biggest reason was that they had the Emperor Realm as their backer. These two had obviously sensed Pang Guang's aura, which was why they had hurried over. Yang Kai observed their expressions and found that these two people had faint signs of internal injuries. It seemed that they didn't have a good time dealing with Pang Guang. Where is he? The pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion swept his gaze and immediately fixed it on Yang Kai. He asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai hurriedly pointed in the direction Pang Guang had escaped and shouted, "He ran that way. Master, you have to help me. That thief is hiding in my cave mansion." While I wasn't paying attention. Before Yang Kai could finish his words, the two First-Order Emperor Realm Masters ran away as fast as they could. They weren't interested in helping Yang Kai. What they were interested in was the various cultivation resources Pang Guang carried with him. If not for this reason, even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be willing to have such a big conflict with someone from the Emperor Realm. After the two disappeared, Yang Kai turned around and landed on the ground. He grabbed Lu Xianyun and shouted, "Let's go." After such a big commotion and even his cave mansion was destroyed, the city lord's mansion would definitely send people to investigate. If they were questioned, there would be many things he couldn't explain. Why would someone from the Emperor Realm hide in his cave mansion? Why was he safe and sound after being ambushed by someone from the Emperor Realm? Yang Kai didn't want to explain these things, and he couldn't. So, he could only leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Sure enough, less than 30 breaths after Yang Kai left, a master from the city lord's mansion hurried over. After asking around, they couldn't find out who the owner of the destroyed cave mansion was and could only retreat helplessly. Yang Kai rushed all the way to Ice Heart Pavilion with Lu Xianyun and walked straight in. "Hey, Alchemist Yang." Fan Xian greeted Yang Kai happily as soon as she saw him and smiled. "Are you done with your business?" "And, thank you for your concern," Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Fan Xian was about to say something when her pretty face suddenly changed. "Alchemist Yang, how did you get injured?" Although Yang Kai was lucky enough to escape from Pang Guang's sneak attack, he was still seriously injured and looked quite pitiful at the moment. "I ran into some trouble," Yang Kai said awkwardly. "I came here to take refuge for a while." "I don't know." Fan Xian looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully and said, "The commotion in the cave mansion just now, could it be related to you, Alchemist Yang?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly, an unexpected disaster. Fan Xian was stunned. She had just made a random guess and didn't expect to be right. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the inner city, there weren't many people who dared to cause trouble, let alone in the cave mansion. She didn't know what Yang Kai had encountered to be in such a sorry state. "Junior sister Fan Xian, if it's inconvenient, we can leave now." Yang Kai saw that she didn't let him in and thought she was afraid of getting into trouble, so he couldn't help but feel gloomy. Fan Xian pursed her lips and smiled. In my Ice Heart Pavilion, any trouble is no trouble. Since you are an alchemist of Ice Heart Pavilion, where do you want to go? Come with me. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he quickly cupped his fists. Many thanks, junior sister Fan Xian. After entering the Ice Heart Pavilion, Yang Kai immediately felt relieved. Although this place was small and the people who came and went weren't high class, there were masters guarding it. It could be said that this place was even safer than the cave mansion, so there was no need to worry about anything else. Fan Xian led Yang Kai inside and arranged accommodation for him and Lu Xianyun before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai's injuries seemed serious, but his physique was good, so he recovered very quickly. However, he didn't intend to deliberately heal himself. Instead, he directly took out the other black Heavenly Restoration Lotus from the sealed world bead. The Heavenly Restoration Lotus had 2 stalks, one black and one white. A single stalk could only repair the damaged dantian and soul of a cultivator. It wasn't very heaven-defying, but if the 2 stalks were refined into pills, they could greatly expand the cultivator's dantian and knowledge C. This effect was extraordinary for any cultivator. Even those who had reached the peak of the Third Order Emperor realm couldn't refuse such a temptation. The expansion of one's knowledge C and dantian meant an increase in one's strength. Previously, Yang Kai had no choice but to swallow one Heavenly Restoration Lotus. Now, there was only one left, so he couldn't refine the twin Heavenly Restoration pill. In for a penny, in for a pound. He stuffed the black Heavenly Restoration Lotus into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Not only that, he also took out all kinds of supplementary herbs from his space ring and ate them all. These supplementary materials were all needed to refine the twin Heavenly Restoration pill. Refining the twin Heavenly Restoration pill was impossible, so he could only rely on this method to maximize the effects of the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus. Using his body as the furnace and source chi as the flame, he merged with the heavens and earth in order to obtain some of the effects of the twin Heavenly Restoration pill. Although this was a great waste of herbs, he had no choice but to do so. The pure medicinal efficacies exploded in his stomach and turned into energy that flowed through his limbs and bones. Crackling sounds kept coming from the secret room. Yang Kai guarded his mind and focused on refining the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus. He could feel that his dantian and knowledge C were slowly expanding. The magical effects of the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus were taking effect. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. He was in high spirits and looked as if he had gained a lot. He sensed his body's condition and found that his injuries had healed. Not only that, the dantian seemed to have expanded by 1/10 compared to 3 days ago. His knowledge C had also grown tremendously. At his level of strength, any bit of improvement was not easy to come by. It required a lot of effort and great opportunities. But now, he had only consumed 2 Heavenly Restoration Lotuses, and he had already gained so much. It was obvious how powerful the Heavenly Restoration Lotus was. After rejoicing for a while, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed, "Pang Guang, you old bastard." If he hadn't been forced by Pang Guang, how could he have swallowed the Heavenly Restoration Lotus? Now that he thought about it, his heart ached. The Heavenly Restoration Lotus was not easy to come by. Moreover, he had 2 stalks on one stalk. His original plan was to find an opportunity to refine the twin Heavenly Restoration pill. Now, that plan was ruined. Compared to refining the twin Heavenly Restoration Lotus, Yang Kai's consumption of the lotus didn't even bring out 1/10 of its effects. As an alchemist, Yang Kai simply couldn't tolerate such a reckless waste of God's gift. He remembered this grudge on Pang Guang. Just as he was secretly venting his anger, there was a sudden knock on the door. Kai Yang was stunned for a moment, but he quickly opened the door. Fan Xian was standing at the door, looking at him with a strange expression. "Junior sister Fan Xian, what's the matter?" Yang Kai asked. Fan Xian said, "Master wants to see you." "Master?" Yang Kai frowned. In the next moment, his eyes widened and he whispered, "Pavilion Master?" Yes. I am here on Master's orders to bring you to her. Fan Xian nodded. Yang Kai suddenly felt uncomfortable. He didn't expect that the elusive Ice Heart Pavilion Master would want to see him at this time. This was a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. Although Yang Kai had long planned to meet her and even wanted to ask her about the location of the exit, things had happened so suddenly that he couldn't help but feel nervous. He didn't know why the Ice Heart Pavilion Master wanted to see him. Chapter 2396. Following behind Fan Xian, Yang Kai asked, "Junior sister Fan Xian, why does Pavilion Master want to see me?" Fan Xian smiled and said, "Disciple doesn't dare to ask too much about honored master's actions." She was only following orders, so how could she know why the Ice Heart Pavilion Master wanted to see Yang Kai? After a pause, she continued, "However, honored master rarely meets with outsiders. Even us disciples haven't seen her for a long time." Speaking of this, a sad look appeared on her face. At the same time, there was some envy, as if she envied Yang Kai, an outsider, for having the opportunity to be summoned by her honored master. When you see honored master later, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't say what you shouldn't say. Otherwise, if you annoy honored master, no one on this island can save you, Fan Xian said worriedly, afraid that Yang Kai would be rude in front of her honored master. "I'll remember," Yang Kai replied seriously. However, after hearing Fan Xian's words, he inexplicably felt a little nervous. He felt that this Ice Heart Pavilion Master wasn't someone easy to get along with and was most likely an old woman with a bad temper. "By the way, my junior sister has been." Yang Kai thought of Lu Xianyun again. He hadn't seen her since taking refuge in Ice Heart Pavilion, so he didn't know how she was doing these days. Fan Xian said, "Please rest assured about junior sister Lu. She has a gentle personality and gets along well with us sisters. She even took the initiative to help us, so I let her work as an assistant in the pavilion." "That's good." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xianyun wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble, so he didn't need to worry too much about this. As the two talked, they arrived at the 6th floor of Ice Heart Pavilion. Just as Yang Kai had expected. The Ice Heart Pavilion Master, who had great divine technique, lived on the 6th floor. Standing in front of the door, Fan Xian said, "Alchemist Yang, you can go in by yourself. Honored Master is waiting for you inside." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded lightly and pushed the door open. After entering the 6th floor, Kai Yang didn't even have the time to take in his surroundings before the door behind him slammed shut. He didn't panic even in the face of such a situation. His expression was natural as he looked around. The 6th floor didn't occupy a large area, but the furnishings were filled with a lively spirituality. It was as if these inanimate objects had their own lives, causing people to feel inexplicably comfortable and happy. Yang Kai was secretly surprised. He walked inside and saw that the decorations were simple yet elegant. Moreover, there was a natural fragrance floating in the air, giving Yang Kai the illusion that he had walked into a young girl's boudoir. "You're the new alchemist?" A pleasant voice suddenly came from the side. This voice was extremely clear and melodious. It was gentle yet didn't lose a trace of tranquility, yet it didn't carry the slightest aura. It was as if it came from above the 9 heavens, and it caused others to feel as if it was misty and traceless. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. He hadn't noticed anyone nearby at all. Suddenly, he heard a voice. It was clear that the owner of this voice had a cultivation far above his, so he couldn't detect it at all. If the owner of this voice had wanted to harm him, he would have already fallen for it. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's back was dripping with cold sweat. Looking around, Yang Kai discovered that there was a young girl in a palace dress standing there quietly. The young girl was looking at him with an indifferent expression. Just like the voice, this young girl exuded a lively aura, like a blooming white lotus. She was untainted by the slightest speck of dust. Yang Kai's first impression of her was pure. Pure like lake water without the slightest impurity. He couldn't believe that there was such a pure and flawless woman in this world. Immediately, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity. Not only was this young girl's pure aura familiar to him, but her appearance was also familiar. He felt as if he had seen this young girl somewhere before. A distant image flashed through his mind. He wanted to delve deeper into it, but he couldn't remember where or when he had seen this image. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her with a dazed expression, the young girl frowned slightly and raised her hand, wanting to teach Yang Kai a lesson. She knew what kind of impact her appearance would bring to a man. Since she started cultivating, she had seen this scene countless times, so she also knew what kind of dirty thoughts would appear in the hearts of these men when they looked at her. She thought that Yang Kai was the same. But soon she discovered that something was wrong, because although Yang Kai was staring at her, there was no blasphemy in his eyes, only surprise, nostalgia, and suspicion. She could understand why he was surprised, but what was with the nostalgia and suspicion? The young girl could clearly see that Yang Kai's eyes were full of confusion, as if he was puzzled about something, but at the same time, he was also thinking of someone. His expression was very gentle. She gently placed her hand back down and snorted heavily. Yang Kai quivered and suddenly woke up, his old face turning red as he realized that it was rude of him to stare at her so fiercely. Moreover, this person was most likely the Ice Heart Pavilion's master. Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he lowered his head and cupped his fists. Indeed, may I ask if Senior is Ice Heart Pavilion's master? He still couldn't believe that such a pure and flawless young girl was actually Ice Heart Pavilion's master. He had thought that she was just a temperamental old granny. The difference between the two was too great. This queen is. The young girl gently nodded. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. Please forgive me for my rudeness, Yang Kai hurriedly said. The young girl remained silent, but Yang Kai's attitude of immediately admitting his mistake was very good, so the young girl didn't pursue the matter. If she really wanted to blame him, she could have taught Yang Kai a lesson just now. Who were you thinking of just now? After a while, the young girl asked. Yang Kai didn't raise his head and replied, Junior was thinking of his wife. The young girl faintly asked, What? Do this queen and your wife look alike? If that wasn't the case, how could Yang Kai think of his wife when he saw her? Her tone was flat, without any emotions, but Yang Kai felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously said, Their appearances aren't similar, but their auras are. Both are extremely pure and untainted, and Yang Kai grinned, she's also like Senior, as cold as ice, just like an ice doll. Speaking of Su Yan, Yang Kai's expression became much more natural, and a nostalgic smile appeared on his face as his heart filled with sweetness. Ice doll. The young girl seemed to find this description very interesting, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl upwards. Ah! Yang Kai suddenly screamed and looked up at the young girl, his eyes trembling violently as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. What's wrong? The young girl frowned, extremely dissatisfied with Yang Kai's reaction. This little brat even raised his head and stared at her so fiercely, which was a little too rude. What made the young girl even more dissatisfied was Yang Kai's expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Senior. Yang Kai gulped, looking extremely nervous. Junior has a question to ask you, but I don't know if Senior would be willing to answer. The young girl said impatiently, Ask. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, as if he was considering his words, and after a while, he grit his teeth and asked, May I ask Senior's name? Is it Bingyun? The young girl frowned and coldly asked, How do you know? It was impossible for her disciples to tell Yang Kai her name, and the others on Clear Sky Island didn't know either, so how did Yang Kai find out her name? Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead became even more excited. He took a step forward and shouted, Was it Senior who founded Iceheart Valley? And left behind the profound Frost Divine Sword? Bingyun was surprised, You even know this? Are you from the Northern Territory? Northern Territory? Yang Kai frowned and slowly shook his head. Junior is from the Southern Territory, and has never been to the Northern Territory. Bingyun asked curiously, since you have never been to the Northern Territory, how do you know this queen's name and Iceheart Valley? No. At this point, the young girl's tender body suddenly trembled, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she stared at Yang Kai and said, even if you are from the Northern Territory, have been to Iceheart Valley, seen this queen's statue, and know this queen's name and relationship with Iceheart Valley, it is impossible for you to know about the profound Frost Divine Sword. This queen left it there long ago. After a pause, Bingyun tenderly shouted, could it be that you? Yang Kai grinned foolishly, his whole body relaxing. Bingyun also showed a rare smile and asked softly, are you from Hengluo Star Field? Yang Kai scratched his head and said, Hengluo Star Field? I don't know what the Homeland Star Territory is called, but there is indeed a powerful Hengluo Chamber of Commerce there. Is there also Sword Union, Purple Star, and Galaxy Ridge? Bingyun asked. Yes, 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 Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Bingyun couldn't help laughing, you really are from Hengluo Star Field. I didn't expect to meet someone from my homeland here after so many years. Junior also didn't expect to meet Senior Bingyun here. Yang Kai also had an incredulous expression on his face as he sighed. When he first saw Bingyun, he had a feeling that she was kind to him, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember exactly where. It wasn't until he recalled every little detail of his time with Su Yan that these dusty memories suddenly resurfaced. He had indeed seen Bingyun before, but what he saw wasn't a living person, but a statue. Back then, Su Yan was taken away by the people of Scarlet Wave Star's Iceheart Valley and cultivated in Iceheart Valley for many years. When Yang Kai went to Iceheart Valley to find Su Yan, he saw Bingyun's statue in the valley. Bingyun was the ancestral founder of Iceheart Valley, but no one knew whether she was alive or dead. At that time, Iceheart Valley's Valley Master, Bing Long, told Yang Kai that ancestral founder Bingyun had most likely left that world and went to a wider sky, leaving only the profound Frost Divine Sword that she always carried with her as the sect's most precious treasure. Later, the profound Frost Divine Sword was inherited by Su Yan. Calculating the time, it had been tens of thousands of years since Bingyun founded Iceheart Valley. Who would have thought that she was still alive, had come to Star Territory, and had even cultivated to the Third Order Emperor realm? Chapter 2397. Bing Long's guess at that time was correct. Ancestral founder Bingyun did not fall, but instead left that world and went to a wider sky. Now, she was standing in front of Yang Kai. Iceheart Valley could be considered Su Yan's sect, and Bingyun was the ancestral founder of Iceheart Valley, so after understanding the other party's origins, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of closeness to Bingyun, and he was less restrained and cautious. Although Bingyun's expression was still cold, there was a layer of gentleness in her beautiful eyes. Even for her, meeting someone from Home Star's territory in this place was an extremely rare experience. Sit down, this queen has a lot to ask you, Bingyun pointed to a chair next to her. Yes, Yang Kai cupped his fists and walked over to sit down obediently. Over the next hour, Bingyun asked Yang Kai a lot about Scarlet Wave Star and Iceheart Valley. Yang Kai naturally told her everything he knew, including his relationship with Su Yan and what he had encountered in Iceheart Valley. After Bingyun listened, she was silent for a long time. After all, she was the founder of Iceheart Valley on Scarlet Wave Star. Although she had come to the star boundary a long time ago and had not returned for tens of thousands of years, the feelings in her heart had not been cut off with time and distance. After hearing that Iceheart Valley only had one First-Order Origin King, Bingyun couldn't help but sigh. When she was in Iceheart Valley was the overlord of Scarlet Wave Star. Even in the entire Hengluo Star Field, it was a famous existence with endless masters. Tens of thousands of years had passed. The sect had fallen to such a state. It was inevitable that she felt sad. However, she was a third-order Emperor Realm Master after all, and her state of mind was extraordinary. She knew that there was no everlasting sect or force in this world. She had left for tens of thousands of years, but Iceheart Valley's inheritance could still be considered the result of the efforts of the younger generation. Senior, how did you leave Homestar's territory and come here? Yang Kai saw her expression was a little lonely. He quickly changed the topic. Bing Yun pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "It was just a coincidence. This queen entered a mystic realm, and when I came out, I was already in the astral boundary." "What about you?" Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "My friends and I borrowed the Star Emperor tokens left behind by the great emperors of the Star Field to forcefully open the passage." "Star Field's great emperors?" Bing Yun frowned slightly. She looked very pretty. When Yang Kai saw her expression, he knew that when she left, there were no great emperors of Star Field. He immediately explained. After listening, Bing Yun nodded and said, "I didn't expect that such a small place could attract a powerful person. However, I have never heard of the Yang inflammation you mentioned. I don't know where she is right now, or what her identity is." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. After he came to the astral boundary, he didn't deliberately inquire about the Yang inflammation. However, he had never heard of the great emperors of the Yang inflammation. At the very least, there weren't any of the 10 great emperors. Thinking of the Yang inflammation, Yang Kai thought of the little girl, Lin Yun. When Yang inflammation left Shadowed Star, he took Lin Yun with him. He didn't know how the little girl was doing after so many years. Back then, she was still a silly little girl. After so many years, she should have become a slender and elegant girl, right? "If fate wills it, we will meet again," Bing Yun said softly. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Fate was an extremely mysterious thing. It was hard to explain. If fate didn't exist, even if one begged hard, it would be useless. If fate willed it, the world would become close. Yang Kai being able to meet Bing Yun in the solitary void-sealed world today was also a kind of fate. "By the way, Senior, why did you call this junior over today?" Yang Kai was still a little nervous before he came here. He didn't know why this Iceheart Pavilion master, whom he had never met before, called him over. But now, he was no longer worried and relaxed. It is very difficult to find a Dao Source grade alchemist on the island. You are probably the last person this queen can find. This queen just wants to ask, if you are given enough materials, when can you advance? Bing Yun said. Advance to Dao Source grade high rank alchemist. Yang Kai raised his brow, vaguely understanding something, and asked, Senior wants me to refine some kind of spirit pill? Bing Yun said, that's right. The grade of the spirit pill this queen wants to refine isn't low. If your alchemist level is too low, I can't guarantee a success rate. What kind of pill does Senior want to refine? Yang Kai asked. 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill. Yang Kai raised his brow when he heard this. He was an emperor-grade alchemist, so he naturally knew what the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill was. This thing was purely a spirit pill used by the masters of the Emperor realm to restore their emperor chi. A low-rank Emperor Yuan pill could restore about 10% of the Emperor realm's strength in a short time, a mid-rank Emperor Yuan pill could restore 20%, and a high-rank Emperor Yuan pill could restore 30%. Moreover, the consumption time was very short. However, because the masters of the Emperor realm were generally very powerful, they usually didn't need this kind of spirit pill. Coupled with the fact that it wasn't easy to refine, this kind of spirit pill didn't sell well. Yang Kai didn't expect that Bing Yun wanted him to refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill. He didn't know what she wanted to do with this kind of spirit pill. Just as Yang Kai was about to tell her his alchemy skills, Bing Yun's pretty face suddenly changed. She raised her head and looked in a certain direction. In the next moment, she shouted in a low voice, "Come here." As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai. A strong suction force came from her jade hand. Yang Kai couldn't resist at all and was pulled in front of her. Immediately, she reached out and patted her seat. A small secret compartment suddenly appeared there. Without any explanation, Bing Yun stuffed Yang Kai into the secret compartment and hurriedly ordered, "Conceal your aura and hold your breath. Don't come out until this queen tells you to. Also, don't expose yourself." Yang Kai had no idea what was going on, but when he saw Bing Yun so nervous, as if she was facing a great enemy, he knew that the situation wasn't good. She was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. How could something that could make her so cautious be simple? So, he didn't say anything. He curled up in the secret compartment and directly used his Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. Pang, the secret compartment was closed again. Bing Yun sat cross-legged on the secret compartment again, motionless. She circulated her strength slightly and isolated the place where Yang Kai was. Originally, she was afraid that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high enough and his concealment technique wasn't good enough, which would expose his aura. However, after some investigation, she found that Yang Kai had become illusory, as if he had been exiled to another space. Even her divine sense couldn't detect any trace of Yang Kai. Only then did she feel relieved, knowing that she had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Just as she finished doing all this, a figure flashed in the loft. A person appeared there strangely with a smile on his face. He cupped his fists to Bing Yun and said politely, "Little sister Bing Yun, it's been 3 months since we last met. You're still as elegant as ever. This one is very pleased." Below the secret compartment, Yang Kai's heart jumped when he heard this. He was extremely shocked. He didn't know who this person was, but this person was so arrogant that he directly called Bing Yun little sister. This wasn't something that could be described as daring. There was only one person in the entire Clear Sky Island who was qualified to call Bing Yun this way. Clear Sky Island Master, Chi Ri. When he realized that the person who spoke was actually the Clear Sky Island Master, Yang Kai's heart jumped. He also understood why Bing Yun was acting like she was facing a great enemy. But why did Chi Ri come to Ice Heart Pavilion? What kind of grievances did these two third-order Emperor Realm Masters have? Why did Bing Yun immediately hide herself in the secret compartment under her seat when she sensed his arrival? Yang Kai was confused. He only knew that Bing Yun was extremely afraid of this Chi Ri. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Bing Yun's faint voice came from outside, "Chi Ri, do you still want to try?" Chi Ri laughed and said, "Life on this island is boring. Only little sister Bing Yun is worthy of this king's attention. Since little sister has given me a test, Chi Ri naturally wants to complete it. The sooner I win the beauty, the better I can be with little sister." Hearing this, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but twitch. He vaguely knew what Chi Ri wanted to do here. Listening to the meaning of his words, it seemed that he was interested in Bing Yun. However, this wasn't surprising. In the entire Clear Sky Island, only Bing Yun could stand on equal footing with Chi Ri. Moreover, Bing Yun wasn't ugly. On the contrary, she was pure, flawless, and extremely beautiful. Even a master like Chi Ri couldn't help but be moved. However, Bing Yun seemed to have some kind of test that Chi Ri hadn't completed yet. He couldn't capture Bing Yun's heart. However, according to Yang Kai, even if Chi Ri really completed the test, Bing Yun might not be willing to marry him. Bing Yun had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. During these tens of thousands of years, she must have met countless amazing men. If she really wanted to marry a man, she would have done so long ago. How could she wait for the Clear Sky Island Lord to do so? Yang Kai knew that many of Ice Heart Valley's secret arts required one to remain a virgin. They couldn't be too intimate with men. Since Bing Yun was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, many of her secret arts must be like this. This Clear Sky Island Lord could only be said to be impulsive. Even Yang Kai could feel Bing Yun's indifference and rejection. He didn't believe that Chi Ri couldn't feel it. Bing Yun coldly snorted and said, "Since that's the case, then come." After saying this, the outside suddenly fell into silence. Yang Kai didn't dare to use his divine sense. He didn't even dare to reveal his aura, so he didn't know what was happening outside. After a short while, the silence was suddenly broken as Kai Yang heard a series of whistling sounds. He could also feel that a powerful force was constantly colliding within a small area. Even though he was hiding in the secret compartment, he was still scared witless. He was afraid that the two people's strength would leak out and destroy the loft. If they really destroyed the pavilion, then he would have nowhere to hide. This battle didn't last long. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the intense fighting suddenly stopped. Bing Yun's cold voice sounded, "The water spilled." Chi Ri said regretfully, "Just a little bit more and this king would have been able to drink the tea personally brewed by little sister. What a pity, what a pity. Please go back." Bing Yun unceremoniously asked him to leave. Chapter 2398. Chi Ri didn't seem to care about Bing Yun's cold personality at all. On the contrary, he admired her very much. He felt that the more she acted this way, the more interesting it was. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Then this king won't disturb little sister's cultivation. This king will come back in a month. At that time, I will definitely not disappoint little sister." After saying that, he laughed loudly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bing Yun sat there with a cold face. Her pretty face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. After a long while, she reached out and knocked on the secret compartment below, saying, "You can come out now." Hearing this, Yang Kai quickly jumped out. Looking around, the furnishings in this pavilion were not messy at all. It seemed that the fight between the two great emperor's third-order masters had not affected this place at all. This made Yang Kai speechless because he clearly felt that extremely powerful energy fluctuations were constantly colliding in this area, but now there was no trace of it. It was obvious that whether it was Bing Yun or Chi Ri, both of them had reached the pinnacle of control over their own strength. On the table next to them, there was a cup full of tea, but it seemed to have overflowed a lot and spilled on the table. "Senior, that Chi Ri." Yang Kai opened his mouth, but hesitated. Bing Yun sighed and said, "You probably can see that he has some thoughts about this queen. That old bastard is simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat," Yang Kai said angrily. Bing Yun glanced at him and knew that he was defending her. She smiled slightly and said, "Not necessarily a toad. Chi Ri is still capable. This queen is not his opponent right now." Yang Kai was surprised and said, "If it is really a life or death battle, what are senior's chances of winning?" Bing Yun frowned and thought for a while. She said, "Less than 30%. She sighed and continued, "He is the Clear Sky Island master, sitting on the cultivation resources of the entire Clear Sky Island. Although my cultivation has declined over the years, compared to him, this queen's decline is more severe. If we were both at our peak, I wouldn't be afraid of him. Of course, I'm not afraid of him. But now, there's a difference." Kai Yang revealed a look of understanding. Although the world energy in the solitary void-sealed world was extremely rich, it wasn't suitable for cultivation. After staying here for a long time, no matter how strong one was, their strength would decrease. However, Chi Ri's cultivation resources weren't comparable to Bing Yun's, so his decline was relatively slow. As a result, Bing Yun wasn't his opponent now. However, it's impossible for him to take me down. Thus, 100 years ago, I made an agreement with him." "What agreement?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Bing Yun pointed at the cup of tea on the table and said, "If he can snatch this cup of tea in front of me and drink it all without spilling a single drop, I will let him do whatever he wants with me. If he can't, then leave." Yang Kai looked at the teacup and the water splashed on the table. He finally understood why Bing Yun had said that the water had spilled. It turned out that these two experts were fighting over this cup of spirit tea. Unfortunately, Qi Ri's efforts were in vain and he failed. Bingyun frowned slightly. At first, he didn't bother me for several years, but he seems to have gradually lost his patience over the years. The last time he came was 3 months ago, and this time, he is even more difficult to deal with. If he comes again in a month, this queen may not be able to handle him. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. She had no choice but to make such an agreement with Qi Ri back then. Both of them were third-order Emperor Realm Masters. They couldn't really fight. If they did, the entire Clear Sky Island would be razed to the ground. She still had a few disciples in Iceheart Pavilion. She wasn't afraid of offending Qi Ri, but what about those disciples? The agreement had been delayed for 100 years, but it wasn't a long-term solution. Qi Ri is also very stingy. If he sees you and I alone in a room, it won't do you any good. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai finally understood why Bingyun had hidden him in the secret compartment. It turned out that this Clear Sky Island master was a jealous lover. If he saw a young man like him alone with Bingyun, he would definitely think too much. However, before he even got his hands on her, he already regarded Bingyun as his exclusive property. This Clear Sky Island master seemed to be a shameless person. He only cared about his own happiness and didn't care about what others thought. Then what does Senior plan to do? Yang Kai was a little nervous when he heard that she might not be able to handle him in a month. That's why I need to find someone to help me refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill. Bingyun said in a deep voice, as long as I have enough 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pills, this queen can leave Clear Sky Island and even leave the solitary void sealed world. I won't have to worry about Qi Ri anymore. Leave the solitary void sealed world. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Then, he realized something and asked in surprise, Senior wants to fly all the way to the exit? Sangda said that the exit was very far away from Clear Sky Island. Even if a third-order Emperor Realm Master knew where it was, he or she might not be able to reach it. The biggest reason for that was the lack of energy. Flying over the sea consumed too much energy. If one couldn't replenish their energy along the way, they would definitely be exhausted. However, they couldn't stay at sea for long, and they couldn't use source crystals to replenish their energy. The only way was to use spirit pills. The 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill was the best choice. Yang Kai only needed to ponder for a moment before he realized what Bingyun wanted the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill for. It was clearly to replenish her energy at a critical moment. You know where the exit is? This time, it was Bingyun's turn to be surprised. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I don't know. I just heard about it. Where did you hear it from? As far as this queen knows, there are no more than 3 people who know about this location. This queen is one of them, Qi Ri is one of them, and the other is missing. Yang Kai grinned and said, the other person Senior is talking about should be Sangda's master. A few days ago, Yang Kai then told her about what happened when he went out to sea with Sangda and the others. After Bingyun heard this, her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Yang Kai in a daze and asked, You're saying that the Sea King shuttle is in your hands now? Yes. It's not convenient to take it out here, but the Sea King shuttle is indeed in my hands. Is this the will of the heavens? Bingyun murmured. If it wasn't the will of the heavens, how could she and Yang Kai, 2 people who both came from Hengluo Star Field, meet here? If it wasn't the will of the heavens, how could Yang Kai obtain the Sea King shuttle at such a critical moment? Originally, she was just happy to meet someone from her hometown here. Moreover, Yang Kai gave her a good impression. If he wasn't a man, Bingyun even wanted to take him into Iceheart Valley. But now, Yang Kai gave her an even bigger surprise. Even someone as indifferent as Bingyun couldn't help but feel a little excited. With the Sea King shuttle, why would she need to refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? She could take the Sea King shuttle to the exit. It was much safer than flying. Originally, she was worried about how to take her disciples away, but now, all of this was no longer a problem. Sangda's master suddenly disappeared more than 1,000 years ago. This queen and Chi-Ri have inquired many times, but we haven't found any clues. We all thought that he had fallen, but we didn't expect that he was hiding outside and secretly refining the Sea King's shuttle. Unfortunately, in the end, he still made a wedding dress for someone else, Bingyun sighed. She also knew why Sangda's master hid outside. Obviously, he was afraid that Chi-Ri would capture him and force him to refine the Sea King's shuttle. Although he did need to refine it, doing it willingly and being forced were two different things. The reason why Ice Heart Pavilion collected so many materials was because Bing Yun wanted to train a senior alchemist to refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill for her. Over the years, she had spent a lot of money to collect herbs, but unfortunately, none of the alchemists she recruited met her requirements. In the end, Yang Kai came. Bing Yun wanted to stake everything on Yang Kai and let him refine the spirit pill regardless of success or failure. Now, it seemed that there was no need. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, I came to Ice Heart Pavilion to ask Senior about the location of the exit, but Junior didn't dare to tell you before because of Senior's strength. Bing Yun smiled slightly and said, it's natural for you to be careful. Don't mind it. Yang Kai was from the Third Order Dao Source realm. If he wanted to cooperate with her, he naturally had to be careful. I have the Sea King shuttle, and Senior knows the location of the exit. Now that everything is ready, we can set off at any time, Yang Kai said excitedly. He didn't expect this happiness to come so suddenly. Originally, he planned to take it slowly, but after learning about Bing Yun's true origin, he no longer had any concerns. Even so, it won't be easy to leave. Bing Yun said with a frown. Why do you say that? Yang Kai was stunned. If I leave Clear Sky Island, Chi-Ri will definitely sense my presence. If I really end up falling out with him. Bing Yun's face was filled with worry. If she really fought with Chi-Ri, she wasn't confident that she could escape unscathed. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, Senior, you said that the reason why you are not Chi-Ri's opponent now is because your cultivation has declined more than his? That's right. If we are both at our peak, I will be on par with him. Yang Kai smiled and said, what if I have a way to restore Senior to your peak in a short time? Bing Yun was shaken when she heard this and said, what method do you have? If I want to recover, I will need to consume a lot of resources. With your ability. Senior, take a look at this, Yang Kai said as he took out an space ring and threw it to Bing Yun. Bing Yun caught it suspiciously and scanned it with her divine sense. Her pretty face suddenly changed and she cried out, where did you get so many source crystals? There was nothing else in this space ring, only source crystals. And there were 10 million high-rank source crystals. Although Bing Yun had seen such a huge amount of source crystals before, it was enough to shock anyone on Clear Sky Island. Even Chi-Ri couldn't take out so many source crystals at once. Yang Kai grinned and said, I won't hide it from Senior. I have only been in this solitary void sealed world for a few months. I brought these things from the outside. You have only been here for a few months. Frozen Cloud's face was filled with shock. He had only been here for a few months, but he had actually obtained the Sea King shuttle. This was something she and Chi-Ri had wanted for 1,000 years, but still hadn't been able to obtain. Chapter 2399. Yang Kai had only been here for a few months, yet he had already obtained the Sea King's shuttle and given her so many source crystals, allowing her to recover her strength without any worries. Thinking about it this way, Bing Yun realized that Yang Kai seemed to have come here specifically to rescue her. It was all heaven's will. Holding the space ring, she was a little excited for a while before suddenly saying, You've given me so many source crystals, what about yourself? How about this, I'll take half of the source crystals. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled. "Senior, don't worry, I have a lot of source crystals. If it were the other third-order Dao source realm, they might not be able to take out 10 million high-rank source crystals at once. This was equivalent to 100 billion low-rank source crystals. Which Dao source realm cultivator could be so rich? But Yang Kai was different. He didn't lack source crystals. Last time, he killed Yao Changjun and obtained a lot of loot from killing Sangda. 10 million high-rank source crystals really wasn't that big of a deal for him. Hearing him say so, Bingyun didn't refuse and nodded. "Give me 5 days. We'll set off in 5 days. Also, we have to discuss how to leave this place." If she wanted to leave Clear Sky Island, she couldn't just swagger around, let alone leave with Yang Kai. Otherwise, if Chi Ri found out, he would definitely intercept them. "Okay, then I'll take advantage of this time to prepare." Yang Kai nodded and continued. "Senior, how many sets of materials have you prepared for the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? I can refine it for you first in case you need it." Bingyun was stunned for a moment and said, "You can refine the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill? That's an Emperor-grade spirit pill." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. He said, "Senior, please don't blame me. In fact, Junior is not a Dao Source-grade mid-rank alchemist. I can barely be considered an Emperor-grade alchemist." Previously, he didn't know what kind of person the Ice Heart Pavilion Master was or why she wanted to hire an alchemist, so he didn't show his true ability. Now that he was honest with Bingyun, he felt that there was no need to hide it. An Emperor-grade alchemist. Bingyun's beautiful eyes lit up in surprise. "You're actually an Emperor-grade alchemist?" For Yang Kai to have such a cultivation at such a young age, it could be said that he was a genius. Bingyun didn't expect him to be an alchemy master. Even in the entire star boundary, how many alchemy emperors were there? This was an existence that was even more noble and rarer than an emperor realm master. Yang Kai's identity alone was enough to make the top sects fight to the death over him. Looking at Yang Kai, Bingyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of pity. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai observed her expression and didn't know what she was feeling regretful about. Bingyun pursed her lips and smiled. "If you were a girl, I would definitely accept you as my disciple. It's a pity. My Ice Heart Valley never accepts male disciples." Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "Junior appreciates Senior's kindness." For Bingyun to be able to confide in him like this, it was clear that she didn't treat him as an outsider. After all, the two of them came from the same star territory. This relationship was extremely rich and couldn't be cut off. The materials for the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill are not easy to find. I've only collected 10 after so many years. I'll give them all to you. Bingyun handed some rare herbs to Yang Kai as she spoke. These herbs were her biggest hope to leave this place, but after receiving so many source crystals from Yang Kai, she didn't have to worry too much about them. Whether the refinement was successful or not, it wouldn't have much of an impact on her next plan. Yang Kai insisted on refining the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill as a precaution. After retreating from Bingyun, Yang Kai immediately began refining the 100 Revolutions Emperor Yuan pill. He hadn't refined many Emperor-grade spirit pills before, but practice made perfect. After wasting 2 furnaces of materials, Yang Kai was already in a good mood. In 3 days, out of 10 sets of Emperor Essence pills, 8 furnaces had been formed. The first few furnaces of Emperor Essence pills were not of very good quality and could only be considered as a success. However, they were all low-grade Emperor Essence pills of the lowest grade. However, the last few furnaces produced some good Emperor Essence pills, and even a few high-grade ones. There weren't many, but it was definitely enough. There were still 2 days before the agreed time, so Yang Kai didn't stay idle. After reminding Lu Xianyun not to run around, he left Ice Heart Pavilion alone and headed to his cave mansion. In front of a certain medium-sized cave mansion, Yang Kai waited for a while before the barrier opened. Ling Yin Qin revealed her face and beckoned to Yang Kai, "Come in and talk." Yang Kai nodded and followed her in. This cave mansion was almost identical to the one he had rented before, whether it was the number or size of the rooms inside. After entering, Ling Yin-chin served him some fragrant tea and asked, "What happened a few days ago? There seemed to be a fight in your cave mansion. When I went to check, it was a mess. You and Lu Xianyun were nowhere to be found." When Yang Kai heard this, he realized that Ling Yin-chin had actually gone to see him. His heart warmed as he felt that he had made the right choice in coming here. "Someone wanted to cause trouble for me, so I ran away." Yang Kai grinned and didn't explain too much. Ling Yin-chin frowned and said, "I heard that there were masters from the Emperor realm fighting over there. Could it be someone from the Emperor realm looking for trouble with you?" Her expression changed slightly as she cried out, "Could it be the pavilion master of Profound Cloud Pavilion?" She thought that the matter of her killing the people from Profound Cloud Pavilion on the sea last time had been exposed, so her face turned pale. It wasn't him, it was someone else. Yang Kai shook his head, "But it's all in the past, so Big Sister Ling doesn't have to take it to heart. I came here this time because I wanted to ask you something." Ling Yin-chin asked, "What can I help you with?" She didn't ask what it was, only asking if there was anything she could help with. It was obvious that she was a warm-hearted person. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he asked, "Big Sister Ling, have you ever thought about leaving the solitary void, sealed world?" Leaving. Ling Yin-chin was shocked when she heard this, and a trace of yearning flashed across her beautiful eyes, but she soon shook her head with a bitter smile. "There are millions of people in Clear Sky City, who doesn't want to leave? It's just that even a master like the island master is trapped here, so how could it be easy to leave?" "So you want to?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Ling Yin-chin said, "It's just a thought." After saying this, she suddenly realized something and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "Why are you asking me this? What do you want to do?" Yang Kai said seriously, "If I say that I can leave this place, would Big Sister Ling believe me?" "You?" Ling Yin-chin was stunned and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. She was different from others. The first person Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun saw when they came to the solitary void sealed world was her, so she knew Yang Kai very well and knew that he hadn't been here for long. A person who had just arrived here suddenly told her that he could leave this place. Even if Ling Yin-chin wanted to believe it, she couldn't. If it was so easy to find a way to leave, those people wouldn't have been trapped on the island. After a while, Ling Yin-chin frowned. "Did someone lie to you? There are many swindlers on this island. Some of them often trick others into going out to sea and then do all sorts of evil things. You have to be careful." Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. "No one lied to me. I'm 80% sure that I can leave this place." 80%. Ling Yin-chin's tender body trembled as her beautiful eyes instantly widened. She didn't know Yang Kai very well. After all, the two of them hadn't had much contact, so even though Yang Kai's words were so convincing, she didn't dare to believe them. Yang Kai said, "Although junior sister and I haven't been here for long, you and brother Biyao have given us a lot of help, so if I can leave this place, I want to take you with me." Regardless of whether the high-grade spirit purifying array Ling Yin-chin gave him at the time worked or not, the fact that she was willing to lend it to him at that time was enough to show her kindness. Even if it was damaged in the end, she didn't blame Yang Kai. This woman was very good, so Yang Kai thought that if he really wanted to leave, he could take them with him. "Big Sister Ling, it's normal for you to have your own concerns and doubts. I didn't want you to believe me immediately, but if you can really trust me, I definitely won't let you down. Whether you agree or not, junior sister and I will leave here in 2 days," Yang Kai said as he stood up. He had come here to invite Ling Yin-chin. As for whether she would agree or leave with him, it was up to her to decide. Yang Kai couldn't just take her away by force, could he? Even if he wanted to repay her kindness, this wasn't the way to do it. Ling Yin-chin didn't even notice when Yang Kai left. After listening to Yang Kai's words, she fell into a dilemma. Her intuition told her that Yang Kai wasn't lying. He definitely knew how to leave this place and how to get out. But after all, she wasn't familiar with Yang Kai, so she didn't know where Yang Kai had heard about this method or whether it was safe. With just a few words from Yang Kai, she was willing to bet everyone's lives. Ling Yin-chin was under a lot of pressure. In the end, she felt that it was necessary to listen to everyone's opinions, so she immediately took out her communication artifact and summoned her crew. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Yang Kai brought a few women to the docks. Among these women, there was Lu Xianyun, Fan Xian, and a few other disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion. Bing Yun didn't take in many disciples on Clear Sky Island, and Fan Xian and the others were pitiful people who had been bullied on the island and had nowhere to go. They were found by Bing Yun and taken in by Ice Heart Pavilion, so the cultivation of these women was uneven. Among the group, Yang Kai was the strongest. Alchemist Yang, honored master, said that you will be in charge of this trip. What should we do now? Fan Xian asked nervously. Last night, she had suddenly received a message from Bing Yun, telling her to pack up everything in Ice Heart Pavilion with her junior sisters and set out to sea today. Yang Kai would be in charge of this. Chapter 2400. Fan Xian didn't know why her honored master would give such an order because the disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion had never gone out to sea, nor did they need to go out to sea. What surprised her even more was that her honored master had put Yang Kai in charge of everything and had them listen to his orders. Yang Kai hadn't been in Ice Heart Pavilion for long, yet he had already gained her honored master's trust. She had even put her senior sisters in his care. Fan Xian really didn't know what Yang Kai had done to make her honored master trust him so wholeheartedly. However, despite her doubts, Fan Xian didn't dare to disobey her honored master's orders. Let's wait here for a while, Yang Kai said, glancing at the city gate. Oh, Fan Xian didn't ask any more questions, nodding gently before finding a place to stand quietly. Not long after, Yang Kai suddenly saw several familiar figures passing through the city gate and couldn't help but smile. Big Sister Ling? When Lu Xianyun saw Ling Yin-chin, she knew what Yang Kai was waiting for and quickly went to greet her. After exchanging greetings, Ling Yin-chin walked up to Yang Kai with a dignified expression and said, "Brother Yang, we'll go with you." "Good," Yang Kai smiled and nodded, "I won't let you down." He glanced around and found that only a small portion of Ling Yin-chin's crew had gathered here. The rest of them were nowhere to be seen. It was clear that even with Ling Yin-chin's prestige, she couldn't make all the crew trust Yang Kai. On the other hand, Jiao Yi came over with Ling Yin-chin and winked at Yang Kai, "Brother Yang. We're putting our lives in your hands. Don't let anything happen to you." Yang Kai said, "We'll see in the future. Let's get on the ship and set off now." The dock was crowded with people and ships, so it wasn't too conspicuous for Yang Kai's group to leave on a ship. A moment later, the group was sailing on the sea, getting further and further away from Clear Sky Island. Although the disciples of Ice Heart Pavilion had never been out to sea, they knew nothing about it. However, Ling Yin-chin and her crew were all veterans, so the ship sailed in an orderly manner, braving the wind and waves. A day later, the ship was already several 100,000 li away from Clear Sky Island. Fan Xian worriedly came to the deck and found Yang Kai, asking, "Alchemist Yang, where is honored master? Why haven't I seen her yet?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Pavilion master, you don't have to worry. She needs to get rid of someone before she can join us." "Get rid of someone?" Fan Xian raised her eyebrows. She vaguely understood something, nodded, and left. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look to the side, only to see a flash of light rapidly approaching from the horizon. The initial position was still very far away. But in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. The rainbow light landed on the deck and dissipated, revealing Bing Yun's figure. "Who is it?" Ling Yin-chin and the others turned pale with fright and shouted. It was definitely a taboo to have someone board a ship on the sea without warning them, so Ling Yin-chin and the others immediately prepared for battle. However, when they scanned with their divine senses and realized that Bing Yun was unfathomable, they were shocked and didn't dare to act rashly. Although they couldn't detect Bing Yun's strength, the pressure they felt from Bing Yun's aura was very strong. However, the huge pressure he felt from Frozen Cloud's body was not fake. Just a slight inspection caused his blood and qi to churn, and his chest to feel stuffy. This was definitely an expert that he could not afford to offend. "Senior, you're here." Yang Kai cupped his fists at Bing Yun. Bing Yun gently nodded. "Master." Fan Xian and the others also hurriedly came forward and saluted. Everyone looked excited, as if they had found their backbone. "Senior." "Master." Ling Yin-chin and the others were completely dumbfounded. Yang Kai was from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so the only people he could call senior were masters from the Emperor realm. Ling Yin-chin also knew Fan Xian and knew that she was from Ice Heart Pavilion. Hearing Fan Xian call this girl master, how could Ling Yin-chin not know her identity? This girl turned out to be the famous pavilion master of Ice Heart Pavilion. The only top master on Clear Sky Island who could stand on equal footing with the island master. After understanding this, Ling Yin-chin and the others inexplicably became excited. They all looked at Bing Yun with worship and respect, and their confidence in Yang Kai increased significantly. If Ling Yin-chin had chosen to leave with Yang Kai because she didn't want to stay on Clear Sky Island any longer and decided to take a gamble, then they really saw hope now. Even a powerful master like the pavilion master of Ice Heart Pavilion was on board, so what else could they be worried about? "Are these your friends?" Bing Yun glanced at Ling Yin-chin and the others and asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, "When junior sister and I first came here, we received a lot of kindness from big sister Ling and the others, so we invited them to leave with us this time." Bing Yun nodded and said, "You know how to repay kindness. They were lucky to have met you." When Ling Yin-chin saw that Bing Yun was asking about her, she hurriedly walked up in fear and trepidation. She was so nervous that the tip of her nose was oozing with sweat as she said cautiously, "Junior Ling Yin-chin greets Sir Pavilion Master." Jiao Yi and the others also hurriedly bowed and looked straight ahead, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. "Since you are Yang Kai's friends, then you are on the same side. No need to be so polite," Bing Yun said lightly. "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Ling Yin-chin was very grateful. She was very surprised that the elusive Pavilion Master of Ice Heart Pavilion was so approachable. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't seem to feel the slightest pressure in front of her and spoke with confidence. She didn't know how he could maintain such an aloof attitude. After comparing the two, Ling Yin-chin realized that she was really inferior to Yang Kai. "Senior, have you shaken off that old toad?" Yang Kai asked. In his plan with Bing Yun, he would lead everyone out to sea first before Bing Yun left Clear Sky Island. Because once she left Clear Sky Island, Chi Ri would definitely notice and chase after her. Bing Yun needed to lead Chi Ri around in circles outside, then find an opportunity to shake him off before meeting up with Yang Kai. Now that Bing Yun had appeared here, Chi Ri had undoubtedly been shaken off. Bing Yun nodded, but just as she was about to answer, her pretty face suddenly sank. She looked up in a certain direction and gritted her teeth. "You won't cry until you see the coffin." Just as she finished speaking, a deafening thunderclap suddenly exploded in the sky. Accompanied by the sound of the explosion, a fiery red light suddenly appeared in the sky like a rising sun. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. At the same time, an extremely strong pressure radiated out. The pressure was so strong that it seemed as if the sky was collapsing, making it difficult for people to breathe. Everyone on the ship paled in shock. When the light dissipated, two figures suddenly appeared there. One of them was like a deep pool with a dignified expression. No one knew what he had encountered, but at this moment, there was a faint trace of anger on his face. The other person was half a step behind this person, standing there respectfully with a smile on his face like a servant. "City Lord, Master." Ling Yin-chin looked at the dignified middle-aged man and her pretty face suddenly turned pale. Although she had never seen Qi Ri in person, she had seen a portrait of him, so she recognized at a glance that the master chasing after them was the city lord of Clear Sky City. Peng Guang. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was extremely stunned. Looking at the figure standing behind Qi Ri, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never expected that Peng Guang would be together with Qi Ri, and from the looks of it, he seemed to have been subdued by Qi Ri. The last time Yang Kai saw him, this guy was seriously injured and was counting on him to get the heavenly restoration lotus to heal his injuries. Now, although he didn't seem to have fully recovered, he was undoubtedly much better than last time. It was probably because he took some pills. However, since he had been subdued by Qi Ri, it wasn't strange for him to get some healing pills from Qi Ri. Peng Guang's gaze swept across the crowd and stared at Yang Kai with a resentful expression. If it weren't for Yang Kai, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. Although there was a huge difference in strength between him and Qi Ri, he was still a master from the Emperor realm and had his own dignity. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, he wouldn't have sought refuge with Qi Ri for protection. Although the other two First-Order Emperor Realm Masters on Clear Sky Island were also under Qi Ri's control, their situation was undoubtedly much better than his. At least they had their own freedom. And the culprit behind all this was Yang Kai. If he had given him the heavenly restoration lotus, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. His life and death were no longer under his control, and even his freedom was restricted. Therefore, in terms of hatred, Peng Guang's hatred for Yang Kai couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the solitary void sea. Bing Yun. Qi Ri suddenly shouted. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. As if sensing his suppressed anger, even the sea began to churn for no apparent reason. The waves rose more than 100 feet high. You're in such a hurry. Where do you want to go? Bing Yun stood alone and looked up at Qi Ri. With a wave of her hand, she dispersed his boundless pressure and said indifferently, "This queen is free to go wherever she wants. City Lord Master doesn't need to care about this." Qi Ri's face sank and he coldly snorted, "Bing Yun, do you want to leave this place? Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Bing Yun said with a cold face, as if she didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with him. "You really want to leave this place?" Although Qi Ri had already guessed it, when he saw Bing Yun admit it, he couldn't help but feel angry and bitter. He felt like he was abandoned by Bing Yun for no reason, and this feeling made him uncomfortable. He suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and said, "Bing Yun, you and I both know that leaving this place is just wishful thinking, so why force it? This king can let bygones be bygones. As long as you are willing to come back and marry this king, you can live freely in this solitary void-sealed world from now on. Isn't that perfect?" Bing Yun shook her head and said, "You know that this is just wishful thinking, so why force it? I don't want to be your enemy, and I don't want to be your enemy. Go back." Qi Ri said angrily, "Why are you so stubborn? Aren't you afraid that this king will bury all of you in the sea?" Chapter 2401. As soon as he said this, the faces of Ling Yin-chin and the others changed drastically. Now that two of the strongest masters in the solitary void-sealed world had gathered here, and it looked like they were about to fight at any moment, how could they not be terrified? When immortals fought, mortals would suffer. If they really fought here, everyone would be involved. At that time, would Ice Heart Pavilion's pavilion master have the time to care about their lives? If they were careless, they would all be smashed to pieces. On the other side, hearing Qi Ri's threat, Bing Yun said coldly, "Qi Ri, this queen doesn't want to be your enemy, not because I'm afraid of you. If you continue to be so aggressive, don't blame this queen for being impolite." Qi Ri narrowed his eyes, which were spewing flames of anger. He had known Bing Yun for so many years, but he had never heard Bing Yun speak to him in such a tone. In the past, even if she was impatient, she would not show it too obviously. Bing Yun had always been extremely cold and did not show her emotions, but today, for some reason, her words were so sharp, and from her tone, it was as if she could do anything to him. This made Chi-Ri a little angry. He had always suppressed Bing Yun, and although their cultivations were basically the same, because of the different cultivation resources they had, Bing Yun was becoming weaker and weaker as time passed. He felt that he would eventually succeed in subduing Bing Yun and make her his exclusive property. But now, this woman, who he regarded as his exclusive property, dared to resist him. How could Chi-Ri tolerate this? It seems that you want this king to capture you, Chi-Ri said with a sullen face. He secretly made up his mind that today, even if he had to risk getting injured, he had to teach Bing Yun a lesson. He had to let her know the difference in strength between them. Yang Kai, take them away first. Bing Yun did not say anything more and quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded and gave Bing Yun a few high-grade 100 revolutions Emperor Yuan pills that he had refined a few days ago. He said in a low voice, Junior will wait for Senior's arrival in front. He wasn't worried about Bing Yun's safety at all. With the help of his 10 million high-grade source crystals, Bing Yun must have recovered to her peak. With a few high-grade 100 revolutions Emperor Yuan pills as a foundation, how could Chi-Ri compete with her? Bing Yun can't lose. After saying that, Yang Kai hurriedly signaled to Ling Yin-Qin and the others with his eyes. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and urged the ship forward. Chi-Ri didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai and the others, nor did he try to stop them. He just stood there in the air, quietly staring at Bing Yun. For him, as long as he could stop Bing Yun, he would be able to do anything. It didn't matter if the others were dead or alive. Above the sea, the Emperor's pressure filled the air. The thick and substantial pressure collided with each other, setting off waves. The power of principle fluctuated at the same time, causing the sky to change color. Pang Guang, who was standing behind Chi-Ri, instantly felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. His face turned pale. Even though he was also from the Emperor realm. But there was still a big gap between him and Chi-Ri and Bing Yun. These two top masters hadn't even made a move yet, but Pang Guang was already showing signs of being unable to withstand their pressure. He was shocked. Only now did he realize how big the difference was between the people from the Emperor realm and him. Realizing that there was no point in continuing to stay, Pang Guang raised his head and looked in the direction Yang Kai and the others left. His figure flickered and he was about to chase after them. He definitely couldn't intervene in the battle here, so he could only set his sights on Yang Kai and find an opportunity to take revenge. But just as he moved, Frozen Cloud suddenly pointed a finger at him from afar. The finger came down. There was no trace of it, but an extremely cold concept suddenly spread out and shrouded Pang Guang. Pang Guang inexplicably felt the aura of death rushing towards him. The aura was so cold that it felt like it could even freeze his soul, making him unable to move forward or retreat for a moment. If he was at his peak, he might be able to fight back, but he was seriously injured and had yet to recover. How could he resist Bing Yun's suppression? In despair and horror, he hurriedly shouted, City Lord, Master, save me. Chi-Ri didn't intend to ignore him. Seeing Bing Yun make a move, he quickly waved his sleeve and a wave of heat swept across the sky, dispelling the bone-chilling cold. Pang Guang suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He hurriedly urged his strength to retreat more than 10 kilometers away. Only then did he gasp for breath, a look of lingering fear on his face. In front of this king, you still have the mind to deal with others? Bing Yun, don't look down on others. Chi-Ri shouted angrily. Bing Yun's pretty face sank as she said in surprise, You've been hiding your strength all this time. Although they only fought for a moment, Bing Yun still noticed that Chi-Ri had been hiding his strength all this time. Every time he fought with her for that cup of spirit tea, he didn't use his full strength. Only now did he reveal his true strength. While she was shocked, she couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. She was glad that she met a lucky star like Yang Kai, who gave her 10 million high-rank source crystals at once to restore her strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had a chance of winning this battle. You seem to have recovered your strength too. Qi Ri was also surprised. Today, he had chased after Bing Yun with the intention of crushing her with absolute superiority and forcing her to submit to him. But now, it seemed that if they really fought, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Realizing this, Qi Ri's expression couldn't help but become somewhat unsightly. Although both of them were a little surprised, they were both third-order Emperor Realm Masters after all. Their mental fortitude wasn't bad, so they quickly calmed down. Bing Yun looked past Qi Ri and at the pale-faced Pang Guang. She clenched her jade hand slightly and a snow-white sword suddenly appeared in her hand. This sword was just like her, pure and flawless, crystal clear, like the most beautiful work of art in the world, without the slightest trace of murderous intent. With the sword in hand, Bing Yun's aura erupted and she slashed down at Pang Guang from a distance, shouting, "Clear sky snowfall." As this sword slashed down, the world changed color, the universe collapsed, and the universe was turned upside down. Icy laws and concepts instantly spread out and the churning seawater above the sea froze into ice in the next moment. It was snowing in the sky. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers sprinkled down, covering the entire world in white in an instant. It was a magnificent sight. Pang Guang, who bore the brunt of the snowflakes, didn't react at all. He just stared blankly at the beautiful scenery, as if he was completely immersed in it. An intoxicated look appeared on his face, and he even stretched out his hand to catch the snowflakes floating in the air. Frost quickly formed on his exposed skin and hair, and his whole body showed signs of being frozen. Great sun like heaven. At this moment, Qi Ri shouted angrily, and a dazzling round sun suddenly rose in the world of ice and snow. This round sun brought with it an unparalleled amount of heat, scattering the snow and ice in the sky, and melting the sea in the blink of an eye. The two forces of completely different attributes collided in the sea territory within a 100-kilometer radius, and they quickly dissipated. This contest actually ended in a draw. Pang Guang finally awoke from his stupor. Recalling the beautiful scene from a moment ago, bean-sized beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead and kept dripping down. How could he not know that he had just walked through the gates of hell? If it weren't for Qi Ri's help at the critical moment, he would have been dead. Even though Pang Guang was furious that a peak master like Bing Yun had attacked him without saying a single word, Pang Guang also knew why. Bing Yun was obviously afraid that he would chase after Kai Yang and the others, so she made the first move to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Thinking of this, he hurriedly chased in the direction Kai Yang and the others had left. He couldn't intervene in this battle at all. Just watching was enough to put his life in danger. If he really intervened, wouldn't he die quickly? The only thing he could do now was to chase after Yang Kai and the others and distract Bing Yun. He couldn't defeat Bing Yun, but how could he not defeat Yang Kai and the others? As long as he could capture those people, he could make Bing Yun hesitate and even make her surrender. When that time came, Qi Ri would be happy, and his future would be better. You want to leave? Bing Yun saw Pang Guang's movement and knew what he was planning. She gritted her teeth and pointed her sword in the air. A white ice flower suddenly shot out from the tip of her sword and rushed toward Pang Guang. The ice flower quickly bloomed halfway, as if it wanted to swallow Pang Guang whole. A figure flashed and Qi Ri suddenly appeared in front of the ice flower. He punched down, and the violent fist energy slammed into the ice flower, causing it to shatter into pieces. With this king here, you still have the mind to deal with others? Qi Ri sneered, it seems that this king is really underestimated by you. Bing Yun frowned and watched Pang Guang disappear, but she couldn't do anything. Qi Ri alone required her full attention, so she didn't have the energy to deal with Pang Guang. She took a deep breath, and her full breasts rose and fell slightly. In the next moment, her anxious and worried expression suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a cold and determined look. She knew that if she wanted to chase after Pang Guang, she had to deal with Qi first. In order to deal with Qi, she had to do her best and couldn't relax or be negligent. Seeing Bing Yun's change, Qi praised her in his heart, but he said, "Bing Yun, that ship's people died because of you. If you know what's good for you, surrender now and this king will treat you well in the future." He sentenced Yang Kai and the others to death with one sentence. His main purpose was to disturb Bing Yun's state of mind. But Bing Yun didn't care at all. Her long sword shook, and the cold law of ice filled the air again, directly enveloping him. Qi was so angry that he shouted, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He used the divine technique to fight Bing Yun. In an instant, the two figures moved back and forth above the sea. Principles collided, and the world collapsed. Above the sea, waves rolled, and the world energy within 1,000 kilometers trembled. This was a life and death battle between two Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Such a scene was rare in the entire star boundary. What was even rarer was that the two were not only equal in strength, but their divine technique also countered each other. This made the battle even more thrilling. Chapter 2402. Even Yang Kai and the others, who had already run far away, could clearly feel the aftermath of the explosion. All of them were shocked, and Fan Xian and the other Ice Heart Pavilion disciples were even more worried for their honored master's safety. They didn't know that Bing Yun had already regained her peak strength, but they knew that their honored master had always been wary of Qi. Now that the two were fighting, they didn't know who would win. "Someone's chasing us," Lu Xianyun suddenly pointed behind her and shouted. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked over, frowning. "Why didn't you stop him?" He thought that with Bing Yun's current condition, she could definitely kill Pang Guang right under Qi nose. After all, Pang Guang was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and he was seriously injured. How could he block Bing Yun's attack? But in fact, Pang Guang was fine, and he was chasing after them. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened on Bing Yun's side that caused Pang Guang to slip through the net, but it seemed that they wouldn't be able to leave so easily. If they wanted to leave, they would have to kill Pang Guang first. "It's that guy from the Emperor Realm." Ling Yinqin saw Pang Guang's face and couldn't help but turn pale. She didn't know Pang Guang's name, but he came with Qi just now, so they were obviously not friends. The difference between the Emperor Realm and the Dao Source Realm was like heaven and earth. Anyone from the Emperor Realm could easily destroy this ship. Seeing Pang Guang chasing after them, everyone looked nervously at Yang Kai, wondering what he was going to do. At first glance, Ling Yinqin and the others couldn't help but be stunned because Yang Kai didn't show the slightest sign of nervousness. He just stood there with a calm expression. Not only that. Instead, he had a mocking expression on his face, as if he wasn't from the Emperor Realm, but a piece of trash who had come to die. "You guys go first, I'll catch up in a while," Yang Kai told Ling Yinqin and the others before turning around and leaping away. "Brother." Lu Xianyun had a worried expression on her face. She seemed to want to stay behind with Yang Kai to fight the enemy, but her strength was too low. At the same time, she was afraid that she would become a burden to Yang Kai, so her expression was very conflicted. "Brother Yang, let me help you." She had the strength of a Third-Order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so if she went all out, she could exchange a few blows with a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. However, she didn't know what the outcome would be, but looking at the current situation, she didn't know. Except for her, who could help Yang Kai, she couldn't count on anyone else. "You don't need to come, I'll go meet him myself. He's just a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master, I don't care about him." Yang Kai turned around and flashed everyone a bright smile. Ling Yinqin and the others were dumbfounded. A powerhouse from the Emperor Realm was called at the Mir by Yang Kai. No one knew where he got his confidence from. "Don't worry. I'll catch up in a moment. Yang Kai grinned when he saw that Ling Yinqin and the others had no intention of leaving. After saying this, he took the initiative to leave the ship and fly towards Pangguang. Ling Yinqin stood on the deck and hesitated for a while before gritting her teeth and saying, "Let's go." "But brother, Lu Xianyun was so anxious that she started sweating. Ling Yinqin said with a sullen face, "If we stay here, we'll only distract him. Your brother is far stronger than an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator. Since he's so confident, he'll be fine." Hearing her say that, Lu Xianyun suddenly remembered. At that time, they were chased by a third-order Emperor Realm Master outside Marsh City, and Yang Kai carried her all the way and escaped. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't do anything to him, so how could Pangguang, a first-order Emperor Realm Master, do anything to him? Thinking of this, Lu Xianyun suddenly relaxed and looked back at Yang Kai's position, secretly praying that he would be fine. Only then did she join forces with Ling Yinqin and the others to drive the ship away. Above the sea, Pangguang suddenly stopped about 100 meters away from Yang Kai and glared at him angrily. However, Yang Kai was in high spirits and his eyes were as bright as stars, making him look like a celestial being. This made Pangguang extremely unhappy, and the anger in his heart surged. He couldn't help but shout angrily, "Little brat, how dare you stop and wait for me here?" Yang Kai grinned, "Since City Lord Pang wants to die, this young master will naturally grant you your wish." Pangguang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "Little brat, did you eat too much lard and lose your mind? This king is from the Emperor realm. Killing you will be as easy as breathing. So what if you're from the Emperor realm?" Yang Kai curled his lips. "It's not like I haven't killed someone from the Emperor realm before. Even if I lose my head, I'll still die on the spot." Pangguang was stunned. He looked Yang Kai up and down, as if he was re-examining him. After a while, he nodded. "I have to say, your courage is very big, just like your tone." "Enough nonsense." Yang Kai looked impatient. "This young master is in a hurry." As he spoke, he flicked his wrist and the myriad sword appeared. He raised his hand and pointed it at Pangguang, saying in a deep voice, "Do you want to come here and die, or do you want me to cut you down? It's your choice." "Wah!" Pangguang shouted in anger. He had never seen such an arrogant Dao Source Realm cultivator before. In the past, every Dao Source Realm cultivator would be respectful to him, not even daring to breathe loudly. He had always been the one looking down on them. Today, he was actually being looked down on by a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Pangguang was fuming with anger. He roared, "If this king doesn't skin you alive today, I swear I'm not human." As soon as he finished speaking, he roared and rushed towards Yang Kai like a cannonball. His momentum was peerless, and the huge impact spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding space to explode. While in midair, he fiercely punched towards Kai Yang. In a split second, the sky was filled with fist shadows, enveloping Kai Yang's location in a nearly airtight barrier. Zheng, the sound of a sword rang out, and a sword light appeared and swept over. The majestic power was like a sleeping dragon waking up, and the moment it erupted, Pangguang's whole body trembled. Hong hong hong, a loud sound rang out, and the fist shadows that filled the sky suddenly collapsed, leaving only a single sword light that slashed towards Pangguang. Pangguang sucked in a breath of cold air, and his expression changed instantly. Without thinking, he hurriedly dodged to the side. The sword light brushed past him, but the rolling sword intent made his whole body ache. This little brat, how can he be so strong? Pangguang couldn't believe what he had just seen. He had taken the initiative to attack as a cultivator from the Emperor realm, but not only did he not gain any advantage, he was almost injured by the other party. Is this still a Dao Source Realm cultivator? Pangguang couldn't wait to gouge out his eyeballs and stick them on Yang Kai's body to see if he was hiding his cultivation from the Emperor realm to play with his feelings. Before he could finish this thought, Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost, a ferocious smile on his face, and a fist smashed towards him. Strange principle strength lingered on this fist, making Pang Guang feel great pressure. He didn't dare to take this lightly, and also punched out, mobilizing all his strength. Kong, when the two fists collided, Pang Guang's whole body shook, and he felt an extremely strong force coming from the front. The impact made his blood and qi tumble, and he couldn't stand firmly, and was directly sent flying a few thousand meters away. On the other side, Kai Yang's body was also like a rag sack, tumbling backwards. After all, his realm was lower than Pang Guang's, and it was commendable that they could fight evenly. Qi, both of them exerted their strength at the same time, and stopped their momentum. After they stood still, they had different expressions. Unlike Yang Kai's calm and fighting spirit, Pang Guang's aura was greatly reduced. He found that this battle was completely different from what he had imagined. Yang Kai was actually qualified to fight with him. The last time they fought in his cave mansion was not like this. At that time, although he felt that Yang Kai was different from ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivators, he didn't think that he was this strong. But in just a few days, Pang Guang found that Yang Kai's strength had increased by more than a little. Could it be the effect of the heavenly restoration lotus? Pang Guang's heart shook, and he suddenly realized something. Then, anger surged. That heavenly restoration lotus should have been his. If he had consumed the heavenly restoration lotus back then, not only would his injuries be healed, he would even be able to advance further on the path of martial arts. Unfortunately, it was swallowed whole by this brat. Let me tell you a secret. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang in Pang Guang's ears. Pang Guang was startled because Yang Kai was still a few thousand meters away just a moment ago. He didn't even notice that Yang Kai had moved, but in the next moment, he was right beside him. How fast is this little brat? The moment he heard Yang Kai's voice, Pang Guang summoned his emperor artifact. It was a copper gong. When he poured his source qi into it, the copper gong buzzed incessantly, making a strange sound that seemed to be able to disturb one's mind. A dark ray of light suddenly shot out from the copper gong, heading straight for Yang Kai's waist. It was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. But even such a blow failed to hit Yang Kai. Pang Guang only felt a wave of space principles before Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. The next moment, his voice came from the other side, Yao Changjun, he's dead. When he heard the name Yao Changjun, Pang Guang's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously thought that Yao Changjun was nearby. His heart tightened as he heard the second half of the sentence. He blurted out, "How did he die?" "Of course, he was killed by me." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he let out a maniacal laugh. "Bullshit." Pang Guang cursed angrily, thinking that Yang Kai was just making fun of him. He would rather believe that heaven and earth had been turned upside down and day and night could not be distinguished, than believe that Yang Kai had killed Yao Changjun. That was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even he had to retreat, so how could Yang Kai, a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, kill him? You don't believe me? Take a look at this. As Yang Kai spoke, he had already retreated more than a dozen meters away. With a flick of his wrist, a five-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. Pang Guang's eyes widened in an instant as he stared at the five-colored spear in shock. Then, his whole body began to tremble. He had never seen this five-colored spear before, but he could feel the aura on it. This was obviously an extremely high-grade Emperor artifact. Even his copper gong was inferior to it. A person who could possess such an Emperor artifact was definitely a second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Master. More importantly, Pang Guang actually felt Yao Changjun's aura from this five-colored spear. Chapter 2403. This five-colored spear was actually Yao Changjun's Emperor artifact. Emperor artifacts were rare even in the Emperor realm. Each of them would be regarded as a treasure and would not be easily discarded. But now, Yao Changjun's emperor artifact had actually appeared in Yang Kai's hands. What did this mean? This meant that Yao Changjun was most likely dead. No wonder he hadn't seen Yao Changjun all this time. Ever since he came to the solitary void-sealed world, he had even seen Yang Kai, but he hadn't found any trace of Yao Changjun. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that Yao Changjun had hidden himself well, but that he was no longer in this world. But, how could Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, kill Yao Changjun? If he didn't kill him, how could this five-colored spear be in his hands? Pang Guang was confused as he stared at the five-colored spear in a daze. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried, nor did he know whether Yang Kai was telling the truth or not. Just as his mind was in shock, a chill suddenly came from behind him. This chill came without warning, and by the time Pang Guang sensed it and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. A ray of light suddenly appeared, accompanied by the roar of a wild beast. Pang Guang only felt a pain in his back, and then his body was hit by a huge force, causing him to involuntarily fly forward, blood spurting out of his mouth in midair. Before he could regain his balance, Yang Kai had already flown over with a ferocious smile on his face. He punched towards him, a strong space force fluctuation lingering on his fist. Wherever the fist passed, it left a pitch-black mark, as if space itself had shattered. Pang Guang sucked in a breath of cold air and forced himself to circulate his source qi. He urged the gong in front of him to protect himself. Gong, a loud noise rang out. The gong flashed wildly, as if the spirituality of this emperor artifact had been damaged by this blow, causing Pang Guang to feel distressed. But this was obviously not the time to feel distressed over the loss of his emperor artifact. Pang Guang's face turned pale as he used the recoil to quickly pull away from Yang Kai. Ci la, a soft sound rang out. An extremely dangerous aura lingered in his heart, and the world suddenly brightened for a moment. Then, a thin bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from a certain direction, accurately hitting Pang Guang's body. Even though Pang Guang was an expert from the Emperor realm, after being struck by this bolt of lightning, his entire body trembled violently. His hair stood on end, and a strong burnt smell came from his body. He looked extremely miserable. His eyes widened in anger as he forced himself to look to the side. In the next moment, his eyes widened. On the other side, there was a little girl about 7 or 8 years old. She looked like she was carved from jade. However, his face was ice cold. He was riding on a white tiger, holding a light green bead in his hand, and looking at him coldly. Whether it was this little girl or the white tiger under her but, they both appeared without warning. Pang Guang did not notice how they appeared at all, and the various sneak attacks and attacks from before were undoubtedly from this person and beast. What was most unbelievable to Pang Guang was that the light green bead in the little girl's hand was actually a Thunder Attribute Emperor artifact. He did not know if it was because the little girl's cultivation was not enough, but after activating the power of this Emperor artifact, her face turned pale. It was obvious that she had consumed too much energy. What's going on? Pang Guang's mind was a little confused, and he only felt that what he saw and heard was too unbelievable. At this moment, an angry roar rang out, "Pang Guang, today, this place will be your burial place. Quickly accept your death." Pang Guang was frightened and no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai. He had aggressively chased after Kai Yang, thinking that he would be able to kill him for revenge, but he hadn't thought that he would fall into a trap. The enemy hadn't done anything yet, but he had already been beaten half to death. The white tiger-like monster beast exuded the aura of a master from the Emperor realm. At first glance, it was obvious that it was not to be trifled with. He might not be able to deal with it alone, not to mention that Yang Kai was watching from the side. There was no way he could fight at all. If he had known that this place was so dangerous, he would not have come over. Wouldn't it be better to cheer for Chi Ri over there? For a moment, infinite regret rose in Pang Guang's heart and he turned around to escape. Condense. Yang Kai knew his intention and shouted. Under the convergence of space principles, the space around Pang Guang suddenly became extremely sticky, making it difficult for him to move. This moment of delay determined Pang Guang's life and death. Under Lu Yan's command, the white tiger turned into a stream of light and suddenly appeared beside Pang Guang. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Pang Guang's neck. Pang Guang was scared out of his wits. He circulated all his strength to protect his neck so that the white tiger would not bite it off. At the same time, he struggled to get out of this predicament. "Come in." Yang Kai sneered and threw the sealed world bead in his hand at Pang Guang, directly swallowing him and the white tiger Lu Yan. Then, his figure flickered and he entered the sealed world bead. Somewhere in the sealed world bead, Pang Guang used all his strength and even self-detonated his blood essence to get rid of the white tiger. But when he turned around, he was completely dumbfounded. Looking around, there was no sea here. He was surrounded by lush vegetation, birdsong, the fragrance of flowers, and rich world energy. It was like a fairyland. Am I dead? Am I in the underworld? Cold sweat dripped down Pang Guang's forehead. Fortunately, he saw Yang Kai in the next moment and felt relieved. However, after being tormented like that, coupled with the fact that he had not yet recovered from his injuries, Pang Guang no longer had the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm. He looked like a stray dog, extremely embarrassed. Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer, as if he was looking at a dead man. Pang Guang's eyes flickered as he felt a great shock in the depths of his heart. He exclaimed, "What the hell is this place?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Of course it's your grave. Look at how good this young master is to you, choosing such a beautiful place for you to be buried. This is something that others can't even ask for. City Lord Pang, your family's ancestors have accumulated so much good karma that smoke is rising from their graves. Your ancestors' graves are emitting smoke." Pang Guang cursed in his heart. He was so angry that his stomach hurt, but he did not dare to curse out loud. He could only stubbornly say, "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability." As he spoke, he glanced at the white tiger with a face full of fear. He was actually not very afraid of Yang Kai. The only thing he was wary of was this white tiger exuding the Emperor Realm's aura. He did not know what this thing was, but although it looked like a monster beast, it did not have the slightest fluctuation of blood energy. It was like an inanimate object, but it was vivid and lifelike. Yang Kai chuckled, "Once you enter this place, your life and death are in this young master's hands. If this young master wants you to live, you will live. If this young master wants you to die, you will die. You speak as if you are the ruler of this world. Be careful not to blow your cover." Pang Guang said with disdain. Yang Kai snorted, "You're right. In this place, this young master is the ruler." As he spoke, Yang Kai reached out and slapped at Pang Guang from afar. Pang Guang did not see any signs of Yang Kai activating his strength, nor did he see him use any secret technique. However, when this palm came down, he suddenly felt a great pressure descend from the sky. The pressure was so great that his bones creaked and his straight body could not help but shrink. Pang Guang's face changed greatly as he cried out in alarm, "World Force! You can actually mobilize World Force, this is impossible. Even the 10 great emperors could not mobilize World Force. No one could do this to such an extent." But in fact, Yang Kai had really mobilized World Force and placed it on his body, making it impossible for him to even move a finger. Pang Guang's eyes trembled violently as a look of inexplicable horror appeared on his face. Under the suppression of this great force, he could not summon the slightest bit of strength and felt as if he would be crushed to pieces at any moment, causing him to panic. He wanted to resist, but he could not summon the slightest bit of strength. "Don't kill him, give this to me." A thunderous voice suddenly came from the side, causing Pang Guang's eardrums to go numb. In a daze, Pang Guang raised his head and was instantly stunned. Not far from him, there was a huge humanoid stone giant sitting cross-legged, staring at him with a pair of eyes larger than a house. The voice just now was made by this stone giant. Pang Guang's feet were cramping. It was not that he did not notice this stone giant before, but he thought it was just a small mountain, so he did not pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that this guy was actually alive and could even speak? Moreover, the way it looked at him was like a hungry wolf that had seen a piece of fat meat, glowing with a green light, making Pang Guang feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at the embodiment. Why are you doing this? Isn't it too inhumane? The embodiment chuckled and said, it's only once in a while. You've killed so many people in the Emperor realm, but I haven't seen you throw one in here. Now that I've come across one, I can't just let it go. Yang Kai thought for a while and nodded, then do as you wish. After saying so, he turned his head and looked at Pang Guang with a sympathetic look on his face. In the next moment, his figure flickered and he left the small sealed world. Hey, boy, where did you go? What inhumane? Explain it to me clearly. Pang Guang shouted. He did not know why, but an extremely uneasy feeling lingered in the depths of his heart. This feeling gave him an illusion that was worse than death, and he was so scared that his face turned pale. He did not know what this stone giant wanted to do to him, but judging from Yang Kai's words and the look in his eyes before he left, he knew that his encounter would not be good. Just as Pang Guang was panicking, he suddenly felt that the light above his head was blocked. He looked up and saw a huge palm coming towards him. Pang Guang immediately shouted, "Stop!" The embodiment was unmoved. He reached out and lifted Pang Guang up, then threw him in the palm of his hand and said in a muffled voice, "Close your eyes. Children should not look, it will leave a psychological shadow." Pang Guang, the embodiment's expression turned solemn and he shouted in a low voice, "Heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Battle Law." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.